The best. The best of the worst of the comedians of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Just hilarious. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Really funny. Really awful, too, by the way. I'll acknowledge that.
What's up? This is Patrice O'Neal, and this is the worst of Robert Kelly on the Opie and Anthony Show.
My heart right now is really, honest to God, palpitating.
Really?
And I have a cold sweat right now. I'm not even joking with you. My heart feels like it aches.
And these places are dangerous.
Yeah, it feels like somebody punched my
dangerous.
heart. Like took my heart out, punched it, and then put it back in. A nice piece of plaque comes out right now.
Oh, God.
You guys would just let me lie there till you move over to XM.
The Tim Russert special.
That brings up an interesting question. Let's say you needed mouth-to-mouth. Is there a person in the studio that would do that for Bob Kelly?
Sam would run in here as quick as it would happen and put his little lion cub mouth right on my lips.
I forgot you have a crush on Sam.
Lion cub mouth.
I forgot that Bobby has a real-life crush on Sam.
Actually, I think I'm moving over to his brother now because Sam has chest hair. That bugs me. That makes it gay. I'm not gay.
Of course not.
No.
Not the way you talk about attractive Brazilian men bringing you meat.
Yeah, but Sam, like he has chest hair. I heard.
Young Sam.
And that's gay. I don't want to.
Bob, you kissed me on the lips.
Yeah, but you didn't pull back. Did you?
And he's got whiskers.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. Look, he's got a full. You can grow a full beard, right?
I'm 24 years old.
Yes. Can I see?
He's got to say, I'm 24 years old.
He's got one of those bumpy beards.
Well,
He's got a few of those. You know.
Yeah.
What, razor bumps?
Yeah, it's called rapper neck. What is your chest like? You get a lot of hair?
No.
Let me see.
No, it's none of your business, actually.
Let me just see.
Why?
Just pull up your
Let me
shirt
just
for
see.
him.
I wanna see.
I'll turn away.
Let me just see.
Just for Bobby. Go ahead.
The mic is in the middle of your chest.
Go over there.
There you go.
See-
You can see from here. I don't.
What's wrong with his chest?
See that little
This
patch
is
of
for
hair?
pal talk.
See that little patch of hair?
Ugh.
He's in the little around his nipples too, which makes him manly. He's not boy-like anymore.
Can I put my shirt down?
Yeah, you
gotta throw him back now, right, Bobby?
Yeah, he's no good. He's no good anymore.
He's damaged goods now.
He's no good. He's got that little patch above his belly button, which
You're one of those guys that would abuse a child and then have to face them when they get older and have hair and be like, "Hey, how you doing?"
I don't know what it is though. Pubes really do make a guy dirty.
What? What are you talking about?
Say you're at the beach and you saw a little kid running down the beach, a little boy naked, and he's got nothing, no pubes, and then all of a sudden you see like that kid. You can't just if you have pubes, it's dirty. If you have no pubes, it's kind of like, hey, look at that little thing.
Look at him justifying.
All right, listen.
Holy mother of God!
Pubes are when
I don't
you
really
can't-
feel like saying goodbye to a 25-year broadcasting career because of your sick mind, Bob.
I'm not saying that.
What are you talking about? That's pedophilia crap.
I don't know what that means. What do you?
That means
He's
get
just
the
saying-
F out of the studio. Your time is done.
I do believe what he's saying is that a lot of times parents will let their children run down the
Yeah.
beach disrobed.
Right, and it's not bad.
It's acceptable.
Yeah.
Like that. But the second you show any type of maturity happening
Hair.
where it's hair
Right.
or anything like that,
So this comes
that
from-
it becomes dirty
Yes.
and you must cover it up.
Thank you, Anthony.
so this
for
comes from
explaining it and saving me.
Wait, this comes from experience.
Whatever that movement he did.
This comes from experience then. You
No, I'm
see
ju-
like parents with kids that might be too old to still be naked.
Think about that though. You see kids at the beach, and it's like they're running around naked, and it's not a real big deal. Nobody's saying anything. It's just okay, whatever. It's a little kid. But as soon as he gets a couple whiskers,
Wait, you
it's
don't-
like put that away.
I always thought it was kind of like creepy to see kids naked. Always.
Yeah, always.
Always.
I think it's. I think
I got a lot of nephews and nieces, and every once in a while, one's running around naked, and I always found it kind of creepy, to be honest with you.
I
Even
mean,
though they're like still very young and all that.
Yeah.
And it's just it's an innocent baby naked thing, but
Okay,
it's still like it's a little weird to me.
I wouldn't even take pictures at Christmas with my little cousins on my lap because I'm in like pajama bottoms and they're on my lap, and I just get away. Just no pictures with me. Just sit on the floor. I'll tap the top of your head.
Hey, let's go to the FU line.
Hey, what's up? What are you doing? All right, then. Hey, what's up? It's Bob Kelly. Go to robertkellylive.com and find out when I'm coming to your town. Again, that's robertkellylive.com, or go to my MySpace, MySpace/RobertKellyLive. You want to find out when I'm coming back to your town, or fuck me. All my dates and info are up on either one of those, so make sure you check them out and come down to one of my shows. Later, bitches. All right, do it one more time. No, you're good. No, I want to do that. I want to do that one more time. I want this one. Ready? Hey, what's up? It's Bob Kelly. If you want to...
Every knee must bend, every head must bow, every tongue must confess, thou art the greatest of all time.
Ella, A.
Yeah, we suck.
Opie and Anthony, y'all.
Opie and Anthony.
But what about the picture, me and you after the garden show, just me and you in the empty garden?
Yeah, how
having a
great is
moment.
that? It's a beautiful picture.
But as we're having that moment, you're mad at me because of this
No,
Max
but I
thing.
wasn't mad at that moment.
You had to wait to be mad? I'm like,
Yeah, that was an incredible night.
Ant, help me out here.
No, but why
I don't-
wouldn't
I
Anthony,
don't like
Anthony,
getting-
please, you keep interrupting. You really you got to stop already. This is between us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
People put anger down sometimes, and
we-
it comes back at a weird time. I
That's
think
what I'm
sometimes
trying
that's
to.
what happens.
That's the thing I'm trying to understand, because all I wanted for the last few years was a reason why you were mad at me, and you
Well,
never
I'm
would
telling
give
you
it.
the reason.
And
How it came out
And you
is
know,
how it came out.
I never left messages, but I did call cell phone numbers I had for you.
I got nothing from
No,
you.
I did not leave messages because I
okay.
was like, well, if he picks up the phone, I'm gonna ask him, like, at least tell me why. That's
And
all.
I would have.
All right, and then but you didn't tell me why, and then
But I would have.
we sabotaged your Brother Wee's interview, and you hung up. Whatever, that's fine. But Ant, do you get this?
That was not, you know what? The Weeze
no.
thing was something that Norton brought to my attention, and the reason I hung up was that was not the time to do this on someone else's show. That's why when Jimmy brought this up, I'm like, all right, I'll come up there. I don't got a problem. You know I never have a problem facing anybody. It's just when it happens.
Get Anthony's point of view, because sometimes I'm looked at as like the lunatic, the hothead. But like Ant,
But you are a hothead.
I
Dice was.
understand. What's your thoughts on this?
I see Dice was angry, and he's a complete lunatic, so it took 2 years for the anger to come out.
Yeah. How come he understands that? You can't get past it.
Because I'm like,
you know
I'm
what?
reactionary. If I'm
You know-
mad,
you know
I
what a
can't
lot of
hold it in
people-
for 2 years. I
like-
can't hold it in for 20 seconds.
What? Well, no, I unload also constantly.
Right, but
that's a different
you let
story.
this fester for years when one phone call would have taken care of it, and we could have still done the radio part of it.
No, one
when we
call
got
wasn't
back.
going to take care of it because, number one, you went through something terrible.
Right.
Yeah, so what should I do?
No, you could have called me before the terrible thing, because we were hanging out then.
You know, I don't have...
Dude, I
you got
spent-
the dates?
No, you don't need dates.
No,
but
exactly.
But you do know that we ran into.
No, I know
into
we
each
hung
other
out.
not a lot, but a couple times.
Yeah,
at the
you came
Comedy
out to the
Store.
Comedy Store. We went to
You
the
were
gym.
excited. Honestly, you were excited to see me. We did a
Yeah,
whole
I
day
was.
together. We went to the supermarket together. We
Went
did
to
a
the
little
gym.
shopping as you were in your silly outfit.
You couple of faggots. Holy shit.
Not silly enough?
No, you're rocking. You know,
Yeah.
you're rocking. But
I'm all that.
you.
I'm all that.
I'm all that.
And we went to the Gold's Gym and we worked out for maybe 7 minutes, and then we went on a hike, and we had all these moments. We sat in your
Yeah, but I
the
get
temporary
that.
apartment you had to
Well-
get because you were going through a time yourself at that point.
Yeah, what,
It's
do you
like, why
think
would
that
you-
ever ends?
I don't know.
That doesn't end.
But all I'm saying is, like,
Festers.
you obviously handle it differently. I'm like, I don't, I see it as a lot of, opportunities there to like discuss this Max thing.
All right, so we're discussing it.
Years later,
Yeah, well, I was
don't
going
even-
through something myself.
I don't even know you anymore.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but you do. That doesn't go. I didn't see Norton for a few years. We just
Yeah.
started talking. That's
He's
what
the same
happened.
creep he always was.
It was the same thing. Sitting at the diner was the same. We haven't done that in years.
Right.
It was the exact same thing.
What about going to the deli here?
How many memories you want to bring up? How about when we went sweatshirt shopping?
I
What
remember
about-
that.
What about when we picked out silverware and we were going to move in together? What about that?
What about discussing window treatments in my old joint?
Remember, medium or well done?
Remember you told
Which
Kenny,
way?
Oh, that's
Remember you
you better
told
Bosco.
You bet.
No.
Bosco.
Yeah, and then I say you bet.
Yeah.
What? You better Bosco.
you.
Bosco.
You bet.
See?
But you messed it up.
I know.
Remember you.
It's
you-
been a
I
while.
forgot. I totally forgot that.
Oh,
Remember you
yeah.
would've let
I love
Kenny-
that
Which
one.
way? You
That's
better
to go.
Bosco.
Bosco.
No.
You bet.
You bet.
Yeah. Remember, you you made Kenny sit in the limo to walk around my
Remember
new
the time
Medium well
today
done, also.
where me and you were walking in the street?
Sure.
And we were talking about some heavy stuff?
Discussing, the...
Yeah, see? That's heavy
That's
shit.
shame.
The thing?
Did you... Wait a minute.
What?
You're not single.
I'm getting married in November. See, we haven't talked in a long time.
No,
The
but,
old
all
ones-
right, so-
To a
all right.
man, too, which is really odd. You
let me-
haven't
let me
spoken for
tell
a
you
while.
The old one is long gone, and my new girl is amazing.
They're all amazing at this point. let me just say this, just to get off of. Remember when we?
Remember when
we weeded the garden together? You really getting married again?
I never was married.
All right, but you're getting married.
Yeah.
All right. I got engaged.
Right. You're
Yeah.
engaged now?
I was. You know how
Wow.
angry that made my wife when that happened?
That'll do it.
So, you know.
Maybe that's not far from the truth.
But then
Bring home a
then you
girlfriend.
end the engagement.
You get
I mean,
mad.
how far are you going to take something like that? Are you really going to marry her? You're going to go through it?
I want, even though he's not a little Max anymore, because I've seen him on TV and stuff. He's a big boy
Yeah.
now, but I want my own Max.
You don't get married. All right, if you're going to get married, I know how people are when they're going to do that. Remember this.
Yeah.
No matter what kind of hatred winds up building between the two of you, which you hear why he's laughing? 'Cause he knows.
He's been there.
Yeah, no, because he knows what's coming. It's- You know, so enjoy those first couple weeks. No matter what happens, when the disdain sets in, when all the little things that you loved about her
Right.
make you just absolutely despise her. Like when all of a sudden they're sitting with a fucking box of Cheez-Its on the bed, crunching with the bun in her hair and no makeup, and walking around the house with fucking flip-flops, hitting the back of her fucking feet, where all those cute things fucking make you want to vomit. At that moment in time, don't ever think of divorcing her, ever. Because if you do have your own little Maxes, even after the divorce, the settlement, the alimony, the child support, and you could turn around to Anthony and go, boy, I'm glad that's all over.
Right.
That's when it first begins. Because now all they're left with is the anger and the hatred for you that maybe you do have a new girlfriend that you like and that you're getting into. So no matter what she does, when you're married to her, you can't get mad. If in the middle of the night she was angry, maybe during dinner, and she takes an electric saw and cuts off your foot, you look at her and go, "Oh, that must have been an accident." I didn't really like that foot anyway. That's my bad foot. That foot's. How did you know? I love you. If she cuts your whole fucking leg off, go, I love you for that, because you knew it was itching. Yeah. You know, shit like that. Never, ever leave. Get 1,000 girlfriends, get them apartments, whatever the fuck they want. Stuff your fucking balls right up that fucking pirate's eye. Just don't ever leave the wife. Always look at her and smile and go, you're the fucking best. You got it? And you'll be thanking me a couple years from now.
Yeah.
You'll thank me.
The anger and the expense that goes along with a divorce is ridiculous. There's no other. You could be an astronaut doesn't have as much stress and pressure on him as a guy going through a divorce. It's just the worst fucking thing. You get to the point where you're frothing at the mouth that you're so angry with another human being that you're wishing, and not just, I wish that person was dead. You're wishing actual death on people just so this ends. Just so it, like, ends. And the like,
yeah, well,
physical
I actually used to
stress.
do a joke about that. And I was even in love at the time. You know what I mean? I say, you know, it's not even about marriage. I go, when I break up with a girl, you know, I just like I'm dead. This way, you know you're not going to run into him at the grocery. You know, nobody's going to come back and say, oh, you know what she said about you after you know you've been clobbering her with your fucking cock for years. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to come back.
Right.
Why'd you move the mic when you wanted to laugh?
What? I was just.
See, you don't
pretty
even know what you
interesting.
just did.
What the hell is wrong with
I'm
you?
fucking around. But I'm saying, you know, so I would say that because it does. It just gets brutal. Even if it's a girlfriend or somebody maybe you fucked 1 or 2 times by accident, you know what I mean? Shit like that. You know, it just never ends.
Yeah, but you can't talk anyone out of it. Not that I would. I mean,
No, I don't want to talk you out of it. I'm
Lindsay's
sure
great
she's
girl.
a nice girl.
And but the whole, I don't understand how anyone gets married these days. No matter how much you feel about the person, the get married thing it just amazes me. I've seen too much grief come out of it, and even the happiness, the happily married people, they joke about being miserable all the time.
Are you making a big wedding? Are you doing that?
Yeah.
By then, you know, everybody hates everybody anyway.
But
By
did you
time
do the big wedding back in the day?
No, I don't. No. We went. Kenny, you even remember, right? We went one day. Kenny wasn't there, but it was like a week I wasn't in concert, to be quite honest.
Right.
And I said, why don't? Because I wanted to marry her for a couple of years. So we went, you know, just to a temple. You know, I had a little talk with the rabbi.
But you're from Brooklyn. You're like Italian, I thought.
No.
Yes, he's got to be an ass.
It's not about what are you stopping my flow? I'm trying to tell you something. It was a rabbi. It was some of the rabbi's friends that were hanging around, you know, for a witness. And you know, we went for lunch, then we went home and went to sleep. We already had a kid.
Yeah. Well, that's nice.
My kid had the best time. He had a better honeymoon than me. We went to Hawaii.
It worked for you.
I never saw a kid have so much fun. I was miserable.
Hey,
Yeah.
With the non-speaking lady that came with us, you know, whatever the fuck she was.
nanny or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Non-speaking.
So I'm just getting off our argument for a minute. You're right. You know.
That's fine. I'm not going back to that. But what's up with poor Kenny? Kenny doesn't know why you hate him.
I don't know.
What could you say to poor Kenny?
If I had to say it quick, you know, what really bugged me, because Kenny, you know, we're not close today, but
His dry hair.
I looked at Kenny as one of my best friends, like you looked at me as a friend.
Right.
And I don't know. I don't want to do it on the air because, you know what I mean? I don't want to say the other person's name. He might know without.
Maybe
you
you're
know-
talking code. Maybe you're talking code.
Yeah, all right.
Because Kenny's...
So Kenny, you know, when Max had his bar mitzvah.
The double talk.
All right, so Max flying in, right?
Kenny, you're scared of him.
No, this is it. At Max's bar mitzvah,
Right.
at his bar mitzvah, which, you know, Kenny went up and he did stuff on you know, the pulpit, the whole thing, because it's one of my best friends. But at that, you know, at the bar mitzvah, he mentioned somebody. I talked about some of my ex-wife's friends that didn't show up. I was like, you see, they didn't even back her up at this. And these are people I thought about. And he brought up one in particular and said, I talked to her a lot. And Kenny knows you know, I am about loyalty with my friends. And I felt that was, and I just looked at him. I didn't want to argue with him because there was a bar mitzvah happening. And it really just bothered me that you were having conversations with her because you told me you talked to her a lot. You know who I'm talking
So
about.
2 years later, you
Girl
got
from the
upset with him?
Northeast?
Yeah. And
Nothing?
and it was like she was hanging with she took like the side of the wife. And Kenny's my friend, and I would confide in him. And you know what? You know, he's never been through divorce, and I hope you never do go through divorce. But
No, I'm
when you break-
divorced.
Are you really?
No.
When did that happen? What the
Jesus.
fuck? So it just bothered me, and I said, in my mind, I just couldn't be friends because I'm like, here's somebody I totally confide in. One thing I will bring up that I was screaming at him one day because he actually told, I think it was Norton, that I was getting divorced, right? And we talked about this yesterday, and I flipped out going, why the fuck, you know, this I could say, why the fuck would you tell Norton anything that's going on, you know, with my wife? Why would you do that? If I want to tell him I'm getting fucking divorced, I'll be the one to tell him.
Right.
You know, but, you know, look, everybody's got their own personality. But the point... No, but... So, he didn't do it maliciously, but it was something I wouldn't do. You know what I mean? So, it really bothered me.
Why didn't you explain that to him?
Because I was really angry. It was like with
But that's
not
what-
the Norton thing. The Norton
But
thing I
that's the-
said to him.
that's-
We were in Vegas at the time.
But that's the ongoing theme today. It's like, okay, we get it.
Yeah, well,
but
you know
why
what?
don't
I gotta
explain
be
this
who
to-
I am.
to people that are quote your friends.
Because I looked at it as you are my friend, and you know you're talking to this person, and now you told me you are, and I'm having him, in the ceremony for my kid's bar mitzvah, and through all the years, there were times Kenny didn't work for me, that we'd fight, and I would bring him back because he was my friend.
Right.
There was even a time where my ex-wife would say, "Why don't you just fucking fire him?" I go, "What do you mean? You're talking like I know the guy for a day. He's my friend. You know what I mean? You just don't fire your fucking friend. I mean, 15 years before that, who cares? And even then, in a month, he was working for me again because I liked him and we built a friendship. But, 15 years later, what do you mean? Just fire him? Just call me, you're fired.
Right.
This isn't a job with a corporation. I'm a fucking comic. I got more angry at Huff for saying that, because
When
he
did
was
you tell
somebody
her,
that
3 years
watched
later?
my back all those years.
My joke.
I'm just reworking it.
It worked that time.
I missed this. I missed the big joke.
He said I got angry at her, and Opie said, "What'd you tell her 3 years later?" Funny lines.
See, because you hold the anger in so
No, but
long.
I didn't hold it in with her.
See, I could be funny.
No, of course not. Now that I see.
Yeah, that
You
me
didn't.
too.
See, I think Dice figures also.
No, so wait,
why
just-
is it
just-
always Dice's job to have to call people and say and
No,
have the
but
talk?
wait a minute. So, anyway, that's what happened. That's why I was angry with Kenny. I mean, I saw him today. I'm glad to see you today. I'm glad I'm up here. Just like even when I made up with Stern, I didn't go in to fight. You know what I mean? Yeah, you want to talk it out. You want to put it behind us or not? That's how I am. Because life is. It's fucking temporary. And if there are people you like, sooner or later you got to make up with them. That's it. Or else it's a waste. If you don't have your friends, if I'm, Jameson's with me all the time. Florentine, when he's not headlining, will work with me.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't even look to take money from me when he works. We just like being together.
Right.
Thank God Norton's career took off. You know what I mean? And he's doing phenomenal. And I was glad to see that. And I'm glad I was part of pushing him a little, that he opened for me and met you guys, and now he's got his own career. That's great.
Well, people
I
need to
was
know.
actually angry when
Jim's
Kenny
on
went,
this show.
"Wait a minute.
Jim's on the
Let
show
me
because
finish
of you.
a statement."
Jim's on this show because of you.
No, but I'm not taking credit for it. I'm just saying it's a shame that we haven't been talking, because if I'm fighting with you guys, well, can't call Norton because, he's in that camp. And it's really stupid, especially because we are people that make the whole country laugh. Even when 9/11 happened, you guys had to go on the air. You know what I mean? It was all you guys that had to, keep it moving and try to make whatever relief you could make happen for people. Think if there was no radio, if there was no comics, if there, you can't just keep it a constant battle. When I go on stage, my anger is funny because it's fake anger. It's an angry comic. But if you go on with real anger, and there were a couple of years I did go on that way, I wasn't funny because I meant every word. I really did hate going on stage. I was going through an awful marriage, divorce, whatever the fuck it was. Obviously, I'm not too fucking mad now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I've gotten past a lot of fucking things.
You sure
But
did.
that's how I am. But no, now when I perform, I'm having a good time.
Right.
That's the difference. Even my father always says, he goes, I don't care how dirty you are, as long as you're funny. He goes, when you go up angry about something, and that were years. I went through a lot of shit, like we all do. There were years I went up there, and I didn't want to be up there, but yet my job is to make people laugh at the end of the day. No matter what you go through, at the end of the day, make them laugh. Because if they're paying to see you and to laugh at the shit they're going through, it's my job to make that happen.
Right.
So, there's just a lot of shit that's gone down. So with Kenny,
Let's get a moment. Let's get a moment from Kenny. How are you feeling today, Kenny?
I didn't know this was going to happen until 15 minutes before it happened.
I know, we didn't
no,
feel like telling
but
you.
I even would tell Kenny. I even told Jameson, we've talked about this because he's with me a lot, and I say, he would say, does Kenny know like what happened with you guys? And I would tell him the story and who it was, and I would say, you can tell him that because, things do pass. you don't stay angry full time, you know, and, you know, it really bothered me, too, that we weren't talking, you know, and that's it. You know, to go any further and tell him what, that was the reason I was angry with him, because it was a lot of years together.
I think if somebody was talking to my ex-wife, and then I found out one of my friends was talking with her like that, that would probably piss me off.
Yeah, and
it would seem like
a
thing.
Do you remember
I just
when
know
you told
personally.
me?
I don't know situations, but I think that would piss me off.
Yeah, but I don't want to say anything you might not remember, or maybe you do remember. Do you remember when you told me that?
No, I don't specifically remember, but
we were up at the pool at the hotel, and you said, I said, why isn't she here? And you said, she wanted you to invite her. And I looked at you like, why would you not? You said, well, I talk to her a lot. And that, you know, I didn't want to argue with it. It was a beautiful occasion.
So
Number one, it was stressful.
So we got to watch every word we say.
No, not at all.
It might come out 10 years later.
You know what?
10 years.
When it comes to my two boys, I am completely defensive.
I can't argue that point. I understand, but wow, you should have just told someone sooner is all I'm saying. What do you got on Anthony that's going to come out like years from now?
Nothing. I love the impression.
Nah.
Okay.
I would even say on the air.
Why
I said, I don't even care what he says because
why does
he
Anthony
does the
always
best,
skate? Why does
because
he always
has
skate?
the best impression of me. It's the reason I ever came up here. Kenny would call me constantly and go, Anthony was on again doing, you know, Andrew Dice Gay. This before I ever came up here.
Dice Gay?
Yeah,
that was a
he's
fun
going to be
one.
at the Olive Garden.
We had you as a janitor back in the day.
You know, whatever it
sweeping up.
was, you know, and he goes, you got to do something. You got to go up there. So he's really the one that brought me up here. Because I didn't know you guys. I think you were just on in New York at the time.
Yep.
And I'm going, Kenny, what do I get? Let him do the impression. It's good. Yeah, but he says you're going to be at the Olive Garden. But he's saying it like he's you. You know how he talks.
Yeah.
I'm going, but he's not me. And the people listening know he's not me. And then, you know, we got together.
This could hurt you, Andrew.
They're saying bad things about you.
Yeah, he really did. But,
Do you want me to
but
crack
that's
some
what I'm
skulls?
talking about with loyalty. That was his loyalty to me, calling me and just not liking, even though it's a great impression, he didn't like how you did. The whole idea is making fun of the person you're doing.
So out of loyalty, didn't he deserve like an explanation?
Not after that, in my opinion, no.
Wow, I'm not going to understand that anytime soon.
Because it was almost like, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, it was like a slip when he told me he's talking to her. You know, and that is, it's not even like talking to another guy. It's the wife's closest friend. So I'm going, in my mind, I saw both of them talking on the phone. He's telling her about what I'm feeling. And,
Oh, God damn.
You know, and that girl even brought problems into the last relationship I had. You know, bullshitting about, you know, she's just a big fucking mouth. Just a big fucking mouth. No, but I don't have to tell her off because I'm not close with her.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to not be friends with her. You understand
Yeah.
that? I know you're the guy
believe
that
me.
gets that.
I do get that part because
If she cuts both your legs off, you still love her. Remember that.
I'll remember. Thank you, Dice.
Just put a little metal cup around your gog.
you don't let her
Keep
get
that there. You could still bounce, even if you got stubs.
Yeah, look at Kenny. Sitting
No,
there.
if you
I
want to
didn't
say,
know.
I mean, we are here. I mean, you know.
I'm glad we
You
have
never
some
knew this.
closure. No, I never know. Don and Jim used to tell me that, you know, you would always ask about me and say nice things about me, but they never told me the reason.
Because you're 6'5". And they're scared.
And you're not all there.
Yeah.
You might take it the wrong way.
Yeah, no, you know, even when Kenny went through the... Are you allowed to talk about it all?
Yeah, I'm retired now. I got my pension.
Okay, good.
When he went through his thing.
Let me tell
Through
you,
the retirement.
let me tell you, even when he went through that, you know, and I was angry at him, defended you, you know, when I was asked about it by actually a newspaper, I don't know what newspaper, but on the air, I defended him, you know, because one thing has nothing to do with the other. I mean, I've been close with him and his family most of my life, really, my adult life. So I'm not going to rip apart somebody because I'm angry about something else.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I defended him with that. And the only thing I did get angry about is why didn't you just book every club in the country that day. That's all I could think is, I go, he's all over the news. Everybody knows the name Ken Feder today, or I don't know if Ken Feder.
Right.
Why didn't he just call Dennis and book every fucking club in the country at a $60 ticket? Fuck the pension that you make more in 2 weeks than you make in 3 lifetimes. That's all I went crazy. Like, I wanted to call you and go, what are you waiting for? You know, because, those things,
Well, let's book it tomorrow.
It was so big.
It'll have the same effect.
it was like Federmania. You know, and I'm going, where is he? I'll put him in front of me. Let's just book it. It's like when the guy. Remember when you would remember this? The millionaire guy.
Right.
Yeah, and I called this guy. He was a comic, and it was like one of the first reality shows, like Marry a Millionaire. And he married that. The fuck was her name? The one she wound up like showing her slice in
Darva Conger?
Yeah.
Who wants to marry a millionaire?
She paraded her little hatchet cut around town for a while. Here, look at me. This is me now. Look at like my smile. Fucking bunch of slobs, all of them. Anyway, what happened is when that show happened, I knew the guy, and I called him. I said, look, because I knew he wasn't a phenomenal comic, but he's got 10 minutes. I said, if you want to open for me, my agent said, you'll open for me. We'll book a whole tour. You got to do 10 minutes. I'm the one that I got to come out and do an hour. So he's all into it. And then because the media was all over him, because he was just a talentless guy, really, he calls me up. He's booked for Larry King, and he goes, you don't understand. I got to go on King, like it's his buddy, and clear my name. And that was the last time I heard of him. Or anybody heard of him.
That was it.
But that was a guy that was struggling in comedy for 20 years already. Kenny is a law enforcement person that got the shot of a lifetime. And I'm going, book! Just fucking book the road. Did you say that to him? The way you're shaking your head.
No, it makes sense now. Maybe we should have thought of it too.
That's all I can think. I'm going, this is a gold mine.
I think he was worried about his pension at the time, to be honest with you. I think he was scared out of his fucking wits. He didn't know what was going to happen to him, and he's got the 2 kids and stuff, and he needed to make sure they did the right thing. The police department.
Yeah. Oh, so you were nervous about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. It was a bad scene at the time.
Yeah, but I was thinking, I don't know, what he...
Everyone's phones are going off.
Yeah, but you didn't see mine.
Huh? What's yours? Of course you have the best phone.
That's not about the best.
Is it the Ring?
I call it Commando.
Commando. Wow. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
The underwater phone.
Underwater phone, so you can call people from underwater.
This is Dylan now.
I'm underwater.
This is my 13-year-old.
He's growing up.
He's
Wow.
13.
Awesome.
One of the greatest guitarists you'll ever hear.
I thought he was doing the drum thing.
You see what I mean? It's
Another
another
been a long
insult.
time. It's been a long time.
Max
oh,
is
Max
the
was
drummer.
the drummer. You're right.
Dylan's the guitarist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a prodigy. He's only 13. Did their first gig last week at the Canyon Club.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were you
All
there?
original.
Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
All right.
I headlined the show, stupid. Was I there? And I had Commando with me, by the way.
The underwater phone.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, think about it.
I have.
You know how everybody
can't-
tells you what to have?
You live in L.A. It's very
No.
dry out there for the most
No,
part.
not with the ocean.
Well, you're far from the ocean.
See,
No.
I'm
No,
talking about
everybody
making
says
calls
what they have on
underwater.
their phone.
And
This
the
goes
ocean's cold.
800 feet under the water.
800 feet.
Yeah, let's say you're having a problem with somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
You dive into the ocean, you call the police, you know what I mean?
And
And
you're
you
eaten by a
wait.
shark.
They
Wait.
can't catch you because you're underwater, but your phone still works.
Well,
It
why
is
get in a
brilliant.
fight with a guy? You're going to fuck up your clothes. You're going to fuck everything up. So
Right.
you wait.
So you jump in, you call the police. He's there alone because you're
And
underwater.
he's looking for you, and you got the phone.
You got the phone. The cops show
Yeah,
up.
who
He's like,
cares
"What are you
about
doing?"
music? There's a radio in a car. I don't care if it downloads music. It's Commando.
I'm under here now. You're a mess. I
But
gotta
yeah,
be
no,
honest with
the
you.
kid, they're
I see-
phenomenal performers. L.A. Rock.
Yeah.
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 All right.
All original. Mixture of like Guns N' Roses and Led Zeppelin.
Nice.
I got to pump them
Wow.
because they're doing
Yeah.
that thing now.
That's
What,
good.
you play guitar?
Nah, my brother does.
Why are you pumping him? We don't
He's
have an
good.
audience, according to you, and
Oh, Jesus.
we're past our prime.
Now he won't let
Too
it.
sensitive. You know what?
He
Everybody's
won't let it go.
sensitive.
I'm going for little jokes like you.
Oh, I'm
this was
sorry.
my thing.
Oh, this
That's how I
just
do my
in.
thing.
but you
Dice
gotta
is
let-
just getting mad at his 4th grade teacher right now for a grade that he got.
You know what? I didn't like my 4th grade
No,
teacher.
You
No.
know, tomorrow we're going to do a 40-minute bit on this, right? All the other things you're mad
don't
at
care.
that are finally coming out.
You know what? There are certain things that get
The
me mad.
Hindenburg.
Right.
Nothing.
He should have known.
Nothing. Nothing I heard you say.
You said you didn't say anything.
No, I heard
mean, you said
things
you didn't
that
hear
would
anything.
trickle down. No, I didn't listen.
Oh.
What do you think? I want to tune in and go, oh, let me hear them tear me to shreds? That feels good.
I'll say this: I was proud of my attack.
You know what? I'm sure it was
were
very
you-
good.
as
It's what
were
you do, right?
I was proud of my attack.
Okay.
You know.
I'm happy that you're proud
I'm
of it.
sad that the relationship fell apart.
All right,
But
it happens.
But I'm starting to think I don't think
It's not like we roll over in the morning and go, good morning, honey.
You guys,
Two
he knows
We
you had a relationship.
We had a
understand
verbal
that.
disagreement.
That's why I don't have any friends off the air that I met like
I was
on
more
the air.
sad about Kenny than you.
Of course.
Yeah, you should be.
Been
You
with
guys
Kenny
have been
for
together for a
years.
long time. I'm not trying to make more of it, but I did like.
Yeah, how come you don't care with how he feels?
Kenny.
Yeah.
I care deeply about how Kenny.
Yeah, he
Kenny,
cared. I hope he's a good friend to me. He cared.
Dice. Oh my
Okay.
God, we talked about you many times.
Calls him GH.
And
Where's GH?
Gregory
Greg Hughes.
And I felt
It's
bad.
okay, GH.
Yeah. See,
Yeah,
you've missed a
GH.
lot, man. It's too bad.
I'm okay with it.
You missed.
You know what? I go through a living hell my whole life,
You missed
so
my.
I deal with
you
it.
missed my growing up years. Where were you?
Growing up years. You missed
Where
the
were
college
you?
years.
Where were you when I was playing Little League and all that?
Hey, look, I
missed
was
a lot
number
the
one. I
last
was there
4
for you a
years.
lot. I was there
I'm
for you a lot.
joking. I know you were, but so was
How come
I.
when I make a point,
Because you've
can't-
talked for the last hour. We
No.
talked for 5
And
minutes.
you-
All
All
right,
right, so
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
That
You
was a
know what?
joke. That was a joke. I'm sorry.
What was so funny about
Getting
the big
hot in
joke?
here.
What was so funny about the big joke? Why can't you film with my camera for a few minutes? Does that air on something?
Yeah.
No, it's empty.
No, I don't think no. But I'm saying, do you use it like YouTube or shit like that?
Yeah, we might throw.
Can you do mine a few minutes just for so I just like getting it like
for posterity?
It's just for fun.
Remember how he? Yeah. No, Dice, listen to me, please. Kenny.
I'm really a Sony guy. This
Yeah.
was on the spur of the moment.
Are you?
I believe in Sony.
When are you gonna tell? When are you gonna tell Canon that you're mad at them?
I didn't even say their name. You know what? But, it's just an opinion. Canon to me is not Sony.
Well, that's a good opinion.
Sony fucks you in the ass with the prices.
Right.
But it's a good product.
Kenny was.
I like the Canon.
See-
I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have anything.
Kenny, I'm
against-
trying.
Yeah, I'm
you know.
putting it on.
Kenny, I'm trying.
Record it.
That should be an
Just
endorsement.
make sure you get everybody.
Kenny
Look at
was-
me. Get my eyes. They're blue.
Kenny was deeply bummed out by how it went bad.
Why didn't you call me? Why I got to call everybody?
That's a good point.
Yeah, see, that's it. Everything I've heard is like, Dice, why didn't you get on the
Yeah.
phone and call? It's like, why is it Dice's responsibility to call? He's mad. Like, if somebody picks up that Dice is mad by, secondhand hearing it, or they figure, maybe then call Dice.
I'll tell you why I didn't. I called you after I realized, wow, he is fucking not happy.
I'm just
with
playing
me,
the Dice's
and-
advocate here.
because I don't remember. It might have been the Howard Show. I don't know when we realized, wow, this guy fucking hates us. What's this about? And I did reach out to you. I did not leave a message, and you just got to believe me on that. Cause
I do believe you.
I wasn't going to leave a message.
See, I don't
but I'm
think
like,
you're
if
a liar. If
if
I tell you something, I'm not lying. And if you tell me something,
I was like, if he picks up the phone, good. We'll try to see what happens here. That's the best I did. And I tried 2 phones.
what is this, Raging Bull, where LaMotta calls his brother and doesn't talk? Remember that? I never
Remember
understood
that?
that.
Yeah.
No, because the brother's like, hello.
Yeah, that's
and
a good
he's just
thing.
sitting there with the phone.
Yeah.
So
But he's nuts, and he had a lifelong thing about getting him down.
Yeah, trying to prove 2 things.
2 things that I'm nuts, and got a lifelong thing about getting me down.
and Kenny's more of a woman than all of us, and he was.
Oh.
He
you
was
call those carrots?
He was deeply bummed
You
out.
call those carrots?
All right, Kenny, you're on your own. I can't. Yeah.
Bring it over here. Bring it over here. You want your steak? Bring it over here.
You missed my prom and
I love
everything.
that.
Where have you been?
Isn't that the greatest scene?
I love that
Can't we
scene.
talk about something fun for a minute and then?
Yeah, just
I'll
want to know.
sit here. You could just yell at me. I was sleeping till 10 minutes before
Have I
I had to
yelled?
come up here.
I haven't yelled.
I'm not saying yell. I mean
took
it
a
like
little-
as a euphemism.
Took a fun little cute little jab.
What does euphemism mean?
Oh no,
don't
it's
know. It's
good,
something
though, right?
like
It sounds
something
right.
else, but yeah.
It's a young mism.
So I actually said it right. I actually said it.
Boo. What about the big sandwiches at the Carnegie Deli? I'm remembering more stuff now. What about the big sandwiches?
Him with the memories.
I loved having it with you.
See, I'm just
You know,
trying to make,
and the black cherry soda. You think I forgot
Black
that?
cherry
Extra
soda,
ice.
nice. I'm allergic to cherries. Thanks for
One of my
remembering.
favorite Dice experiences was walking down
Sweatshirt
57
shopping.
and buying the big Everlast sweatshirts that we said, maybe I should take like a medium. And he's like, no, extra large for everybody. And we all walked around with giant sweatshirts
You call that
on.
giant? Today you could get 8X, 9X, 10X.
Yeah.
You know how phenomenal that is?
They were giant.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah,
Giant,
we
giant
knew.
clothes.
And then he was haggling like we were in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
He's haggling for
Always
the price of
best.
the guy.
Yeah. No, but you know the best is when you get close to the person, and
Yeah.
maybe now I actually put my arm around them,
No,
and I go,
they must
"Listen
love that.
to me," and I say it like, "We're talking about cash."
It's all
Like I'm
secretive.
the only one that has
That's
some
paying
on me.
cash.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay you in cash.
Okay.
So what are you gonna do here? And you look around like there's 100 people watching. I did it with Commando.
The underwater phone.
Yeah, I walked. You know what's so crazy about going in?
Just wait for the underwater phone
No,
dice
you know
bit.
what's so nuts about you want to know
Go
what
love that one.
assholes people
All
really
tomorrow.
are? You ever go buy a phone?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I went in because I knew it was late at night, like right before they close, right? And there's like 10 salespeople standing around doing nothing. This is what fucking robots these assholes are. And I come over to a guy. I go, "Yeah, I'm looking for a phone, whatever, you know." And guy goes, "All right, you just got to check in." You know, like where you got, you know where you got to like put your name in like a computer, which
Yeah.
I don't know how to do. Okay, and I'm going,
in.
I am checking in with you. I go, there's nobody here, but they're so robotic. I nearly didn't own Commando because of this.
That would have been tragic.
Because I'm actually looking at the guy going, you're fucking kidding me, right?
Yeah.
I go, there's 9 people standing, you're going to close in 15 minutes. Check what? Check what? Go get me a phone. Go in the back and get me a phone. That's what it became because I was so angry. It's
infuriating.
And right there and then I let him know how I felt.
Mm-hmm.
But
I was good.
Yeah, no, you
See?
got to get your feelings out.
Yeah,
That's what
I think
you're
you're
saying.
learning that, right?
Yeah.
Where's Jimmy on this whole thing?
I think that what happened is that a bunch of people who genuinely liked each other hurt each other's feelings. Everybody got their feelings hurt, and no one is good at saying my feelings are hurt.
A bunch of women.
But that's what it is. No one's good at saying, you know what, that hurts. Men, we don't react that way. We get fucking angry. Fuck you. It's very hard to go, fuck, man, that kind of hurt when you say that stung a little bit. It's very difficult to do
Yes,
that.
even the thing with Kenny, like I was hurt. If I was hurt, now it's all about being hurt. That he didn't call me. I'm going. I'm
Very
friends with the
hurt.
guy, you know, my whole life. Why isn't he calling me?
Right.
Why do I gotta call all the time?
Well, in my case, I didn't know you were mad at me, or I would have called you right away.
All right, so a couple years later, when I got angry, why didn't you call me? No, because how am I going to be mad at you for hanging out in the gym and pumping iron? What am I going to get mad then and ruin the workout? We're in the cage at that moment.
What about the special hike?
The hike
Where you
was
have
nice.
all-
You've done the hike, Kenny.
Where you
The
have
mountain. The mountain.
Well, it's a little hill, but Dice likes
Really,
to call it.
you had a tough time going up that mountain. Trust me.
No, we had to stop.
I don't like the mountain.
You don't like the mountain?
Yeah, he does. He never liked the
but yeah,
mountain.
you
He
have
did it, but he didn't like it.
He has special rules. You got to stop at certain points and take a look at the view.
You got
and
to spit the water out.
spit the water. The whole thing.
To get in the cage.
It's exhausting. I forgot how exhausting Dice is to hang out with. You're exhausted.
But you did the mountain, didn't you?
Yeah, and we.
And you
sat-
were happy once
I think
you
there was
got
like
there.
a a bench up there, and we were overlooking L.A. and we were having moments. That would have been
Yeah.
you should have done the Max thing there.
That wasn't the time.
I'm thinking you should have done it there.
How can I start screaming? I'm exhausted.
What do you mean that's not
Sweating.
the time? What do you want? You're waiting for us to climb Mount Everest together?
No, I'm saying we were having a great time. There'd be no reason
That's when
to get angry.
So you just kept having good times until
Till I got angry.
it was years later.
Yeah.
And then he got
buries
angry.
things. He's buried. A lot of times we bury things like, all right, it's in there, and then one day a cap just comes off, and it comes out. It's really, it's.
Yeah,
we
no,
all
I
handle
remember
anger differently.
we filmed that scene at the
I
at
was-
the comedy store.
I was a
with-
bad actor. Yeah, now you come up with some of the moments now.
Yeah, no, we were filming
turn.
that. We were having fun.
Yeah. I was hoping to
About
see that
Dylan
somewhere.
saving his school.
Sure.
Right?
You have it on a
That
loop.
he swung
He has it
through-
on a loop somewhere. He watches it.
No,
all.
that he swung through the window of the school
He was
to
like a
stop
su-
these terrorists.
Oh.
He was
So
like a
I
superhero
filmed- yeah, he was a superhero.
type of guy. See, we talked about your kids a lot,
I know. And then you made him feel bad, one of them.
but I didn't know, and you didn't tell me.
Now you know.
And now all this. Now what?
Well,
Now
how
what?
great is this then? If I didn't do what I did, this could have never happened.
What about
This is a great moment.
This moment would never be.
you? Never helped. You never helped me with my window treatments. Remember, you were walking around my place going, "Oh, window treatments."
but I
Good
took
thing,
you,
too.
I
I
didn't
took
even
you
know-
clothing shopping.
I didn't even know what window treatments
But
were.
a good thing he didn't because you left that place.
Oh yeah, long gone.
And you would have, those window
I mean, now
treatments would
you're
have
back
stayed.
to wearing brown. You were wearing black when you hung out with me.
Yeah,
Now you're going to earth tone.
I had to get.
See? Earth tones.
I had to
yeah,
What is that?
greens, browns.
I had to get in touch with.
Just
know,
go
the
black.
earth.
If it white, brown, green, black.
Black?
Like your hat.
Basic black.
Basic black. It works.
How about
There's no
beige?
thinking. Beige sickens me.
No.
It sickened me when I was when I was
know.
10, walking around with
We
piss
know.
stains in school. You go to the bathroom, you come back, it looks like you fucking came in your pants, and everybody's looking, and you're in bed. Fuck beige, and anybody that wears it.
So this is really weird. Like Kenny hasn't seen Dice in 4 years.
I know, but it doesn't feel like that now that I'm seeing him. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't feel like that.
He's just as
Maybe
handsome.
to you.
How do you feel, Kenny?
He is just as handsome. Those
No,
chiseled
see?
cheekbones,
Oh, right.
There
the
it
blue
is.
eyes that sparkle like the Nile.
Oh, see?
Kenny, you're the worst. Doesn't
A little
take
more
much.
forehead.
Mike Cole
Yeah.
checking in, saying that Mike Cole's checking in, saying that he thinks Opie might be worried now that Kenny's going to leave.
Oh, I would so lose that one.
Who's Mike Cole?
He's
He's a cop friend
he's
of
one
ours,
of my new friends.
Oh, okay.
and
That tells me when he's mad at me.
he might be.
And we work it out over beer like that, and then we move back to the fun times.
I don't
Is
drink.
GH getting worried Kenny's
See?
going to leave? Go
See?
back to Andrew.
Yeah. Kenny holds a grudge like a mosquito. He's right back in his camp.
Yeah,
like
I go to the
nothing.
highest bidder.
Like nothing. Like nothing.
It's bitter.
It took 30 seconds to understand. And
He had me from hello.
Kenny likes the drama.
Oh,
He
Kenny
always liked the
loves
drama.
drama.
He loves it.
Oh, he loves talking
Andrew, these
about it.
guys think I'm very pessimistic.
Yeah.
Like always giving them bad news. Like remember, like when
Oh yeah.
you used to first
He
wake
said,
up.
That I forgot.
He's the
This
worst.
was Kenny, right? I could wake up, my fucking throat. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, you're
I
good
could
now.
wake up in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a great mood. We'd be like in Vegas, like, you know, Venetian headline. Great, you know?
Sure.
Here comes Kenny, and I see the face. He's got a face on. And I'm going, everything all right? Well, you just woke up. I don't want to aggravate you. I go, yeah, but you got this face on, you know. No, I'll just handle it. So I'm not, my eyes aren't even open, you know.
So now you,
You know,
gotta go,
uh,
what, Kenny?
You know, so I'm going, Kenny, just fucking tell me, what is it? Well, Marty called for 3 more tickets. I'm going, yeah? He got me the gig. He got me fucking headlining at the Venetian. Give him the ticket. Well, you know, what if he's selling them? I go, who the fuck cares? Let him sell them. I hope he's selling them.
Oh, he's the worst.
So you,
But it was always stuff like that. It was never real heavy stuff.
No.
But
Another
he'd
thing-
make me so fucking nervous that I'm going, just fucking tell me. Screaming.
but that's another thing you missed, us getting to know Kenny. See, now we know that.
We know those
back in
little
the day,
things.
But
we
I
know
didn't
anything
have to
about
be
him.
there for you to get to know him, for your moments that might have turned into something really special.
You weren't there for our Leno appearance.
I wasn't there for that. I know you did it.
I know. It would have been nice.
Letterman.
Letterman
Leno?
and Letterman.
I couldn't care less. That's your career.
Well, as a friend, it
Have
would
you
have been nice
cared
that
how
you were
I've been
there.
making a living with the bullshit I go? You don't care. What do you give a fuck?
Well, you know,
I consoled you when the thing happened when you were
What thing?
banned from the other radio.
Oh, for the Sex with Sam. Yeah, we had a long talk about
Yeah,
that.
we talked
gave
about
me-
it a lot.
You gave me.
You were really fucked up from that.
You gave me
why,
great
why don't you talk
advice.
about that?
I said you gave me great advice when we climbed that little tiny little hill that
Yeah, but
Kenny likes to call the mountain.
You want to tell people something. You want to tell them about
told them
awful
the good
stuff.
stuff.
Tell people how I treated you.
I told him about the stir fry and the shopping and the
That
Gold's
makes
Gym
no.
and- And the
Tell them the
and
real shit.
And then you tell
The
me
real
about how
stuff.
the Comedy Store's haunted, and we were there in the back room
No,
scared.
that's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. See?
How about when they butterflied his his
Butterfly,
steak?
the time you sent
Tell
your steak
them-
back 3 times. We thought
Do
that
you
was terrific.
remember
No.
when I
No.
told you?
We're talking about all
I love that
bullshit
one.
stuff and what he
All right,
felt with me.
all right.
But when you guys weren't on the air, he was very.
Oh yeah, we
he
were
was
all
full
fucked
on-
up.
Yeah, but I didn't see you. You
No,
just
no.
stayed at home.
I hibernated.
We had many hours on the phone, and then especially on top of the hill. And you said they pretty much ruined you back in the day, and you told me to be extremely careful.
No, but I'm talking. Once you were off the air, I
That's what I'm
consoled you
saying.
with that stuff.
Because you said I know exactly where you're at because I was on
Yeah,
top of
because
the
who
world.
went through
and
more
you-
than me with that shit?
And you said I went through this, and you got to be really careful because they're out to get you now.
Well,
Right?
there's always the boss.
Right.
You know, the boss of the company always wins. That's it.
I actually learned that lesson from you.
Yeah, and I would talk to you a lot. You would be calling me with that stuff, and I go, look, no matter what they pay you and who you think you are, they're still the ones paying you.
And honestly, I did learn that from you because before that happened, I thought Ant and I we were hot shit. We were syndicated all over the country. We had massive ratings. The money was flowing. I'm like, we fucking run this place. They don't run this place. I learned that lesson from you.
All right, well, you finally said something.
I've said some nice things.
No, sir, I'm not talking
What
about
about the-
shopping.
What about the huge?
You know what I mean? This is a serious conversation. I mean, it's fun, but you got to say it the way it is.
I did.
You know, don't make me to be the bad guy.
Wow.
Right, Anthony?
Yeah. You're not the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we're all. I think we're all.
Anthony doesn't like real moments.
I think we're all good.
He doesn't, right?
It's uncomfortable.
But he's talked to me with some heavy stuff.
Yeah.
That he at that time.
And Dice again gave good advice.
What'd he say?
Which he didn't listen to himself, but he gave good advice.
But that's
I'll
how it
give
is
that
with
one.
anybody. Somebody
Yep,
comes to you with a
exactly.
relationship.
Yeah.
You know, you got the greatest advice. The minute your chick comes down on you, the fuck did I do? How do I get
Yeah,
it back?
what happened?
What the fuck?
Dude, how bad do you want to do the bit tomorrow?
I want to do Dice underwater phone
And
and Dice mad at people for shit that happened 50 years ago.
Dice.
The
revealing-
Nazis.
But Dice, you hung out with Hitler for many, many years.
Yeah, but I wasn't mad.
I wasn't ready to be mad. But Dice, you were his pal.
Yeah, but I was he gonna get mad in the bunker?
The time wasn't right. What do you mean the time wasn't right? He took out
Why
a
are you
million.
doing the bit that you're going to do tomorrow night?
Oh
We're
yeah,
just practicing.
No, tomorrow we do
You're
it.
practicing to do
And
it
then
tomorrow?
underwater phone service.
Yeah, this is
You hear
what-
me now?
Let me tell you something. You can't even get this.
No.
No.
This
What
is
do you think? You could walk into a phone store and go, give me the underwater phone. They're giving it
It's
to
like,
you.
give me the Dice phone.
You ain't getting this.
Call the
You
Dice
want
phone.
it.
What
If
else?
you want it,
Who
you
wouldn't?
tell me,
But it has an
and
antenna.
I know who to call to get it for you.
It's got the window on the
Look at
front.
this fucking
It's got
thing.
an
What are you
antenna,
talking
though.
They should give this away with every Hummer sold. And I'm not talking about the one on your prick.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Look at this. This is a real phone.
It's all right.
Yeah, look. Watch what I do. I drop it. Oh, nothing happens. Why? Look at this. Industrial to go underwater.
Can I drop it?
800 feet.
Can I drop it?
Nobody touches this.
Can I drop
It's
it?
commando.
Let me go commando with it. Let me
Hello.
see. Let's see what it could do.
I'll take your picture.
No.
800 feet.
800 feet from the
Doesn't make a
underwater.
call at
Right.
800 feet.
Why wouldn't you just swim up to air
I'm
first?
drowning. Oh, good picture of.
Oh, that's E-Rock Dice.
Look at that.
Dice.
That's a good Jimmy picture.
That's right.
Can I see it?
Hey,
Look
Dice.
what I do. Save.
Dice.
I own it forever until I delete it.
Let me see a picture.
Well, now,
Your picture?
Yeah. What do you want?
Dice,
I don't know how to get to my... Oh, here it is.
Dice, you missed all the new hires that we did and everything.
Yeah,
You
here's
don't,
the
Dice.
picture.
Dice. You
I'm
don't
showing
know,
him the picture.
You don't know. You don't know E-Rock. You don't know Sam. You don't know any of these guys.
Who's the big audience out there? Why it is?
It's 4 people. I get it. We didn't invite people. They come by on their own.
They just show up.
Were you just making the?
Yeah, I was
You took
making
a shot?
a little joke like you do.
Oh, it's not fun when.
How come?
It's not fun
when
when
I
it's
make?
directed
Yeah,
at
but I
you.
didn't say how many people.
It's not fun when it's directed at you.
No,
it's
but
fun to
it's a
do it.
goof. I think it's a cool thing to have.
No,
some
actually,
people.
on Fridays.
Can you hear us out there? That would be funnier if they didn't. That they just sit and watch.
That they just have to
Shut
watch
'em
without
down.
hearing anything.
Are you gonna,
Shut 'em down.
Are you going to go on Howard now and say I was there and they had 3 fans in the stands? Because that'll hurt us.
I don't have to. You just said it.
That'll make us. That'll make us sad. And that's Stan. You don't know him. You don't know any of these guys.
How's it going?
How are you?
He's a fucking barrel of laughs. This guy.
Barrel of laughs.
He's a comic, an
Oh,
aspiring
are you?
comic.
Okay,
yes.
cool.
He's leaving
Get
the
him
show.
a little. If he becomes a big star, I gotta
Is
have
he?
it on film.
There. You got an endorsement.
So, do you know Norton?
Oh yeah, we've worked together.
Anything?
Yeah, yeah. It's fun. So
It's very dry.
This is Andrew Dice Clay, and you're no, not Anthony Dice Clay, Andrew Dice, and you're listening to Opie and the guy that wants to be me show.
Opie and Anthony.
Ladies and gentlemen, put them together for Spud.
I hate you.
A Spuds Buckley remix.
Yeah. I hate that Spuds Buckley.
Oh, he's trying to make a buck.
Nah, he stinks.
Bring Spuds back.
Yeah. That's gonna happen.
Spuds ruled.
Wow.
You
That
know,
was good, Drew.
Kind of like Boston, though, we did want to recast the Spuds Buckley character on the Opie and Anthony show.
Yeah, what happened?
Because the original Spuds Buckley died tragically in I think it was 98, somewhere around there.
Barbecue in the bedroom.
Yeah, and he was a big part of the Opie and Anthony show, and we need to recast the Spuds Buckley character.
Do we?
I think some of the guys were going to give it a try around here, and then we dropped the bit.
Yeah.
And we should have dropped the bit. 877-212-0-A.
By the way, I got a Travis who wrote the sheet. His name is not Tank Cankerous, you dumbbell. It's Tank Hankerous.
Tank Hankerous.
With an H.
Tank Hankerous.
Tank Hankerous is a Greek.
What do you got?
We have a new shirt for Tank.
Yeah, Tank, why don't you put your shirt on?
Now, what are you doing,
for
Tank?
everybody?
You don't have a tank top on.
Yeah, exactly.
What does the shirt say, Tank?
I can't read it.
That's E-Rock. I want to talk to Tank.
The shirt says, "Here comes the S show."
That's great. So fitting.
Yeah, as he puts on his tank top. Instant feedback. Sonny Forelli from Boston writes, he's really good. Don't knock this guy till you listen to him, and then you can make your decision. Of course, the new lead singer of Boston, now that Brad Delp has passed on, is Tommy DiCarlo, who used to work at a Home Depot.
And then they got another guy in there, though, so they had to get 2 people to replace Brad Delp.
Well, you got to harmonize.
Yeah, true.
I think when Boston went on tour, Brad Delp actually sang over his own voice.
Yeah, I think they tracked it.
Because they did a little of that over dubbing. And then you got John Fox from Brooklyn. He writes, there are 4 karaoke bands out on tour right now this summer. You got Boston without Brad Delp. You got Styx without Dennis DeYoung. You got Foreigner without Lou Gramm. And you got Journey without Steve Perry.
Yeah.
And people are going to these shows.
Like it's the real band.
These shows are doing really well without the lead singers. That made them famous.
People love nostalgia.
Sticks, at least Tommy Shaw sang. Is he still in the band?
Yeah, of course he is.
Because he sang some of the stuff, too, but...
Oh, he was a great guitarist.
He's there until the damn Yankees get together.
Yeah. And then he goes, screw Sticks. Here's a little taste of Tommy DiCarlo as the new lead singer of Boston.
sounds pretty good.
Hey, the guy sounds pretty good. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
You think he's on the new shirts? Like they just have a Boston logo with a guy on a forklift backing up.
Getting lumber for somebody.
Holding a propane tank on the shirt.
Where are the ceiling fans, fatty?
What's that?
That's one of his professional photos.
Oh, it looks good.
Oh, God.
Yuck.
There's a photo of him, and he's got like a little keyboard. It looks like it's floating next to him, and his right hand is in tink-a-link-a-link position.
Tink-a-link-a-link. Yeah, it looks like a glamour shot.
That is awful.
Well, they, got to give it to him.
I'm getting some more info from Stump Brain. Journey's lead singer is a Filipino guy.
Really?
Yeah, named Arnel Pineda, something like that. I heard he sounds just like Steve Perry.
I want to hear some of him.
But you know what? I want to see Steve Perry.
Yeah.
Why isn't Steve Perry going out with them, or why isn't Dennis DeYoung with? They just hate their old bandmates.
After a while, you just can't stand the people you work with.
Yep.
But what else you doing though?
Let's say hi to Mike.
What else is he doing?
Mike?
I don't know.
Where's Dennis DeYoung?
Dennis DeYoung. I think Dennis DeYoung was allergic to light or something. I saw one of those dumb freaking VH1 shows.
Oh, was he really?
And he had a problem with light.
And he was doing Broadway shows. He was doing like the music of Broadway as a one-man show in little cabaret theaters around the country.
But look it up.
Gay?
Look it up though. I think he has some kind of allergic reaction to light, and it prevented him from travel. I don't know.
Well, didn't he want to?
He's a freak.
He's a
Allergic
weirdo.
to
He wanted
light.
to do like the stage act where you had to. He wanted to do like the stage play of Mr. Roboto.
Well, that's genius.
Act it all out, and the guys were like, "This stinks."
Mm-hmm.
Let's say hi to Mike, who works at WBCN in Boston. He wants in on this conversation. What's up, Mike?
Not much. How's it going?
Good, bro.
Yeah, Tom Schultz, he was pretty much the mastermind behind Boston.
Yep.
He was the one that came up with that whole falsetto chorus stuff.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
Delp did, yeah. And so I guess during the years, though, after it was like creative differences and stuff, and they eventually fell apart. And after Delp died, his wife actually blamed Schultz for some of his depression for causing all that crap.
Why?
I have no idea. I guess they just had a big falling out, and Tom was giving him crap, and just led to one thing to another.
Yeah, they didn't talk to each other at the end of Brad Delp's life.
Nope, that was pretty much it.
Yeah. And
Brad Delp, get over
it.
And now you got Home Depot guy, and he's sounding pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't heard him yet, so I have no idea.
Yeah, we just gave him a little listen. Kind of sounds like him.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for the info. Let's say hi to Will, the trucker. Will.
Hey, morning, boys.
Hey.
Hey, I was just wanting to find out who replaced Tony DiCarlo at the Home Depot.
Now that's the big question. Who replaced
There's just some dude at Home Depot. You know what? I replaced Tommy DiCarlo.
That's right.
Who's Tommy DiCarlo? Well, he's the lead singer of Boston.
And
I filled his position here at the Home Depot.
And I'm stacking sheetrock.
Yeah.
How big are the gigs they're doing?
They're
5,000 seats?
I was mistaken. I said Jones Beach. They're playing PNC. We just played PNC, and I'm sure they'll get 10, 12, 14,000 people there easy.
They'll package them together. They'll do 15,000.
Oh, do a couple bands together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right. And I'm getting more info on Lou Gramm. Lou Gramm played a lobster festival up there in Maine.
Ooh.
So his old bandmates are touring as Foreigner, and Lou Gramm is playing Lobster Fest.
Oh, God.
What the hell happened to our youth?
Why does he just go out with the band? What, do they rape each other on the road? How bad can it be?
They do have some hatred, some of these guys, where they could never, ever play with each other again.
The guy falls asleep and he wakes and his bandmate's on his chest. He's got it out. How bad could it be on the road? You're doing a lobster fest in Maine.
Let's say hi to Eric in Indiana. Eric.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I heard Alice in Chains is doing that cover band thing, and you can't replace Lane Staley.
I hear they sound really good, too, but Lane Staley was just a special performer.
Isn't the singer a black guy, too?
He's a black guy that sounds a lot like Lane, but that's another band that could pull it off because you could harmonize. So you don't really need the guy to sound exactly like Lane because you could cover up a lot of stuff with some harmonization.
That's hard, though.
Yeah.
Lane had a very distinct voice.
We were talking to someone recently, and they said the new Alice in Chains stuff is really, really good. There's a song on there that's going to blow everyone away. I forgot who was telling us that, but...
I want to know who replaced Stephen Carr in Foundry. Who they get there?
Here we go. Yeah, some tour.
Yeah. Get out of my way.
My way. The other way.
I think Corky after he left Life Goes On.
Corky.
Sang a little bit.
What big queen replaced him?
Charles Nelson, right? Paul Lynn.
Get out of my way, hole.
Let's say hi to somebody in Jersey. Somebody in Jersey, how are you today?
All right, good guys. How you doing?
Yeah, man.
They didn't have your name on the screen. I don't know who you are.
It's I saw Alice in Chains last year at the Borgata, and the guy, not only is he a black guy, he's this tall, skinny black guy with a huge afro, looks like Shaft. Doesn't look the part at all, but he was great.
But he was great, huh? I just have a problem seeing these bands after the lead singer either dies or moves on. Except for AC/DC with this Brian Johnson. He filled the shoes quite well and had a lot of huge hits after when he became the singer.
Well, Bon Scott died, but he didn't just do a bunch of Bon Scott covers. He did new material. Like when you replace a lead singer and they do it's a whole new era of the band that's different. These guys are just going out like. Plus, AC/DC was a lot younger then. It was almost like
Well, they were more successful with Brian Johnson.
Yeah, they were able to replace him, write new songs, so it was,
and have huge hits.
But when you're just going out like after the band has seen 20 years, and then just the guy is singing,
they have established songs, and that's the only thing people want to hear.
To do an impression of them.
Yeah.
And
it is an impression. They're not throwing their own twist on it. They're trying to sound exactly like the singer did.
That's what the audience wants. Choppy, Boston, listening on BCN. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey there, Chappie.
Hey, T and I were talking about the Filipino singer from Journey, and apparently the guy doesn't speak English. He just gets out there and sings. Somebody else does the announcements. Hey, this is the song I'm going to sing, and the guy just starts belting the stuff out. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's pretty funny.
No English, huh?
Is that true?
It's not true.
It's not true?
No.
It's not true.
I like to think it's true.
It's not true.
The new lead singer of Journey is Filipino, and he doesn't speak English, but he knows how to sing in English.
He's got a really thick Filipino accent, but when he sings, he sounds identical to Steve Perry. They're pulling audio.
Steve, who replaced you in Foundry?
Steve who?
Other morbidly obese homosexual who shops for clothing at Lane Bryant. Thank you very much.
Lane Bryant. You did shop at Lane Bryant.
Yeah. All right, let's get a Brian in
Wait,
Jersey.
were you the original singer, or did you replace someone?
No, it was me. I was the original one.
You know,
I replaced Harvey Firestein. Get out of my way.
Duff McKagan
Love
told
that
us
song.
that the new Alice in Chains song is really, really good. Thank you for that. Blowing Fouls from Cleveland. E-Rock is working on a Foundry remix. It's not done yet, but he wants to play a little sample for us to prove that every song from Foundry sounded exactly the same.
Oh, did it?
I think they're all the same tempo, yeah.
All right, here we go. E-Rock's got a little montage. Of Foundry song.
Okay. That's a new song.
Yeah.
It's the hit. This is a new song, too.
That's the same song, dude.
Is it? Hold on, E-Rock's arguing.
No,
E-Rock.
That's the guitar solo from Pendulum, and there's another guitar solo. I forgot to write down the third song, but it's mixed together.
Oh,
It's almost
wow.
exactly the same.
Oh, is that all you have so far?
Both
So
guitar
far?
solos are...
Wait.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Wait, this needs a setup because it's so damn good. But how are we going to cue the people? Hit the bell when it's a new song. 'Cause
Okay.
this whole thing sounds like one song, but E-Rock put three songs together. From Foundry. Start over. Okay, here's the first song. When you hear the bell, that'll be the second song kicking in.
Get out of my way. I love Pendulum. I love that song, Pendulum.
Oh, that's a super mix.
Almost every song starts and ends the same with the and then a long guitar whang right at the end. Where it just fades out.
If we didn't tell the people, you would think that's one song. That was
one
three
cool song.
songs.
One long act of auditory rape.
Dude, let E-Rock mix your songs. You might have a hit. If you put the whole album together, you got one good song.
Put the band back together.
Here's the...
You could go to a Lowe's, maybe, and get a singer that could replace you.
Okay.
Here's...
I can just trade
True Value Hardware.
Yes, I'm going to Ace to look for a replacement.
Ace is the place to get a lead singer.
Yes. And we're doing a song called Tough Actin' Tinactin.
Hey, athlete sport, get out of my way.
You guys want to hear
I like Pendulum.
Yeah.
It's a good song.
We're going to go backwards now. You want to hear the Filipino sounding like Steve Perry?
Oh, please.
All right, here we go. This is not Steve Perry.
It's just a small town girl living in a lonely world. It's just a midnight train going anywhere.
Holy jeez.
Unbelievable.
It's just a city boy, born to raise a South Detroit. It took a midnight train going anywhere.
That's ridiculous.
Get out of my way. No?
They also re-recorded all of their greatest hits and put it out as a double CD. So the first CD is a greatest hits album with the Filipino
With the
guy.
new singer.
With the new
So,
singer.
wow.
And then
That's some good marketing.
Whoa, that's ballsy.
And then a second disc of all originals with him singing as well. I don't know how that works. You know, if there's an advantage to that.
He redid certain songs?
Redid all
All
the
of
greatest
them.
hits.
All the hits.
It's a great...
Oh,
that's-
Steve Perry doesn't get anything.
So
And
Steve Perry, I guess, doesn't get performance royalties on the new CD. I guess.
Oh, wow.
I'm assuming that's what. I mean, unless he gets writers royalties.
Oh, my
Steve
God.
Perry was another one they had on that VH1 stuff, and he looked like he was way full of himself.
Yeah, they don't get along at all.
Did you find out about Dennis DeYoung and this light thing?
Steve is Foundry getting back together.
I would love it because
That's
I think
the
we'd
question.
make no money.
you know how much people would want to hear you sing Pendulum?
Not
Oh,
at
my
all.
God. Now? The song's now a hit. There's a resurgence.
Did you do Pendulum Unplugged? Just you
Get
and a
some
guitar?
guys in there, guitar.
Put a big cowboy hat on you.
You could. Would it sound? Would it sound awful? Yeah.
Wait, we mean unplugged. How about a cappella?
No.
No.
As in, why not? I mean, we're here. We got microphones.
Stunt brain, yes.
You are correct, sir. He did get a viral infection that made him sensitive to light, and he has been cured of it now. But it was a serious viral infection.
I like to think that he's been living in the dark for the last 10 years.
That is a horrible thing.
It's two pests the most.
Hey, marble mouth, what?
Haven't eaten. I'm hungry.
Hey, Jimmy's hungry.
For surgery, they should insert a funny bone. Tee-hee. So why can't we get an a cappella version of Foundry? I mean, of Pendulum. I think the guys would love it. I know I would.
Yeah, you work on that while we're on
course.
vacation.
Okay,
No, I mean
will.
today.
Today, I don't honestly remember all the lyrics.
All right, you got until we get...
I could do the chorus, and that's about it.
You got the day we get back from vacation. You're doing that on the show, so you got a week to practice.
You got it.
Let's say hi to Kristen in Union. Kristen,
Hey guys, how you doing?
good.
Good, love you guys. Listen, my husband and I went and saw Journey about 3 years ago. Actually, I went to go see the opening band when Fuel was really big, even though they sucked. But my husband went to Journey, and they were amazing. They put on an incredible show. I couldn't tell if it was Steve Perry or the other guy, so they were really, really good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that guy just turned me around a little bit. I don't really like seeing these bands without the lead singer.
That guy,
oh wow, he could hit it. I thought our Anthony's old pal Hugo could do the Journey
Hugo.
thing.
Yeah.
But that guy, wow.
Hugo looks just like him, too.
Yeah. Thank
Well,
you, Kristen.
guys are great, and I love you.
Oh, thanks. Dan, North Carolina.
Hey, Dan.
Hello.
Hey, you're
What's
on
up?
the air.
Yeah, stand up. Yeah, I saw him in Charlotte Saturday night, man. That guy is dead on. They're not missing Steve Perry.
Yeah?
Steve Perry must be at home just freaking kicking walls all day long.
Does he look like him at all, or?
Yeah, he's got the long hair, long dark hair like Steve Perry had. And,
Okay.
short, I mean, he's a short little dude, but man, he can put it out.
Oh, there's a surprise. A Filipino that's short.
Steve Perry was last seen at the store buying charcoal and lighter fluid.
Let's go to Bruce, Louisiana. Brucey.
Yeah, hey, Aaron, doesn't Brother Joe do a thing with Aerosmith songs where he runs them all together and you can't tell where they change?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't remember that.
I don't know. I thought they talked about.
I'm not my brother's keeper.
I wanted more improv out of Steve.
Yes. Yes.
So great.
It's fantastic. Totally devoid of any improvisational skills.
Who's replacing you in the foundry? Another morbidly obese replacing me, man.
Apparently, Wikipedia has Steve Perry's bio picture, a picture of him cooking over a barbecue. Interesting. Foreshadowing? Ask Sam.
All right, we're going to take a break. Drew Boogie.
Drew
Boogie will play us into break.
Drew's in the hizzy.
That's right.
Opie Anthony.
Opie and Dopey.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Well, here's Al Gore.
America needs change more than ever. After 8 years of incompetence, neglect, and failure, we need change. After 8 years in which our Constitution has been dishonored and disrespected, we need change. After 8 years of the worst, most serious foreign policy mistakes in the entire history of our nation, we need change.
And he gave this speech after Clinton left office, which I thought was appropriate. Swim walk.
Oh, kid, back from Bonnaroo.
Bonnaroo.
I argued that the occupation of Iraq would be dangerous and harmful for our country. And I well remember how few elected officials were willing to take that position in favor of protecting our national security.
That's true, that's true.
Focused on the right objectives. But I remember that an eloquent legislator in Springfield, Illinois, named Barack Obama, spoke up boldly and clearly with the force of reason and logic to join in opposition to that blunder.
What? Did he?
Another awful speaker.
Al stinks.
Blah, 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 blah.
As far as public speaking goes.
He's no passion at all.
No.
Trees melting. All right, we get it. Because he's talking to inanimate objects all day. He yells at glaciers and they stare at him. We're obviously getting smaller. What do you want to
They stare at him.
That's what the problem is. It's all that hot wind is melting the glaciers. Stop talking by the ice. You bore.
Yeah, Al Gore was using the Hillary delivery.
Yeah,
that whole
great speakers.
Talk.
I mean, look, Reagan,
yes,
JFK, great speakers.
Yeah,
JFK,
very natural.
He was a hack.
No,
what?
Yeah, how about I ask what my country can do for me? Let's get back to that. What can I do for my country? I'll show up and smile. Country's turn.
I would have said
nothing.
Why don't you work for a little bit?
By the end of this decade, I would like a man on the moon and those other things. What?
That's right.
Decade.
A man on the moon and the back of my head in the knoll. By the end of this decade, I want the back of my head 50 feet from the rest of me. Can do.
I can do. Oh, I want my head turned into a salad bowl.
I'd like a more efficient way of removing my hat to be invented by the end of the decade. I want my hat removed by a third party.
Oh, God.
Topical material, the Opie and Anthony Show.
That's right. By the end of this decade, I want my wife picking my brains up like so many pieces of mac and cheese.
By the end of this decade, how did he say it?
Decade.
Decade? I don't remember. By the end of this decade, I'll go with that one. I want somebody to redesign Jackie's awful pink outfit when she least expects it.
Spots for everybody.
By the end of this decade, I want to make a sharp left doing 2 miles an hour and then wonder why things went wrong.
You're listening.
Get your hog away from me.
To Opie and Anthony.
This is retarded. Let's go hold hands and pee.
Now presenting comedian
Andrew Dice Clay.
It's the best of the worst of the comics on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Now what?
What do you mean, I'm just glad that no one's feelings are hurt anymore.
Yeah.
Everybody was very sad on some level about it. Everyone
Yeah,
made each
we
other
know that.
sad.
I mean, even
And
here,
we're not.
because it's radio, it's hard to like be, I don't know, completely real, because we gotta almost like put on a little show, but it's okay
Yeah.
because
Well,
it's
why-
a reason for us to get together. No, I mean, I'm being honest, but maybe a little animated.
Well, I can't
you
see
know.
the mics going off and us going, hey, go fuck yourself.
No,
You
I'm
know,
not
this
talking
is
about
nice.
that. I'm saying this was a good
Well, can I tell you something?
excuse to come in and
that's
discuss
why
it.
That's why we didn't take a break yet, because I know damn well as soon as those mics go off, it's going to be like, no one wants to deal with that moment.
Oh, what, you think it's gonna be awkward?
See, that I don't have
No,
a problem with.
awkwardness in probably a good
A
way.
nice way.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
that's
no.
what I mean. Like, it's easier to do it on the air.
I
'Cause you
came
could
in
be
and
a little
hugged
more
you. I wasn't
animated.
even, I'm not mad.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that.
You were ready for it. You were okay. I
was?
felt it. I felt the vibe.
I was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helmets hit.
Well, now that you lost weight, that could happen, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Little joke,
I get it. See, I get it when you do the joke.
I'll find out if you get it 5 years from now.
Can we at least piss her? I'll just go pee.
Is that like a thing when you laugh, you move the mic? Is
Did
that
I do
like
it again? I don't know.
Yeah, you got. You
We
want?
all got our thing. Oh, I know why. I'll tell you
Why
why.
do you do that?
Because I don't want to laugh directly in the mic, because some people think that's really obnoxious.
Oh, really?
So I'm trying to laugh off mic. That's all. That's all that is.
No, I thought it was like a thing, like when I put the cigarette behind the head.
You're still not smoking the cigarettes, I see.
7 years.
But you still hold the cigarette.
Yeah, I like it.
Do you talk to anyone about these issues?
The fact I don't want to light it is a good thing.
But why do you need it at all?
Because they're free.
Like, why don't you walk around with your underwater phone instead?
You know,
You could be the
toothpicks don't do it. I got the underwater phone. I got the cigarette.
But you could be walking around with the underwater phone instead. Get rid of the cigarette.
I like the cigarette. I
smoke
like
the
it.
cigarette.
Yeah, but who says you have to?
I bet you have the same pack from 4 years ago.
No.
From the last
I
time
go through
saw
like
you.
a pack a day.
Yeah, you have to. It probably gets like loose
Yeah.
and the tobacco falls out and then
He
you
goes
got
through
to
a pack
get rid
a
of
day,
it.
I
but he's
quit
not
nearly,
smoking
what,
them.
7 years ago. Kenny would know.
How
Wow.
insane is that?
March of
I'm glad Kenny came over here.
Kenny, when did he stop
I didn't
smoking?
see. I didn't know you were going to be here, and Norton told me last night. So it was like,
We didn't tell Kenny because we knew he'd obsess about it all day, and he would be somewhere else. Right, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, I still didn't figure out what I was going to do like tomorrow when I was supposed to see you.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I told Jimmy it's going to be awkward for Kenny, too. You got Dice on the show, which I think is great. And you haven't seen Kenny
I think
in
the
many-
shows are going to be great.
And
I
you
mean,
haven't
just-
seen Kenny in so many years. I'm like, well, that's not fair to Kenny that all of a sudden he's showing up not knowing why Dice was mad at him for 4 years.
No, but does it? Let me ask you something to get off of Ope for a minute here.
Oh, good.
Does it make sense what I'm saying to you?
Well, I never knew the reason.
All right, so why didn't you call?
No,
Why didn't you
because
call?
I knew from past experience.
Well, you could let it go a little while. See, I would get mad, like, let's say after a month or two that we didn't talk, like, why didn't you pick up a phone and go, what's going on here? You know, because I'm also, you know, just for people that might not know, I know most people do know, you know, that we were close for all the years, which means I'm close with your wife, your children.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's not like I just lost you as a friend. It's, you know, and your wife has always been completely dedicated to you, that even when, you know, it's funny, when Kenny first went to work for me, you know, I remember Michelle getting me on the phone and going, so, in other words, when he's 80, he'll be walking next to you with a cane? I mean, she would, like, think of it that way, you know what I mean? And, you know, just really concerned. And then, years later, this was a little before it happened, she had me on the phone. And, always concerned about our relationship. Not like she was out of it. You know what I mean? She was always in there. And, so it bothered me because I always thought she was great.
Right.
I actually just looked at those tapes of the Concorde. I would do stare downs with his wife because nobody could do them like that. and I would say, I was actually showing Eleanor, and I go, she's a cop's wife. That's why she could do it like that.
Right.
And one time she looked right through one of my ex-wife's friends at a New Year's Eve party.
Yeah.
Yeah, a friend that I just can't fucking stand, And Michelle comes in the kitchen and goes, all right, Ken, we got to go. It's like 1 a.m. already, And this girl comes over all fucked up already, why don't you stay? And Kenny's wife, number one, I thought she was going to throw this girl a beating. And she just looked right through her, like Doc Holliday in Tombstone.
Yeah.
Just looked right through and went, I got 2 kids I got to take care of 6 a.m. Do you? And not even looking at Kenny, staring right through this girl, goes, let's go, Ken. It was, but it was like, let's go before she kicks the shit out of this girl.
Yeah.
Because she knew how I felt about that girl. You know what I mean? So, it was, and your kids, you lose touch of all that. That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
You know what's going on with his kids?
I don't know if he talks about it all.
Well, a little known fact that when my boys were young, Andrew nicknamed my boys Combat and Shootout. And as we speak,
no, I know that
Combat is going to Iraq tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, he's leaving.
Oh
Tomorrow.
man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a cop in the Air Force.
Is he real? See, I don't know the whole story.
It's hard to pull over a plane.
Yeah.
Hold on.
See, we do sound effects now. It's fun, right?
That was an awful
that's a
joke.
Heavy thing. And I just wish him, just health. That's it. I love you boys, and that's how I feel about him. Even if I didn't see you,
right?
I heard about it, and I was like, all right, let's just, I pray for your boy. Believe me, I love him.
Thank you. My sentiments are the same for your boys. We all grew up together.
I know, it's
on the road.
Yeah.
Together.
Do you know Jeffrey, his oldest son? When we went to the Concorde many years ago. We thought we were going on a vacation, and every high school in the world was there. We just wanted quiet from the concerts, but that's not what I'm getting at. Jeffrey was what, 2?
Yeah, barely walking.
So all of a sudden, this is how he gets the nickname, because he's just walking. We're walking in this long hallway, and there's another kid, basically not doing anything, and Jeffrey decided, why not just throw him a beating? And went running down this long hallway at the Concorde Hotel, tackling this kid, and just careening his fist into him. And I was amazed at it. I'm going, look at this kid go.
Right.
And then as time went on, and Jeffrey got a little older, because, he's a tough kid. He would hit my hand when he was 8 years old, and it would hurt. He once nearly beat up Norton in Kenny's backyard.
Oh yeah.
That Norton was like, all right, no, all right, I get it, and but he would tell stories like his war stories of kids having fights, and this is what's bugging me for a long time, and I couldn't call you to ask you, that me and Max loved the speech that Jeffrey gives a kid. He'll always warn the kid. The kid, if 10 guys walk over to Jeffrey, like let's say he had a problem in school, so now the guy comes like a bully with 10 friends, Jeffrey will calmly look at the kid, because one time a kid took off his belt buckle, right? And Jeffrey looks at him, and what is the speech? You'll say it better. You know it.
It's funny that you bring. I'm trying to remember it too, but Jeffrey would always try to make the other kid realize that he's making a big mistake.
Big mistake. And say something like, this is your last warning.
Right.
The next warning will be you on the ground with my fist just crunching your face inside out. It was something like that. And he told us this story in a Chinese restaurant, And me and my son were mesmerized that we started coming up for themes for Feder. Like it's coming to a movie theater. Like this summer, Jeffrey Feder moves to L.A., you know, and you would see like a fist come into view because like there's a lot of kids that go to school in L.A. that aren't tough kids that want to act tough. And me and my son Max always go, what do you think Jeffrey would do to this guy? Always. It's a constant. I mean, this is over the last few weeks. I go, are you kidding? Feder? He would annihilate this part. This guy would be retarded. But we love coming this summer. Yeah. Feder.
He's a big boy, man.
No, well, last time I saw him, he was like 6 feet. Is he taller now?
Yeah, he's
in shape, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because when Kenny came to the bar mitzvah, they were training in the gym. They were in the cage.
Kenny,
he's not as tall as Max.
He's
Max
not
is tall as you, right?
What about Shootout?
He's spurting now.
Okay, good.
He's, you know.
That's so funny. We used to love that. That's what I'm saying. All right, so that could be. So we didn't see. We aired it out.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I would say yeah.
What's left is just the apology.
I love Anthony. I would say yes. The judge.
I would say yes.
I guess what's left is just the apology from you, and then everything's good.
The most important thing is that there's no grudges held.
What?
Remember Tommy and the Raging
Bull?
Bull?
Of course.
With Salvi.
I was trying to remember which
but
line
that
was.
is the most important thing. When you make up, it can't be a fake makeup.
No. Throw all grudges out the window.
Yeah, that's how it's really got to be.
That's it.
Are anybody's feelings still hurt? For real?
Please.
Nope.
Too much
I'd like to
therapy
know if anyone's
with the
feelings
feeling.
are hurt because that's what prevents them from being hurt again.
Jimmy, are yours hurt?
No, I feel
Dice,
okay.
Can I get some water? Is that? Do you have a water guy?
I'll get it, Andrew.
Of course.
Oh, look at that.
Just like old
Oh,
times.
wait, I got one.
Come
I got
on,
one.
everybody. Just like. There's
Oh,
one.
don't,
That's the whole thing
just let him
about-
get it for you. He'll go crazy if
He'll
he
go
doesn't
nuts.
let you get him
You
water.
know that, Dice. Dice, the other thing that you need to know is Norton does a little therapy now, and he tries to bring his therapy onto the show. It's a little weird for everybody.
Believe me, nobody knows more about therapy than me.
He wants us to open up more and handle
He
things
is like that.
differently.
I
and-
realized that yesterday.
Really?
But, you know,
I heard it.
therapy's great.
I
Just
heard-
somebody to walk into a room and lay into for 2 hours.
Here's some water for
Here's
you
your
too,
$200,
GA.
Oh,
you
thank you,
fucking
Kenny.
cocksucker. I used to love therapy. When I first went to, you know, it was funny. When I first went to therapy was here in New York when my career took off. And I didn't even go to therapy for me. I went to therapy to find out how to handle my own parents, if you remember. Because my family was really, like, more overwhelmed than I was with what was going on with me. And I was like if I went up to my dad's office, it was like a shrine. Like, all I saw was me on the walls. And I complained to my mother going, I can't even go to my own office and get away from me. You know what I mean? That's what, and that's the reason I even tried to live back in Brooklyn because, yeah, on stage, it's a tremendous ego. I say, I'm the greatest, and that's it. And I go out and I try to prove that time and time again.
Right.
But off stage, I always tried to stay humble and live back in Brooklyn. And it was kind of an impossibility. I mean, some people are very cool. Some people don't get why you're living back there. But I would go to therapy to go, my parents can't handle what I'm going through. You know? And it wound up just sessions of laying into the...
But wasn't he just proud? I have to jump in here.
No, he extremely proud.
Right.
You know, and actually
Without
thrilled I'm
saying, I
doing
guess?
this thing with Norton. No, it was all about being proud.
My dad was the same way. I mean, he was my biggest fan, and he was so
But
proud.
it's also just trying. Like I would actually sit there when my ex-wife would be pregnant with Max, and I would look at my mother and go, "Ma, let's talk about her being pregnant. That's a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
We're having a child." You know, they were just that proud, and obviously, I became something in this world because of their personalities. But, what I'm saying is I'd go to therapy, and then what you talk about after that is, so you know what the therapist told me? Who really gives a fuck about a therapist's opinion? Because I'd look at this little asshole with his glasses on, going, well, it's your mother. Did I get defensive to the therapist and go, why don't you shut your fucking mouth about my mother? Let's talk about your fucking mother. Okay? And I'd really get angry at the therapist, but then you walk out and you go, you know what he said? Who the fuck is he? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to anybody and I used to love looking at people sitting there when I'd come out because everybody looks at the floor. You know what I mean? I go, what are you here for? what fucked you up, you little slob? You know? And, but I think therapy is great. I will pay just to lay into somebody for a couple hours.
Yeah.
It's worth it just for that. So fuck them.
And that's what therapy did for you.
That's what therapy is. It's the easiest job as a doctor.
Gave you a punching
Let
bag
me
for a
make
couple
believe
hours.
I learn about the mind. And
Yeah.
then guys like us walk in there and go, why? And then when you realize they don't have the answer and you're paying them $400 fucking dollars, that's when they learn why you're there. Because you tell them what you think of them and what they look like and how they act and what their fucking lives are.
Yeah, they don't need any, it's not any concrete thing like a doctor. Hey, I got this. Take care of it.
Yeah, give
It's
me the
this
5-day
vague
pill.
It's this vague
Give me some fucking penicillin and get out of my life.
You seem like a different Dice.
Well, yeah,
than 40 years ago. No,
in what way?
What's the deal?
Fucking-
Obviously the divorce was brutal on you.
Yeah.
Brutal, right?
Brutal.
Is there anything else
It's
going
not
on?
the divorce. I'm telling you, I make fun of it, but it's the after effects of what goes on. You know, that's why, to be honest, and Kenny would know this too, that, I'm really close with my boys and just really want, especially when I left, to make sure that they grow up, and look who's talking, without their minds getting messed up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it's a very confusing time. So, I would look to just work. I had no career goal. It was more like go out, make a living, and get home and be with your kids.
Right.
And that's what I've done. And they're two incredible human beings, today. I got a 13-year-old going on 30 because they had to learn the hard way. They say never put the kids in the middle, but that's what goes on. I mean, the therapist would say you don't put kids in the middle, but in reality, you can't help but do that, especially if one or both parties, are doing the wrong thing. You could only keep them out of it for so long.
Mm-hmm. Not a huge
So yeah,
effect
you
on
do change in certain ways. Went through another relationship, got engaged for the minute. You know how that
wow.
shit goes, Anthony.
No.
No, he didn't get
I got
married.
married once, and that
that's
was
it.
it. No
Yeah, 'cause
more
that was hard for you.
engagement.
I remember talking to you with
Yeah.
that stuff.
No engagement, no nothing. I lay it right on the line. I'm not getting married. It just ain't going to happen.
You got a girlfriend?
Ever again.
You got a girlfriend?
Right now, no.
Now, I understand you went through some stuff. What?
Yeah, I got a girlfriend now.
Well, he's
the traffic girl.
He's going on a date with a traffic girl today from TV.
Fucking meet or maid?
No, not that kind of traffic girl. Fucking
The worst
meet 'em,
people
mate.
on fucking earth.
Oh, I hate him.
Meet 'em,
Now we
made.
could finally agree on something.
Hate him.
She's on the news.
Yeah.
She does the traffic on the news.
On the news.
Lovely.
Traffic victim.
Oh, a traffic girl, like a helicopter chick.
Yeah, she used to be in the helicopter. They brought
Okay.
her into the studio now.
She was too hot for the chopper.
So she's on the news here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Channel 11.
Big shot, huh?
She's
Look at you now.
You want to see her
very
picture?
Everybody
smart.
dating celebrities. Let me
She's
see a
very
picture.
nice.
On one of these big screens.
How much you going to film with the camera? How much you think I need of this? Bring
Gonna
it
do
over
it all
here.
day.
Bring me the camera.
All day long. Steve, you remember Dice?
I do.
What's going on?
Hey, Dice.
Oh, he's putting up the good pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let me see. Where is she?
No, these are the good pictures. This
Uh-oh.
And it's going on a date
This
with
was
this girl
before.
tonight.
Yeah, that was before the
let me-
traffic career,
Where can
I
I
think.
see it on? Can I see it
Wait,
here?
no, we're getting it up there. Look, there you go. And it's going out with that tonight.
She's lovely.
So she does the traffic naked?
No.
Oh, that's what.
They should.
And she's on regular network?
Yeah, on Channel 11.
Yeah.
And so what's she posing here?
Playboy.
Old Playboy.
Mean. Atsoy.
Atsoy.
So, yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm getting to see what you might be banging. That's exciting to me.
Just going out to dinner
Show the chair
tonight.
shot.
If she could do this, you think it's just dinner and, what are your hobbies?
We're just going out to dinner. Have a couple of drinks.
Can't you just say? Can't you just do? Can I take some pictures like they did?
Like they did.
You go look at her fucking lips down here. This is beautiful.
I don't think so. I think
What's her name?
Jill.
Jill. Maybe she liked me more than you. Can I
Dice,
go out with her
you're not
too?
gonna. What are you blocking me here? You cock blocker?
Yeah, why not? What do I
doing?
care?
What's that about?
We
bro?
haven't been friends for 4 years. I
I'm
gotta
gonna
care.
now in two
No,
years.
no,
I'm gonna be really
teasing, I'm
pissed
teasing.
off.
Yeah, if you really fall in love with her, you can fall in love with a girl like that, right?
Dude, your
love.
When you Google search Jill Nicolini and go images, Anthony comes up.
Yeah, why does my
I
picture
saw
come
that.
up? I saw like my kid picture came
Yeah.
up.
She was a good-looking chick. I'll
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you that right now.
She's lovely.
Why the hell is that picture coming up?
I don't know.
Oh, that's strange.
All right, well,
I like that she still keeps some box hair. You know what I mean?
You know, don't you like a little bit?
A little, for the finger bang, so you can wipe your fingers off when you're done. Let's say you're finger banging her.
Holy shit.
No, let's say you're finger banging her, right? And all of a sudden the doorbell rings and your friend's there, so you just wipe it off on it so you could shake his hand. you know that your fingers aren't dripping with whatever they do. Whatever shit comes out of there. As you get older, it seems like every fucking thing comes out of there with them. You know what I mean?
I gotta tell you, I've never heard that one before.
Heard what
Where
one?
You use it just in case your friend's at the door.
Well, what? You're gonna shake his hand?
No, that's
disrespectfully?
rude.
Knowing,
That's rude.
knowing if
I
your
understand,
hand,
but
was breaking into her box.
I would just think maybe you'd use your pants or something else.
No,
But
it's hair. Go shampoo it now.
just enough there to wipe your finger
Yeah,
off.
exactly. That's a class
Okay.
thing.
All right.
I
That's
like
good.
that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, why not? What else are you gonna do with it? That's what it's there for. If you didn't figure it out, by now.
I didn't. Thank God. See, thank God this happened. So you live and learn.
Even with your dick. Let's say you're banging her, right? An actual bang. You know what I mean? Oh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. And you wipe it off for a minute. What do you want? You want to get the stains in your beige pants?
No,
You
no.
wipe it off on a fucking here. Go do something with it already. Dust off the furniture while I go answer the door. Nice girl, though. I like her.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I know you weren't talking about her in
No,
particular.
not her. No, but what I'm saying is she left some there in case.
Right.
She's a thinker, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? She's
Yeah.
going, he might need box hair.
I don't know.
You know
I
what
don't
I
know.
mean?
I don't know if she's saying that.
Every girl says that. This
Yeah?
is 2008.
I'm just looking
You know
to...
what I mean? It's not years ago. If it was, would she be posing anywhere but on your mouth?
Well,
you
I'm
know
just...
what I mean?
Dice, all I'm looking for is some nice conversation, a nice
No, it's
dinner
not. It
out,
never is.
some drinks.
And if that's all
all.
she's looking for, why is it up on a 25-inch screen? Going, look at this selling point.
Because she's a beautiful girl and then decided,
I'm not
that,
saying she's not, and I don't disagree with what she's done. You look at that and go, okay, it's everything I need. Tits, a box, and box hair for wiping my hands off.
See, we learned something today.
Yeah, I know a
learned
lot
little
about
something.
these things.
Well,
it's what I
he
studied.
always has, yeah.
Yeah.
I've always been a master of that.
Hey, Dice, did we say anything today that we're going to find out about 4 years from now?
No,
All right,
I'm good.
All right, that's good to know.
You know what I mean?
So we got that
You're
going
laid
for
back,
ourselves.
you're relaxed. I like it.
Everybody good? You good?
No,
Oh,
I was
Jesus.
waiting for the apology. I'm very good.
Yeah.
Norton?
Yeah, I feel great.
I saw a different Norton last night when he called me.
No,
up.
you know what? When I
was
met
like,
with
wow,
Norton,
Norton was affected by his lunch with Dice yesterday. That's what I got out of that.
No, because it was a very serious talk we had.
That's what he was
It really
telling me.
bothers Norton that we haven't spoken. That there's like different camps, and it really shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
And I agreed with him. That's why I said, because he didn't think I'd come up here, and I go, I'll go up there in a second. What do I care? As long as everybody's going to talk, and it's not just about destruction. That's all I cared about. But I was
Yeah.
like, if that's what it is, all right, it'll be one visit.
But it's not. This is good.
Silence. You like that, right?
Yeah, I love that.
I saw that.
When
I
we
saw it
used
in
to
your
talk
eye.
on the air and it would just go to silence. Silence. And you would say, I forgot what you would say with that. You would, it would like be a lot of silence.
Yeah. Dead air.
Dead air.
Fired.
Nothing funnier than silence.
We didn't have a lot of material back then.
Dead air for the DJ.
And I'm on the phone, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I go, why is everybody quiet?
Yeah, that was because we were messing with you.
Silent game,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, like
Yeah.
I don't know how to mess. Like I'm not good at that. Kenny, what is my real nickname?
Kenny.
Wait.
What did Robert Santa name me years ago?
Oh yeah,
Tell him.
the Effect Master.
The Effect Master?
Effects.
Yeah.
That effect. Yeah, nobody knows how
The
to
effects
affect more
master.
than me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He convinced this guy he was Superman and was going to fly by his window.
No, that was Dennis.
Oh.
That was Dennis Offer.
Superman.
Yeah, he called. I called him up. I was bored to tears. You know, this is like 1988, so he's only my agent for a minute, right? So at that time, my ex was not my ex, so she's on the other phone. I go, all right, let's have some fun, right? So I get the agent on the phone, and I'm like, yeah, how you doing, Dennis? You know, and he'd always hear me in a good mood, you know. He goes, you all right? Just had a fight with her, you know. You know, you think you go with a girl, you could tell them some things about yourself, and it'll be all right. She's inside laughing at me. You know. He goes, well, what's the matter? You know, I go, you won't get it, you know, and if I told you, you're going to laugh, and then I'll get aggravated. And he goes, no, man, I mean, you could tell me anything. I go, I really can't, Dennis, because you're just not going to fucking get it, okay? And I'm really upset from this, okay? And I start to, like, cry a little on the phone. He's going, calm down, man. You can talk to me. I'm not just an agent, you know? So I go, all right, I'm going to tell you something, you know? And I just want you to hear it, you know? And not many people in my life know this about me. And he goes, tell me what she's laughing at, because if you want, I'll talk to her. I'm Superman. So now it's quiet. And I go, see, you don't believe me. Nobody but... And he goes, well, I think you're a super guy. I go, no. I'm Superman. I'm the real Superman, okay? He goes, so, like, you could lift heavy things? I go, yeah, like, I go, it's not like you see on TV, but yeah, I could fly, I could do I could do whatever the fuck you need to do. I go, the reason I don't fly a lot is because I don't want to be caught by the radar and have to go back to my fucking planet. So he goes, oh, so you could fly here and come visit me right now. I go, yeah, if you want. I go, not a problem, I could be there in 3 minutes, you know, I'm in L.A. And he goes, okay, I want you to do that. I go, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm only doing it because I love you. I'm going to fly to New York. I go, you know what floor you're on in your building. Open your window. I'm going to wave to you, and then I'm going to come back to L.A., pick up the phone, and you'll know I'm telling you the truth. So now that's a little quiet. And he's going, so you're going to be outside my window, like with the red, you know, suit? I go, no, I don't need the suit. That's just TV shit. I just fly. And I fly at the speed of light. Nobody's going to see it, okay? All right, the window's open. And I said, you know what, then? I said, I just got to tell you, you know, only because I do care about you, Reddy. I go, it's very shocking when you see Superman. I go, and I'm just warning you. I go, see, this is what I mean. This has happened before. There's a slight chance you might get a heart attack because you're not going to believe what you're actually seeing because it's really an unbelievable thing. So now he's like, I could get a heart attack from this? I go, yeah, that's the only thing. See, that's why I didn't want to have to prove it. I'd rather you just... But so, in other words, you'll be outside my window 50 floors up, and I'm going to die to see that? I can't risk that. So now he's all fucked up, and I just hang up on him and never told him the truth. That's an effect.
Do you think he waited?
I made this guy Robert, my friend Robert, who named me the Effects Master, believe there was a 2-inch girl in his dresser drawer waiting to meet him, and if he likes her, I'll blow her up for him. Because I'm on the phone with him. It was raining outside. I'm in L.A. He's in New York. This is how it happened. And he goes, you know what I could use? I wish I had like a beautiful like brunette right now. It's a rainy day. I go, okay, done. You know? And he goes, what do you mean done? I go, look out your window. If you like her, I'll put her in the house, you know? He goes, what do you mean look out? I go, look out your window. It's raining. She's getting wet. He goes, what are you talking about? I go, Robert, you just said to me you want a beautiful brunette. I can do those things. So she's right there. Take a look. I'll put it. He goes, Andrew, I'm not getting up and looking at it. How the fuck would that be a girl outside? Now he's getting me. He's a Brooklyn guy, you know. He's going, how the fuck did you get a girl outside my... I go, Robert, you asked for it. I didn't ask to do it. It's something you want, something I could fucking do. Look out. I go, where do you want her? She's getting fucked. I go, you know what? Just open up your closet door. You know? I go, she's standing there. Get some towels, dry her off. You're going to love her, I promise. He goes, Andrew, I'm not getting out of my fucking bed. I don't know what the fuck you do. Because the guy didn't know me well. He goes, I don't know what kind of fucking game you're playing with me. I go, well, what do you want me to do with this fucking girl? It's too late. You asked for her. Are you afraid of a girl? He goes, no. How the fuck is there a girl in my closet? He goes, you're 3,000 miles. He's actually fucking fuming. I go, all right, this is what I'll do. Just open up your dresser drawer. She's sitting on your underwear. I go, she's only 2 inches now, so you don't have to be afraid. And if you like her, I'll just blow her up to full size, and you can fuck her eyeballs out, whatever you want to do with her, okay? Have a good time. He goes, Andrew, I'm not opening the drawer. If I open the drawer and there's a little fucking girl there, I'm not going to know what to do. So that's when I get to laugh, and that's when I get to enjoy my time destroying somebody's mind like that. And after that, he named me the effects master.
There you go.
And there have been many since then.
But why wouldn't he just say, no, there's not?
Yeah.
No, there's not what?
A girl there.
Because he wouldn't look. Because if by some chance, I'm so committed to it, that if by some chance there's a 2-inch girl in your drawer, you're either going to freak out.
You're insane.
Or eat her.
You're insane.
Just swallow her and forget it happened.
You're insane. Yeah,
Did you ever do an effect like that?
No.
All right, so now I ask the jury.
You're insane.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Arthur Kirkland, and I am the defending attorney for the defendant, Jim Norton. When did I get mad?
What happened?
You're on the witness stand now, my
Me?
friend. Yeah.
Why
When
me?
did I get mad about the Max thing?
I don't know.
All right, let me ask you this question. Did it happen at the time it happened?
I didn't feel like it was.
It wasn't really discussed, right? Other than when I came up the day before the
honestly
Okay,
don't
so-
remember. I swear to you, I don't remember that
Okay.
we ever discussed the Max thing.
That's right.
That's the God's honest truth.
And we stayed friends
I thought so.
for a couple years.
Well, when was that Garden Show, Kenny? 99?
October 2000. It was Game 5 of the
right.
Mets-Yankees World Series on a Thursday night.
So
Okay.
we were friends.
Couple years before that happened, right?
2 more years, and then some of the time I was we were off the air
And then it was the attack.
when we got back on the radio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I attacked.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That one I got to think about for a while.
It was an effect. You see what I mean?
The effect was
See,
that I
when
thought
the
we were real
effect-
friends.
Yeah. and I truly like you. Okay?
Yeah, but that's mental.
No, it's an effect.
No, it's mental.
And
That's mental.
and you went nuts about it, right?
You went nuts back though. So,
Yeah.
So
I fueled it.
and
I fueled the
and
effect.
and I affect your back.
See the stories I just told you about Robert
now
and
you're
about
it.
Dennis?
Now
Wait a
you're
minute.
it.
That's fine. I can handle an effect
We'll do
because
an effect like tag thing. Now you're it.
that's fine.
That's mental.
I like that because
Someone
then
back me
a
up.
new
He's
effect.
insane. This guy is insane.
I love when I drive him nuts.
You're
I really
insane.
do. I'm just fucking with you.
fucking insane.
Donnie, wise guy always carries his money in a roll. Never in a wallet.
All right, so
Nicky was a rat because Sonny Black said Nicky
Nicky was
a
a
rat.
rat because Sonny Black said so.
Kenny's got the
That's a good one.
You got the,
I can't. I
you got
can't.
the memory
You
of
see
a
Annette?
flea.
You see Annette?
This guy
Annette's a
hasn't
good
talked to you in
woman.
4 years.
I can't do
Let him
right
sweat a
by
little.
Annette. I can't do right by Annette. I bet on a horse. That horse don't do what it's supposed to do. That and every other fucking thing in my life.
Thing. We have only 10 minutes left, and they're going
Is
to turn
that
off
it?
the computer. Yeah.
You want to talk about more effects?
No, it's tiring.
Elvis.
I love it.
It's tiring.
This
I gotta
always
go to
happens
John
with him,
Sahag.
where it gets to the point he goes, "You're nuts." It's like the Raging Bull. You're really nuts.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
I do, but I do enjoy that about you.
Yeah, but you're on the radio,
you
right?
You make things interesting, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly. And why do you think Kenny
But not
likes me?
But not with
It's interesting.
But not with real life stuff. You should have you should have
No,
like.
I was actually angry about that. It wasn't an effect, but the things with Robert were.
I'll summarize by saying I completely understand when it comes to family, especially.
That's
kids.
right, and
I
I'm
don't know
very
kids
serious
yet,
about
but
that.
I know family, and I understand that, but just how.
But that's why you don't understand it, because you don't have them yet. It's a whole different animal.
But
no,
years later, that's crazy.
it's not crazy if it's what you need to do. It's just like here. You're going to go get married. Day one is going to be fantastic. And then it starts falling apart after the honeymoon, right? Anthony, back me up on this. Okay.
No, he was crying. Oh, sorry.
I'm sure your fiance loves me already if she's listening.
No, I said I had tears of pain and frustration rolling out the corner of my eye.
Honeymoon night.
No, but this is what happens.
Dude, I wouldn't get married if I didn't think it was gonna, be
The key
something
word
that
is think.
We'll stay happy and good.
Look, I wish you all the luck in the world with that. I'm not even kidding about that. I know what it is, to be in love. I know what it is
You'll
when it
get
falls
married.
apart.
You'll probably get married again.
We'll see what happens.
You almost got engaged, or you were engaged. So that
Yeah,
means
but
all
I
this
do
means
things
nothing.
to keep it exciting.
That's crazy talk.
But it's not crazy talk.
You got engaged for what? For the goof?
No, not for the goof.
Okay, so what?
It was an impulse. It was fun.
But if you don't believe in the marriage thing, why would you do that?
I do believe in marriage.
Well, I believe in it. It exists, all right. And it's very hard to destroy.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you're in a marriage that isn't working out all of a sudden,
right?
Sometimes it takes years, even in a regular relationship, years till it does finally end.
Mm-hmm.
So here comes animosity, here comes depression,
You gotta be miserable.
frustration. Then you have like a good few weeks or a good couple months or maybe even a good year together, and then it starts falling apart again, and sooner or later it ends. So what I'm bringing out is sometimes what you're feeling at the moment doesn't come out for a few years, just like the thing with Max. So yeah, I tried to ignore it to a certain point, and then it came out. Because he is my kid, and I do love him,
I understand
and I do
that part of
protect
it.
them. You know what I mean?
But I'm not a chick.
And when you don't understand that because you don't have kids yet, but when you do, it becomes a whole different thing. You're just protective. It's your their life. You're who, especially in this fucking world today where parents aren't bringing up kids and taking care of their kids the right way. That you got a bunch of fucking dummies out there. I'm making sure that my kids grow up knowing what to do with their lives and guiding them, actually guiding them, rather than going, just go see what happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? Every kid, not every kid, but all I hear are the stories. My son didn't go to his prom because he goes, Dad, all they're going to do, which he sees every day, drinking, getting stoned. He doesn't even want to deal with that. There was a girl he liked in school. Thought she was the greatest thing. He went to a party. He goes, Dad, she was so drunk, she sickened me. And just didn't want to deal. He doesn't want to deal. Like, we're not living in a day and age also where you could just, stick it in everything you fucking meet. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So he wants a nice girl. He doesn't want some pig that's just going to be, do filthy things for him.
Right.
Let him meet a nice girl that'll do filthy things.
Well,
you know what I mean? So you try to guide your kid.
What's the definition of a nice girl? She doesn't take it into shitter?
Kenny's bonding with Dice. What's your memory?
Why does that bother you? If we're making up, wait a minute. If we're making up, why can't I make up with Kenny?
He's a little worried.
Jokes.
He's a little worried that
No,
Kenny's
I'm not.
gonna
Mike
be like.
Cole already said he'll pick me up tomorrow. I got it right here. I'm serious. We need to see it. Mike sees an opportunity. He's jumping on it. Now, I do have to ask you this. You swear that you weren't part of the Howard dead dad jokes.
It's not my thing.
Okay. Because a lot of people are calling me out and like, dude, he was part of that. I know you were there.
Was I
that
sitting
day.
there? Yes.
No, I know that much.
I tried. Number one, I didn't even think it was about you. I thought it was because I was defending Mancow at that moment.
And I'll be honest, because a lot of people are saying, "Well, play the audio." You know, this is going.
You know what?
Hold on. This is way bigger than radio. What's going on today? And I can't. I personally can't hear that shit.
Well, that's
and I don't
the
want to
reason.
hear that shit. So I got to take your word for it that you weren't part of that shit. Because that's a
well, you know what? That's something I would swear to as far as remembering.
Right.
You know, because I just know me. I know me really well. I know when I'm fucking around. I know when I'm serious. You know, and that's just not where I go. I'll say anything about you. I'll say if I'm mad at
you were
somebody.
extremely angry that day, and you were definitely taking your shots.
I still wouldn't go there.
And then Dice was definitely.
I don't go there.
Dice, sorry. Howard was doing his, his dead dad jokes, which is hilarious because he'll lose his dad someday, and then he'll maybe understand exactly what that's about. Not that I wish that upon anyone, and I'm being honest. That's why I don't understand
but that's
why
what
you
I'm
would go
saying.
there. But
you see, I'm even looking at your face when you say I would never go there. I tried getting you on the phone for a long. I felt sick. When I heard that news,
right?
You know, and I knew you didn't want to talk to anybody, and Pete.
Well, that's one of the things that I wish I handled differently. I wish I had reached out to a lot of people.
I wasn't mad about
during that
it.
time, but I shut out everyone.
Understandably, I can't even joke about it now, and I wouldn't, and I never would. It's just not who I am. It's not who I am as an angry comic. It's not who I am as a person. Like I said, when you have kids, you got to look them in the eye. I could look them in the eye because I know nothing I do is wrong. From my stand-up to who I am as a man to who I am as a father, I don't do the wrong thing. If I would have said something like that about you, I couldn't look at them. That's how it is, and that's what it means to me. So
I know you were taking your shots at me personally. I took my shots at you personally.
Calling somebody a hack or saying they're not talented. Are you on the radio every day? But this is what I'm saying. You wouldn't be on the radio if you weren't doing a good job. That's it. That's the bottom line. Even if I didn't like what you did, okay? But I was just taking shots because I'm angry. Just like I fought with Howard all the years. It was way worse. It was awful what we would say about each other. We made up. That's it. Because we both really like each other personally. And that's what it comes down to. And that's what Norton was bringing out yesterday. That, all this bullshit... fighting with, comics fighting with comics, talk show guys fighting with talk show. It's all bullshit stuff when all we should really be concentrating on is the job of making people laugh. See, people, the fans don't understand what it takes to make them laugh, and if you're just walking around with real anger, you can't make anybody laugh. I love going up and just seeing crowds rock back and forth in laughter. Which is, why, I'm excited about doing this thing with Norton, that he wanted me for this thing, HBO wanted me for this thing, and...
Filming tomorrow and Thursday, right?
Actually, they looked at it like I'm doing a favor. To me, to walk out in front of the country and make them laugh is not a favor. It's my pleasure. Because also on shows like this is not about money. This isn't about doing a gig where big paydays. They basically pay nothing for these shows. This is about the love of performing. And, I started to love it again about 3 years ago, to be on stage again and really make people laugh. And even, the fact that we did go through it, I don't like that. But I felt I had to be honorable to my own son, and that was it.
I respect that part of it. We come from a very similar place. Like I was, you don't know shit about me in the last 4 years. I've grown as a person. Jimmy knows probably more than anyone. I'm not as angry as I used to be, and I'm having a lot of fun doing this again. A lot of fun.
So you understand what I mean?
I didn't have a lot of fun at the end of the NEW run. I don't know if it was the pressure. I don't know if it was. What was going on?
We were close then, and I saw what you went through.
I don't know if I was miserable in my personal life. I don't know if the pressure of what Ant and I were doing on a daily basis was getting to me. I wasn't having fun. I'm having a ball now, and
you were miserable because our conversations off the air.
Oh yeah, you probably knew more than most.
I'm saying what you were talking about back then. You were absorbed in the misery.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's what I'm talking. And at that time, I was absorbed in misery, too. So, all of a sudden, if you really got something going on, if you really have that funny bone, it comes back, and you start enjoying being in front of the audiences. That was a time I didn't like being in front of them because I was so unhappy. You know, so it's like I got to go up. They can't know that. They
Right.
want to let now
put on the face.
You know, I've been
and you do your
destroying the way I always did because
the Olive Gardens across America.
Yeah, that's right. Because I'm happy doing it again. You know, and that's where new material comes into play, and that's where the delivery comes into play, and the audience is really. I went on at that the Comedy Cellar last night. Just so much fun just to be up there. Small little place, great fucking
we know it
club.
well, yeah, sure.
You know, you've been there, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking. And I went on after Norton, and just, they just want to laugh today, people. You know, with everything going on, and I just felt good being up there and making them laugh the way I did. And making.
This is music that's going to knock
They
off
cut
the
us
computer.
off. The computer shut us off.
I do have to say really fast, line of the day, we're not doing it today, brought to you by Three Doors Down with over 12 million albums sold worldwide and 8 #1 singles. They're back with a new album available everywhere today. This self-titled album includes the #1 hit single, It's Not My Time, on sale at Best Buy for only $9.99. I guess we have to say to be continued, my friend.
To be continued. I'm glad I came up, really.
All right.
You know?
Glad you did too, absolutely.
No animosity from this side of the table.
I respect the fact that he came up today. Absolutely, man. And you guys have a good taping tomorrow and Thursday.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be great. And I'm very tired and I kind of have to shit.
Kenny, the last word is to you today.
Excuse me?
Last word is to you.
I just can't get over the love in the room.
No, he means it though. That's how Kenny does it, you know.
Can we agree to hate him at least?
But I don't hate him, and I'm glad I came up here, and that's all.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad to see you guys.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a little choked up at one point, slightly.
What part?
Aw.
When he was talking about Kenny's sons.
Yeah,
Very
absolutely.
nice.
There were some tears in the room.
Very nice.
All right.
Jesus.
Thank
No,
you.
but you see how you joke about it? I was
There
serious.
was.
I know he's serious.
There was. That
okay.
wasn't a joke that time.
All right.
I do
You'll
real
let your
moments. I
emotions
do
out.
real moments now on
I
the
know.
show. I do.
I know, and I know how sensitive you are.
Well, thanks.
I do. You are. That's
are
what
you.
we talked about it.
Yeah.
I know. I'll admit it.
All right. You're more sensitive, though.
Yeah. Who else cried on Arsenio?
That's right. And a little more crazy than me.
A lot more.
Yeah, all right, good. That's good to know.
A little more, I'll be flying by your office in 3 minutes.
Yeah, with little people in the drawer.
Yeah, I'm sure if you were making $500 a week, he would have tolerated the conversation. It wasn't the $2 million a month.
And he wanted us to believe that the guy believed. I'm like, okay.
I believe
I'll
you're
believe
a
that the guy
super
believed.
guy.
Get out of here. We'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh
Guys.
my goodness.
And you're gonna film this thing.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal.
Or are you gonna
Look who's here.
in the studio, Andrew
Andrew.
Clay. I don't even know where to begin, to be honest with you. We had all these moments. We sat in your
but I
the
get
temporary
that.
apartment you had to
But-
get, and we
what?
hung out for hours. You made me stir fry, and we were watching like the videotapes. We went to the supermarket together. We did a
to the
little
gym.
shopping as you were in your silly outfit, and we went to the Gold's Gym and worked out for maybe 7 minutes, and then we went on a hike. What about the picture me and you after the garden show, just me and you in the empty garden?
Yeah, how
having a
great is
moment.
that?
What about going to the deli?
How many memories you want to bring up? How about when we went sweatshirt shopping?
I remember that.
What about when we picked out silverware and we were going to move in together? What about that?
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
Jim Brewer.
It's the best of the worst of the comics on the Opie and Anthony Show.
How was Spinal Tap last night, Anthony?
Oh, rock.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun, man. Spinal Tap. Saw him last night at the Beacon. Had a star-studded audience, Opie.
A lot of people were there?
Star-studded.
Was it the place to be last night?
It seemed to be the place to be, yes. For the likes of Penn from Penn and Teller. The guy from Will and Grace. Will from Will and Grace.
Is he the gay guy?
He's one of the gay guys on the show, but I think he overcomes it out in public by just always being wrapped around his hot wife, girlfriend, whatever she is. It's hysterical. Yes, I'm gay on the show, but look, I'm going to F a girl right here in front of you just to prove I'm not.
That's going to suck that you're
I
the gay
know.
guy in a hit sitcom if you're not gay.
Because the gay guys just probably come up to him all the time. I just love you. Get out of here, faggot.
So you ran into the gay guy from Will and Grace, but he's not
I
gay.
didn't run into him, Opie. The way you make it sound like I ran into him.
But he's not gay because he was with his hot wife or girlfriend or something, and he made sure everyone was checking him out when he was with his hot wife or girlfriend.
Right.
Okay.
Making sure.
I got it.
And I think he was trying to be a little bit of a tough guy in front of his girlfriend. A little tough guy.
What, slapping around a little bit?
No, that would have worked, though. That works, too. No, he's sitting in his seat watching Spinal Tap, and his chick is on the aisle seat, right? And he's next to her. And some people were walking in the aisle, and his girl couldn't see. So he kind of leans over his girlfriend, taps the guy, and goes, "Hey, she can't see." And the guy just turns around and goes, "Shut up, faggot."
He did not.
No, he moved. But he shut up, faggot. But no, and then at one point they got up, and right before he sat down, someone threw a drink in his chair. So he sat and his ass got wet, just like a real gay guy. Come on, gay guys sitting in seats that people have dumped water on or something.
Anthony, we're on in San Francisco now. Cut it out,
man. Well,
we gotta make a good impression for everyone listening in San Francisco.
We welcome everyone.
That's a winner.
We welcome everybody.
So what else happened at Spinal Tap?
We got a clip of somebody talking to the guy from Will and Grace.
Friggin' fag, you want to make out or something?
That's horrible. That's not him.
So is Penn the one that talks or doesn't talk?
The big one.
Oh,
yeah,
the big guy that talks.
That
Okay.
talks.
All right.
He was there. Also, Steven Van Zandt from, of course, the
Miami Steve.
E Street Band
and The Sopranos.
The Sopranos. Now, everybody knows. More people are coming up to him asking him about taking pictures with him because they know him from The Sopranos than from Springsteen. And then he's talking to me about he wants a show on WNEW here in New York.
He wants to do a talk show?
No, he wants to do like a garage rock show. We already have the Eddie Trunk show there Saturday night.
And he does a good job with that.
No, it'd be like, something on the weekend where he would do something. I'm like, all right, I'll talk to Ken Stevens for you. Bada bing. Just like, hey.
He was pitching you a rock show.
I do you a favor, maybe you do me a favor. Bada bing.
Does he understand we don't really play music anymore on this radio station?
That's something I don't know, see?
Yeah.
No, I think he knows that, but I think he was pitching some kind of weekend show.
All right.
Yeah. And Spinal Tap rocked. They did all the hits, but they were kind of, I'm sorry, they're kind of dicks. They really are.
Well, yeah, they blew us off yesterday.
They blew everyone off. Everybody.
It's just amazing because we presented the Spinal Tap show. Opie and Anthony present.
Says it on the ticket.
We're concert promoters as well in our spare time.
Yeah, for some reason. I don't know what that entails.
We have presented Andrew Dice Clay in the past and now Spinal Tap. So
at the Garden.
You would think if we're going to help them sell tickets for their show, because it wasn't sold out, right, Ant?
Yeah.
They would, I don't know, maybe, come down to the station and, hang on our show. They blew us off.
Yeah, totally blew us off.
And I heard they were kind of dicks to their fans and backstage last night, huh?
We're hanging out backstage, and it was hard enough for me to get a pass. I got one pass, and for me and my girlfriend, and that was it. I have my brother Joe, Cowbell Bill hanging out, Big Kev, Joe Curry. Everyone I went with had to sit out there, and then I got my messages on the phone later. Dude, man, I guess you couldn't get us in and stuff, but, it's cool. I enjoyed the show. So I'm the dick. I'm the bad guy. No, I'm the bad. You need a person like me. You need me. I'm the bad guy.
You got to take care of your entourage, Anthony.
Well, I didn't see anybody. I saw fleeting glimpses of people that were in Spinal Tap.
The Anthony entourage.
My entourage, my peeps. I'm like P. Diddy. I'm P. Diddy. I'm P. Diddy. P. Diddy. So I go back there. I barely see Spinal Tap, the guys. Mm-hmm. They leave through the back door to go to their limos. There's people waiting outside for autographs. Not a lot of people. But there's guys waiting out there for some autographs with some Spinal Tap memorabilia. Nothing. They walked right past them. Right past them.
Maybe
Nothing.
they were, trying to be rock stars.
Hey, look, you're taking your Spinal Tap thing a little too friggin' seriously. It was a goof band, a movie back in 1982, 83.
Maybe they're gay.
Maybe they're gay. Hey, faggot. Maybe they're...
Nice head, dicks. Where you going? You too big now, faggots? You sucked on SNL, dick!
Jim Brewer in the studio.
Jim Brewer.
I paid for you, faggot!
Were you on SNL during the time any of them were on?
No.
No, they missed each other. Right. Yeah.
Really? Michael McCann wasn't on, like,
No.
part-time thing?
He was on for, what, a season?
Yeah, I know.
All those guys are. They were on for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, Christopher Cass.
The only one that was on a short amount of time was Anthony Michael Hall.
Oh,
God, do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
the Anthony
Wasn't
Michael
that
Hall
Julia
month.
Dreyfus too? And
Yeah, she was on, sure. From Seinfeld.
Michael Anthony was on a tear too. I mean, he kind of had the gayish geek thing going, but
Yeah.
you loved him. Because
But then
he got
he-
high in that movie.
He had that growth spurt, and it was all over.
And then all of a sudden, I was like, what happened?
Now I think he's in
He's on
that.
Saturday Night Live.
I think he's in that movie, that Def Leppard VH1 production.
What?
Who's he playing?
I don't know who he's playing, but he's definitely in the Def Leppard movie.
I played the drummer's leg.
Whoa.
Def Leppard movie tomorrow night
made
on
a
VH1.
movie?
Yeah.
It's a VH1 movie.
It's a VH1 movie. Like they
Did
cast.
they act it in, or?
No, it's not them. They cast people as Def Leppard, which is hysterical.
Where did they get the one armed actor from?
I have no idea.
Arm, leg, whatever.
Arm.
No, I know. But who cares?
I know my
Part,
amputees.
leg, whatever.
I know my amputees.
So yeah, I saw some dramatic moments of him in the hospital, you know, and the fake Def Leppard talking to him, you know, trying to act like Def Leppard.
We're still gonna be a band.
Yeah, stuff like that.
We're still gonna rock it.
We're not giving up on Def Leppard.
No.
We're gonna still be a band.
Photograph will live on.
We'll be back with more of the Def Leppard story on VH1.
So back to Spinal Tap.
Rocket!
Did they have
Shut up.
Shut
up. How annoyed must the roommates of those guys been? Shut up, bitch. Shut up. Yeah, here we go.
VH1 Behind the Music presents Def Leppard, but not really Def Leppard, in the Not Really Def Leppard story. And the guy with the missing arm, but he's not really missing an arm. How did they do that? We'll show you on Behind the Def Leppard movie, Behind the Music.
See how they struggled on to perform songs like Love Bites.
When you need love.
Pour some sugar on me and rock it, yeah.
Watch how they were gang raped by 5 black rappers after a concert one day and still survived on.
Make your own British flag shorts. Just like the drummer. The movie Hysteria. Def Leppard. Starring people that kind of look like Def Leppard. I'm there. That says watch me.
How cheesy was the blonde guy? Remember the blonde guy?
They all were blonde, no?
Tight pant. No. The short blonde hair.
Hey,
guy.
and then the guy died.
Wait a minute. The
long hair guy
Did he
died.
shoot himself or something?
No, he got like so effed up all the time on booze and drugs. Oh, that's got to be a great part of the movie too.
Our bandmate's dead, but the band's got to go on.
We're missing a leg and a player, but we can still sing Love Bites.
Oh my God, me foot fell off. But we could still be a band.
See Def Leppard as they transform into a band of nothing but heads. Heads, singing heads.
My body rotted off, but we're still a band. We've got to keep Def Leppard together.
Singing heads.
They're bringing their heads out. Shut up. They're bringing them out. They're putting them on stage.
Look, it's the head.
They're putting them on the stool, man. Shh.
A story of courage and bravery. As Def Leppard is just heads. Def heads.
I had to learn how to play the guitar all over again when I was just a head. It's hard to I had to reteach myself guitar because I had to play with me tongue.
With special guest Ozzy Osbourne as he comes in and grabs one of his and bites it in half, and then shoves the other half in his poopa.
It was quite amazing. I was stage, it was just a head. I feel we were snorting some lines. It's just a head that cocaine came right out the neck.
I think I was say is this myself.
See the story of courage, bravery. A story no one gives a flying F about. Def Leppard in Torso Rock. See, they're choking on their own vomit stories. Def Leppard hysteria.
And one time he won told me it's because I came over and it's a mess.
I don't know what they're saying either.
It was great. We're all still buds from long ago, and no matter how many body parts fall off, we got to keep the band together.
We were abused. I remember one time we went out with Metallica and they used our heads for kickballs. It was not funny. Lars got real drunk and he urinated on my wife.
I remember one time the bass player, he's still just ahead, decided to take a drive, and he got in a horrible accident and lost his ears. And since he played the bass with his ears on his head, he had to teach himself all over how to play without the ears.
Hysteria.
See how one of them finally went into a movie career and entered the movie Castaway.
The Road Show. The stage production, London, of Castaway.
What was the guy's name, Castaway?
The part of Wilson.
Wilson.
Wilson! So they changed my name to Wilson.
Wilson!
Hey, Matt, what's up?
Yeah, son, I got a real good feeling that they're going to have to change the name of that movie to Hysterical.
Yeah,
Hysterical. Going to have a big bag of herb tomorrow, do some bong hits. It's going to be funny.
Right on. Well, they got the bad wig jobs and stuff.
Yeah, the bad 80s British rock guy wigs. That just look really bad. Even
bad.
Spinal Tap's wigs last night were just like really bad. Like for the movie, they were bad, but they kind of got. And then I saw him backstage, the Spinal Tap guys, just kind of walking around because they weren't hanging with anybody, and it was frightening. Because they come out, and Christopher Guest, I mean, completely bald. He's gray, like beard, fat. Yeah, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not Nigel.
What happened to Nigel?
What happened to Nigel? I knew you should have given him the big bread. He wanted big bread.
How many times do you think he sits in a bar and someone goes,
"Hey man, see, this one goes up to 11. Hey, this one goes up to 11. Dick,
could you
say
shut
it."
up? Oh wait, I don't even have the accent. Look, could you shut up? That's not what he says. Do the accent, man. No, really, I'm
Did they
really
have the
busy.
Say 11.
They had the mini Stonehenge?
Yeah, the little Stonehenge came down. And oh, how they danced, the little children of Stonehenge. And the Stonehenge comes down and the little dwarf dances around it. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Were they in the pods?
No, they didn't have anything
They
like
didn't
that.
do the pods?
No, and it was sponsored by some kind of fake, like, Depend undergarment. So they had, like big flyers in the back for these fake undergarments. There it is. Long ago, before the dawn of history. Hundreds of years before the dawn of history. Lived a strange race of people. The Druids. You've seen that movie too many times.
Yeah, you got to get out of the house. Tony, what's up?
God, who doesn't love the movie?
Hey.
The guy's a dicks, but...
Brewer's a sick bastard, man.
Oh, we love Jim Brewer.
Dude, buddies of mine went to the show.
Yeah.
Best way to piss him off, say, hey, where's Squiggy, dick?
Oh, Michael McKeon?
Dude, he had a
Squiggy.
Squiggy.
Wait, you guys actually did that?
Friends of mine did. They wouldn't give him autographs.
Squiggy, dick?
They were being dicks, so he goes, hey, where's Squiggy, dick?
Walk up to Michael McKeon and go,
Hello.
Dude, he shot him
Hey,
up.
Levain.
That's funny.
That is very
Hello,
funny.
Levain.
Nice head, Dick. Where's Squiggy? Thank you. Good night.
where's Squiggy, dick?
Yeah, I see you in Oceanside, faggot.
Where the banshees live and they do live well. Stonehenge.
Hysteria. You won't even know that we're playing Spinal Tap music because we couldn't get the rights to the real music.
I wonder if they perform the Def Leppard songs or if they actually got permission to use the songs. It was just bad cover band version.
I remember hating them so much one time, I'd go out and beat Mexicans for that one video. What was it, Once Bitten? Remember? He was so
That was Great White.
exaggerated. He'd go up, no. He'd go up, when you make love.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
You look in the...
Shut up. I'm going to get drunk and fight a Mexican. Enough already.
The hell does that mean?
The chicks love them. The chicks really like them.
And the bad videos, that was like at the beginning of MTV with the swords and the chicks in the cages and stuff. Like, what does this even mean? Photograph was kind of a story. Wasn't it like the Marilyn Monroe kind of story going on? They were taking pictures.
They were taking pictures of the Marilyn Monroe.
Wow, this is so good. One of the 8 videos they played on MTV before they went and showed the Apollo rocket taking off 800 minutes of the day.
Was that guy a black guy? Who? Remember the one guy, the big
J.J. Jackson. J.J. Jackson. Hi, it's J.J. Jackson here, and we're going to premiere Thriller for you tonight.
Great, J.J. Great. They gave J.J. all the black artists.
You be banging your pillow to Nina Hartley.
Oh, Nina Blackwood.
Nina Blackwood.
And who looked just like a space cadet.
Martha Quinn.
Like she was on the dope.
Alan Hunter.
Martha Quinn was like the homebody.
Wow.
Mark Goodman. Yeah, Martha Quinn was like the homebody chick. The girl next door one. And then there was Nina Blackwood, the rock hooer. Hey, you're a rock hooer. You know she was just...
R-R-W.
You just know she was honing everyone's knob. She was like, hey, look who's here, man.
Take your shirt off. Let's see what you got, you DLRW.
Nina, let's see your boobies.
She's a dirty little rock hooer.
We should take a break.
All right.
Hey, Jim Brewer's here to hang with us for a while.
Nice,
man.
Brewer. Nice visit, Dick. Finally. Jesus, we kept saying, Brewer's on today. We're psyched. Brewer coming in? No, Brewer's not coming in. What happened?
Wow,
Brewer. He couldn't get a sitter, I hear the other day. Nice Dick. Sitter, real man.
Look at Brewer. He's playing all our cities, man, that we're in.
Oh.
Dallas, San Francisco, Chicago, Cleveland,
On the
Columbus,
Hysteria
and Philadelphia.
Tour. All covered by VH1.
Okay. Where am I playing?
I know exactly.
What?
When it gets closer, we'll tell everyone.
What
How's
time
that?
is it?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Jim Brewer, and you listen to the cream of the crap on Opie and O. You know what? You know what? I don't have to say what you're listening to. You know exactly what you listen to. You guys listen to this every day, so I don't need to do this. Enjoy.
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
Nick DiPaolo.
The best book I ever read. It turned me into the angry fucking white guy that I am. But Robert Bork, Slouching Towards Gomorrah. You ever read that book?
No.
Fellas.
I'm reading a book on rats
It'll change
right now.
you.
Good one. It'll
About
change
who
you.
runs the media and why, and the socialists and how they hate the nuclear family. That's why the dad's an asshole in every commercial.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
sitcom,
yeah.
Because he heads the nuclear family, and if you're gonna have a socialist revolution, you can't do it unless everybody's an individual. You can't have little pockets of family.
yeah.
It makes so much freaking.
Well, that's pretty good.
I'm telling you.
Well, Nick fucked me
I'll
on
have to pick
commercials.
that one up.
He actually said
Slouching
something.
Towards Gomorrah.
You actually say all the time about because I never. I always watch
now you
commercials.
do, don't you?
Now I watch commercials. I'm like, wow, that guy really is fucking a pussy.
Oh, it's
every
just
guy is
every
a pussy.
commercial
It's the
guy's a
white-
fucking
it's
idiots.
The white, it's about emasculating white men. That's all
Yep.
television has become. I don't give a shit. On the way in here, I listened to one of your ads. It was a 30-second blurb. And it's a little girl saying to the father, well, if you're scared, I'll go down the ski slope for... It's just fucking relentless. And my wife is ready to leave me because I can't not point it out.
Yeah.
And my father's doing it now, and my mother's ready to leave him.
Oh fuck! I gotta take notice.
Just
now.
watch.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but when you watch a Super Bowl, you'll get inundated. If you
Sure.
watch football every
Yep.
Sunday, I can't fucking take it. I can't.
I'm pretty observant usually. I've never picked
It's
up
always
on
a
that.
dumb
my God,
yoga.
I gotta
Oh, my
check
God.
this shit
There's
out.
a yoga commercial, and she's on the phone talking. Well, I'm losing weight, and he's just like an ape
Yeah, I've seen that
searching through
commercial.
There's one where there's one for blinds, and there's
there you-
two women by the blinds,
and they're watching the husband out by the barbecue.
blowing himself
and he's
up.
blowing himself up because he's just a fucking retard. Idiot. And there with the blinds like, oh, there's my asshole.
Yeah.
There's my sperm donor so I can have kids.
Yeah.
But
And you can see right through him. That's the fucking line.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the blind thing.
Yep.
And you can see right through. Imagine saying that about a broad showing her fucking up in the kitchen. They have a bunch of dykes in front of fucking CBS.
Exactly. And a bunch of guys are just laughing at her. Look at my dumb bitch. She can't do shit. Oh, forget about it. Now would be everywhere.
Can you fucking imagine that?
Well, that does mean, though, that the white guys are still doing well, because what happens is we're the only safe targets, meaning it's obviously so ludicrous.
No, it's getting smaller, though.
But it is, but I'm saying it's so ludicrous. Like, everybody, like, if you do a woman in the kitchen, you're right, you know what? That is what that bitch does. She cooks. But if it's a guy, it's like, oh, pick on the strong one. That's the weak picking on the strong. That's the way they see it. That's why, in a way, it annoys me. But that's where it comes from. Oh, like, you make a great joke about the fucking, the joke with the dad and the computer. So even dad can figure it out.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, who, the guy that bought the fucking computer? That's a great joke.
I love that one, yeah.
But there's too much truth in it the other way. Like, this is almost an exaggeration that's ridiculous, and that's why they're
But what it's doing is it has tainted the fucking subconscious of a whole generation of broads who you get, like, my niece is wearing a shirt, boys are stupid, it says on the t-shirt. Seriously, at what point do you like fucking, and then I read a whole article in the Post how 91% of school teachers, middle school teachers, are women.
Mm-hmm.
All the curriculum, there's no little boys don't get to read about adventurous shit and stuff they like to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's all kind of been feminized.
Sure.
And the kids the boys who are hyperactive, they put them on Ritalin. All just fucking male traits.
Yeah.
It's all
aggressiveness
fucking true, man.
and competitive nature, and
I've heard 22-year-old girls, like, in nightclubs and shit. I've heard this 100 times in the last 5 years, yelling at some guys in a parking lot, I'll kick your ass. And they fucking believe it. And that's a product of them being conditioned by fucking anti-male messages over and over again. It's fucking relentless.
They just need a nice fucking punch right in the
do like that, like the opening scene of that movie with Sarah Silverman, where she just gets clocked right in the fucking face.
She wakes up and her door, the car door's open, and she's just wedged in between it.
But it's fucking, I mean, when you watch the Super Bowl, any Sunday, but especially the Super, just watch the commercials, how people are portrayed. It's always like a bank lunch. It'll be a black boss with a nice suit on, and a white guy with a shitty tie, $4 shirt, fucking messy hair.
Yeah.
Every white guy has a receding hairline and is an ugly fuck and just unlikable. I want to know who's casting
What's
this
wrong
shit.
with that?
Huh?
What's wrong with that?
Please.
You know what gets me? There's a commercial now that gets me, and if it was the other way around, it would just be fucking unheard of.
Yeah.
It's I think for a bank.
WAMU, I think.
Yeah. And it's this black guy seems to have corralled up a load of old white guys.
Yeah.
And he's leading them around with his cleverness and trickery. He's tricking all these old business white guys into doing his bidding. And I said, what if it's some old white guy and a corral of black guys?
Yeah, it would be
and
believable.
It's Jimmy. Who's looking at this commercial, though? I was watching it and going, what the fuck? How do you get away with that?
My buddy Joe List, this kid I have open for me, he was telling me about it. He went to a bank. He went to his bank, and I don't know what bank it was, but there's a little thing that says 78% of our employees are women.
What the fuck is that?
What does that mean? What is that? Is that fucking good? Why is that
crowing?
fucking good?
Or is that?
Are they more qualified than a fucking guy?
Why
is that fucking good?
They're telling you chances are your teller's going to be a cunt. Prepare yourself. And don't expect the change to be counted properly. Expect an error. And she's probably on her fucking rag, so she's going to be irrational.
Don't put the money in your mouth.
They're going for the nurturing angle.
She's used to balancing a fucking toilet paper budget at home. Give her a break.
Did you ever agenda,
Did
man.
you ever hit a chick?
Yeah.
Nick?
It's somebody's fucking. What?
Did you ever hit a chick?
Never.
Ever in your life?
No.
Never ever shook. You
I
ever shook
tackled
her?
a girl over a couch. Like a fucking harmless thing.
What'd you do?
I said I tackled a girl. This girl Michelle that I dated. She was like 12 years older than me. She put me through the ringer. Fucking, but it was no fucking. I've never ever even slapped a girl.
You never slapped a chick?
No.
You goon arm a girl if you have to.
Goon hand.
Goon hand.
There's
her.
better ways of hurting them emotionally.
Absolutely.
Than fucking. You don't need to hit them.
You can just fuck them up with words.
That's all. Just come in and put your middle finger on her nose and go, hey, it's your best friend's ass. That'll fucking cripple her for life.
Everyone's a Hannibal Lecter when it comes to the. You can just with words make them fucking kill themselves like multiple meats.
You fuck another girl, and then you fuck your girl before you clean your dick off. Just really straight. It's called fixing her wagon.
If there's like this agenda, whose is it?
I'm not going to say. You heard Bobby
where did
Fischer.
the conspiracy? I know, but where? Yeah, right. Where did it? Like, how does everyone know it's just a wink and a nod that this is what we're going to do? This is the course we're going to pursue without some secret society meeting at this huge 100 million person arena.
Colin Quinn has a great theory on that, because I do say it's a conspiracy, but he says it's not. They're so ingrained, and they have people believing it doesn't have to be a conspiracy.
It's just accepted. It just grew into it.
Yes.
It evolved somehow.
I think it's still 6 guys making phone calls. Let's make the Gentile guy look like the asshole. Not saying anything.
It went from, the 50s, Leave It to Beaver kind of Ward Cleaver was the fucking man in charge.
Father knows best. Would they ever say that today in a fucking million
Father
years?
knows best. No way.
That would be sexist, fucking misogynist. You're saying the father knows better than the wife?
How do you know?
How dare you?
She's college educated, and all right. Sorry.
When's the last time, I ask this on stage a lot, I go, when's the last time a fictional character, woman, was portrayed as angry, stupid, mean, or just unlikable?
Fucking all the family? No, she was likable.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody always goes, Suzanne Summers was... I go, thank you for proving my fucking point. 1975.
75, a ditzy blonde.
When's the last time you had a bride who was unlikable, fictional character, just had negative qualities?
And just not empowered kind of a thing? Because you could say, like, Roseanne was very negative, but she had the, she had the juice in the family,
and she was funny.
Yeah.
But seriously, it's fucking...
Yeah, it's like Suzanne Summers, all the little fucking titty things from the 70s. And then you're just it's all empowered, strong.
I mean, if I see one more fucking movie where like Meg Ryan's beating up 6 Navy SEAls, I'm gonna who needs that? What the fuck? Seriously, I can't get past.
There's no reality in it.
Remember when there used to be sex objects in films?
Yeah.
They don't have any of that.
No
gratuitous.
That's
shots
another
of
thing that
boobs
gets
and
me,
ass
and
anymore.
I've talked about this on the air. I watch Discovery Channel. I like the Military Channel, and when they do interviews with pilots. Love it. Black, white, the same thing.
Right.
These guys are by the fucking book, and I love it. You watch a movie with a black guy as a fighter pilot, and it's like, yeah, missile away, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bringing that guy down and shit. It's like, that doesn't sound like any pilot I've heard interviewed on any fucking channel.
310 to Yuma. Did you see 310 to Yuma?
Yeah.
The Western?
Yep.
Right at the beginning, Russell Crowe, not Russell Crowe, who's the fucking other guy?
The other guy, yeah.
His name's Christian Bale.
Who's the other? Christian Bale.
Christian Bale.
His wife's, we make decisions together. That's not how fucking women talked in 1850
Back
to their husband.
Really?
And I'm not saying, I know you're going, he's a reactionary. That's how he wants it. Fucking maybe. But the fucking little kid is being real snotty to his father, Christian Bale. You know,
shit wouldn't happen. Not back
fucking
then.
Kids didn't talk to their...
No.
They take painstaking detail to get the fucking outfits right from 1850, but they have the kid talking like he was born in 1986, and I can't get past it. I want to enjoy this fucking movie, but there's a liberal streak. I just saw that one Into the Wild that Sean Penn directed.
Oh Christ!
And just
anything he does.
I mean, I would have loved it but I can't get past the fucking message behind it. That capitalism's fucking bad. It had the mother and father who didn't treat the kid good. They were all about money and material things.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some truth, but I can't get fucking past it. It's just it's like watching propaganda. And I still enjoyed, as bad as the message was, I still enjoyed some of the fucking movie. It was that good a story. But I can't.
That's a great observation.
There are things.
man.
There are just things going on. There are things going on. I like the 6 guys on the phone theory. Hey.
But I can't. It's fun, and people don't have time, because people are working. They have families, 50 hours. Comics. We have time to fucking.
You have to mull this over.
Yes, and like my sisters think I'm crazy and shit, but then now they're coming around. Because
you finally got them.
I call up and I go, look at the fucking white guy in this commercial. Seriously.
If you point it out enough,
like you said, they'll leave you or they'll start coming around.
Yeah.
You
You know what criticism I got from my girlfriend? She's like, it's really hard to be around someone who's raging all the time at people. And I'm like, I guess I am.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like, it's always that it won't go. It's like that fucking, I hope he gets fucking can't. And she's like, I get it. We're eating. We're trying to enjoy ourselves. When we want to be
You
seated.
should hang out with my wife. She'll have a lot to talk about.
He broke his car horn one day. He was He was just in New York. Like, that never happens. There's never traffic in New York. And he just smashing his horn with his little fist. Fucking move! And it just broke. And
gets so pissed.
Oh, he had nothing. He had to yell his head out the window.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, I just want to say that I completely agree with Nick DiPaolo, and I do the same exact thing. I watch these movies, and I can't pass the fact that these liberals trying to get their message by. But I also want to say, if you notice on these comedian shows, these comic series, you always notice that the guy is just a stupid dad, and then the mom is just the smart cunt in every single comedian show.
Yeah, like
comedian show.
Everybody loves Raymond, King of Queens.
Yeah.
He's saying he
Smart
invented the
cunt.
comedy show.
I love that.
Whereas one of the greatest ever, the guys were strong and awful. Like in All in the Family, Archie, he loved Edith, it was obvious, but she was a fucking dope. Louis was a brutal guy, even though he wasn't married, in Taxi. So it's like where the fucking shows have been the greatest. Even though the Honeymooners used that formula of her being the strong, bright one, but they didn't do it to be fashionable. They did it because that was the funny way to go.
Yeah, but he was
going
to punch her in every episode.
I know.
Yeah. Threatening physical violence on her. The
Bang to the
fucking
fucking
mother-in-law.
moon.
How he just used the rag on the mother-in-law.
But people would go back then, obviously he's not going to hit his wife. Where today, it's been drilled into their head that every guy's a potential rapist. and fucking wife beater.
Watching this type of violence only makes people beat their does it?
Well, do you
don't
notice
just
in the
laugh?
Honeymooners movie that they remade, The Black Honeymooners, he didn't threaten to hit her because it wasn't politically
Because that's not
correct.
good.
Of course not. Why would they?
I like to think that after, the Honeymooners episode is over, that there's a lot of beating going on behind closed doors.
Just pounding her in the
That's how I like
face.
to look at it. They just didn't want to show that part of the sitcom.
Her chained to the sink in the bathroom.
When he would just wave his fist and go, "You dirty old kid."
It was great.
He's gonna punch you. This is
Refreshing.
great. Yeah.
But I got fucking guy, like,
All right, yeah.
I do my radio show, and we're talking about sitcom, and the guy goes, actually said, one of my listeners, 2.5 Men is kind of edgy. Oh, what you fucking...
Just stop.
Ouch.
I go, see, you proved my point. You've been fucking, they've done it to you. You're on their side now.
Brainwashed.
They cut your balls
You
off.
fell
and
asleep
fucking-
next to the bean pod and
It's
woke
kinda,
up.
yeah.
And everything's fucking funny now. It's
Why? Because they
it's
do
not.
a prostitution joke that makes it fucking...
Yeah.
I got in trouble, and this is true. I had a meeting with NBC. I had a bunch of... That's when I had a deal with Dennis Leary's company. And we met with all the networks. And every fucking... By the way, there's no men in any of the meetings except for one. And he was just like blatantly guy gay.
Yeah.
But every time, every meeting, the first question was, so what's the relationship part of your show? So what's your wife gonna do? And I said, there's no wife. It's like Barney Miller, but I'm a single cop. And they fucking will get all quiet and shit. And in the last meeting, I go... they go, so how do you see the relationship part of the show? I go, in the pilot, I'm going to push my pregnant wife down the stairs. Just trying to make a fucking... Not even Dennis laughed or anybody. Fucking... And everybody get quiet and shit. And Jim Serpico, Dennis's partner, sent the lady roses the next day from NBC.
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding
I swear
me?
to fucking God.
That's
it got all
hysterical.
fucking quiet and shit.
They're
I was
supposed to-
hoping somebody would
They're
giggle.
supposed to understand comedy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I think that's actually
On the
funny
pilot.
if you're
On
meant
the
to do it.
Pilot episode.
Jimmy only finds it funny. You're like W.C. Fields. What W.C. Fields said, that's the difference between a comedian and just a regular person. To make a regular person laugh, you dress a person up like an old lady, push them down the stairs. To make a comedian laugh, you actually push your old lady down.
That's good.
Hey, this is Nick DiPaolo, and if you're interested in seeing me live, go to nickdip.com. That's one word, nickdip.com, to get all your Nick DiPaolo touring information and maybe buy a stupid hat and a shot glass.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. It's the best. The best of the worst of the comedians of the Opie and Anthony show.
Just hilarious. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Really funny. Really awful, too, by the way. I'll acknowledge that.
Holy mother of God.
Now presenting comedian
Jim Jeffries.
Hey, Jim Jeffries, did you tell them the story about your girl when the house got broken into?
You know, it's,
yeah, we told that last time, didn't we? About
it's
when...
worth. You know what? We have a lot of new listeners since the last time you were here. I wouldn't mind hearing that story again.
It's quite horrific. I can't even remember where the jokes were in it, but I
what I tell you earlier. Sometimes it's about just telling an interesting story.
I was
getting a tidbit out there.
I was at home. I was at home in Manchester with me mate watching a movie, and my girlfriend was next door, and asleep in the bedroom. Me and my mate were stoned watching the Unforgiven, I think. And at 4 a.m, 2 guys came through the window, one with a machete and one with a hammer, and they tied me up. And there's a scar there on the side of my head where they cut my head, and they put a shoe bag over my face, and all the blood rushed out into the front of the bag. And then they threatened to rape my girlfriend while I was tied up on the ground. And it was good. I got a good lot of material out of it. But this is the weird thing, right? So they got me on the ground. I got these pictures and stuff on my chest of drawers of all my nephews and nieces. And the nice one out of the two, right? He's a good guy. The other guy was a bit of a prick. And then he pulls up a picture and goes, either you guys got kids. And my mate Steve's on the ground like this. And he goes, I got a 5-year-old boy. Like that, right? So I think, fucking hell, you don't have kids. I go, they're going to fucking kill me now, right? They're going to fucking kill me. So I go, I got a 4-year-old girl. Right? And my mate tries to top me by going, my one's retarded.
How's that going to help?
Yeah, well, you're not going to kill the guy with a retarded kid. He needs all the loving.
Yeah, that retarded kid needs all the help he can get.
But they
Why did they come through your window? Were they looking for drugs? Were you guys known to have drugs in the house?
No, they thought we were drug dealers because, being comics, we had a fair bit of cash. I drove a nice car, and I didn't seem to go to work. And when I did go to work, it was for like 2 days. But I didn't. If you knocked on my door at 3 PM, I'd answer in my underwear eating a bowl of cereal. And that's drug dealer behaviour. If you've
Why'd
ever
you
seen
leave
it.
the window open?
Because we were in the house and it was hot. It was the middle of summer. It was.
Is it a nice neighborhood?
God.
It was an all right neighborhood, but they came through actually the second story window at the bathroom. And
why was that window left open?
Because you shit in the bathroom and it smells bad, so you open a window.
You're batting down the hatches.
But we were in the house.
Yeah.
Robert Kelly's acting like a girl.
Oh, God, he's doing the tuck.
What is wrong with you?
What has happened here today?
What the hell, Bob?
Bobby Kelly's on Pal Talk doing the tuck, and it looks like he's wearing flesh panties.
Oh, my God. It's like his cock's gone down one side. It's like there's one big flap on the side of his cunt.
Oh, God.
Yeah, show us fly's eyes.
Right. Kenny, cancel our bagel sandwich.
And now he's smiling.
Do you call that fly?
He just held open the crack of his ass, and there was like a fucking
loading it.
Bob,
big
what is
hair
wrong
hanging
with you?
out.
What is wrong with you, Bob?
Bobby's just
I was
telling
a heartfelt story about my robbery, and Bobby goes, I'll put my cock between me legs so it looks like I got a cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. He looked like he had a bump.
Good job.
That was cute.
A mangina for you guys.
Yeah, thank you,
A
Bob.
mangina.
That's what this show needed today.
Oh,
so, Jim,
gosh.
so what? How did this end? So you're
They got 12 years in prison, which they'll be out probably in 6 or something like that. They pleaded innocent, because even though they were wearing balaclavas in the middle of June. Like, they were driving in my car with a whole bootload of shit. They go, no, we weren't there. We just found this car and got in it.
Yeah.
And they went to one of them. They go, why are you wearing balaclavas? And he's like, it's me style. That was his excuse. My mate Steve, this is the line he said. This is what happened, right? My mate Steve used to be the drummer for Pie Mortal, and he was the relief drummer for Faith No More when they came out to Australia. So he's like a heavy metal guy, right? And they came through the window, and he said to me, he goes, look, I think you've chosen the wrong house. All I have in this house are 20,000 heavy metal records, and I assume you like hip-hop. Right? It was just the most... That didn't help the situation
No,
at all.
I can imagine it wouldn't. Did they leave the girl alone? I don't remember.
Yeah, they held a knife to throat and threatened to rape her a few times, and then they didn't. But the funny thing was, when I was getting tied up, I thought to myself, fuck, they're going to tie everyone up. So while they were doing it, I kept on acting like it was hurting my wrists, so that they'd do it like loosely, so that when they tied everyone up, I could escape and do some ninja shit and sort everything out. But then they just held me hostage, so they didn't tie anyone else up. So, but she was all right. But I was tied up with the fucking cord from my girlfriend's hair straighteners. the power cord, right? And when they left, my mate went and got a knife and cut me free. And the girl, she didn't cry when they had a machete to her throat, so they were going to rape her. But then I turn around, she's holding up the power cord, just bawling her eyes out, going,
That her fucking hair
you
straightened.
can only buy this brand in America. When am I going to America again? I can't even fucking get them like this.
Wow.
Are you crying about your hair straighteners? I'm still bleeding from the head.
Holy shit.
She's the one who
Was
left
this
me.
England or
This is
Australia?
England. This is Manchester.
Yeah,
Jim,
England.
this is Anthony's worst nightmare, you know.
I
This is
am
why Anthony has all his guns.
a nut. Well, I exercised my Second Amendment right again yesterday, by the way. I have
Is
a
that the
brand new weapon.
What is it?
Very happy. I have a SIG P220, 45 caliber pistol.
Shit, he's going to be carrying
That is a beautiful little weapon.
But what's the use of having it? Like in my situation, even if I had a gun, they just came through the door, bang, knife. Would you carry it with you all the time?
Yes, exactly. You carry it with you all the fucking time.
Around your house, you're rocking around with a gun.
Why
in your
wouldn't you
pocket.
walk around with a gun
I
on
get
you
so
in your house?
depressed. If I had a gun with me all the time, I would have killed myself 50 times already. Like just at the lowest moment, I would just go boom. And it'd
Would
be
you
all over.
really?
I really would be dead now if I owned a gun.
Well, then you probably shouldn't own one.
I'm not a cutter or anything, but I could definitely go a bullet.
Really?
Oh, yesterday then, about 2 o'clock, feeling a bit down.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Feeling a bit down, he would just pull the
couldn't
trigger.
decide what I wanted for lunch. It would have been all over. No, I really would be dead if I owned a gun.
Really?
Yeah, not a shadow of a doubt. If I owned a gun, if I had a gun with me at any time, I'd be dead or would have killed a couple of people in a
Wow, okay, yeah, then you shouldn't have
That's why I
a
think
gun.
it's bad. It's bad to have guns.
No, it's good to have guns.
Anthony, you don't think you're taunting lunatics right now?
I'm not taunting lunatics. What are they going to do? If a lunatic's a lunatic, he's going to do something bad. I'm not taunting anybody.
But aren't the statistics because you have gun crime,
I am
more
a
people...
card-carrying member of the National Rifle
You're a
Association.
gun-carrying member of the National Rifle
Yes, I'm a gun-carrying member.
Do you have a gun on you right now?
No.
Then what's your policy on carry it with you all the time?
He just got it.
I have Club Soda Kenny.
Yeah, but he has other guns. That's not his first. He's like fucking Elvis. He's got other guns.
Jim,
I have Club Soda Kenny.
I went through...
He's my security guy.
I got a tour of Anthony's house about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was amazed at... I lost count. What did I
It's
say?
like Billy out of...
I think I lost count at around 8.
I like guns. They're
8
fun.
guns. 8 guns in his house.
How was his
Oh,
house?
yeah, that's the gun
Pretty
I just
empty.
got.
Okay, have you
Guns and
have,
TVs. Guns and flat screens. That's what Ann has.
have you ever held a gun up to a person in range?
No.
For fun, he has, though.
No.
Have you ever played around in bed with it?
No. Never played in bed.
Have you ever
I've
taken the
cleaned my
bullets out and
guns in
act like
bed?
you're shooting a friend?
I've cleaned my guns in
Anthony
bed. That
takes
was
his...
just before my girlfriend left me.
Wow.
I hope you don't shoot your guns in real life like you do in Call of Duty 4 because you stink.
All right, smart ass. I know, I stink at that game.
Have you ever wanked with a gun in your mouth?
No, cock, but never a gun. No, no, I don't find guns,
Sexy.
like that.
But you just looked at that gun and said, "Isn't it sexy?"
It's a pretty gun. Isn't it a pretty gun? Look at it. Doesn't that look like? Doesn't that look like something you just want to have on you all the time?
That's what you got?
Yeah,
that looks cool.
The handle is
isn't that
cool. It
cool?
looks like it's a fun thing to hold.
Yeah, it is. It's very good.
Can you bring it in and we
There's
all
just
get to
something.
hold it?
No, I can't bring
How
it
many
in.
bullets does that
Please.
thing hold? How many can you chuck out?
You put about 8 in there. Yeah.
What are you allowed to do? You're allowed to take it out of the house? No.
Yeah.
What's the law? When are you
It's
allowed to shoot a person?
It's there's you have to be in danger of your life, or you have to feel like you're in danger of your life being taken.
So I could have shot those guys in my
Or
house.
political disagreement.
Yes.
Yeah, you absolutely could have shot those guys in your house.
See, the thing is, if I shot someone in my house in England in that situation, I'd be in prison right now.
There's deadly physical force laws.
No, you can't. Doesn't matter.
Really? Are you shitting
England
me? If you're in
sucks.
fucking England and people break into your house and you kill them, you're fucked?
Yeah, you're fucked.
You're supposed to just take the shit?
You can.
Fuck England.
You got to blow a whistle.
You can you can restrain them until the cops get there with their batons.
It's just a stupid.
That is the dumbest fucking thing
But the
I've
cops
ever
barely
heard.
have guns in England,
Some
right?
of them do. Yeah, I
know
was finding
some
weird.
have,
But the bobbies don't. No, they got their weird hats, and that's scary
Oh my
enough.
God, I couldn't imagine that. No, you just need a gun on you.
So when somebody
there was
broke into
some-
my hotel room one time, I was sleeping. If I had shot him
Where?
in Tempe,
That
It's
sounds
crazy.
That sounds justifiable.
Right, Jeff?
Yeah.
What?
Wait, what happened to Jeffrey Ross now?
Jeff had a knife pulled on him on stage, didn't you?
Oh yeah, that's true, Bobby.
I
That's
was
true.
there, actually, in Brooklyn.
Oh yeah, that was a different time.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, Bobby, that other time too. Holy shit, I'm an instigator.
Obviously.
What happened in Tempe?
Tempe, I was at this hotel. What's it called? Shit. Anyway, I'm
Doesn't
sleeping.
matter.
I'm
It's a
about.
hotel.
I got to get up at 6 in the morning.
Well, a good hotel or like a shitty motel?
Nice hotel.
Oh, wow.
Second floor balcony. So a guy climbed up.
Oh.
And there'd been like rapes and murders for months.
Oh,
going on in
great.
Tempe.
That's
That's a
fantastic.
nice cool breeze, and about 4:30 in the morning, I hear the door, the balcony door start to open.
Holy
Oh, it's scary. At least you heard it.
I'm naked. I'm half asleep because I got to get up in an hour for radio, and I just and I go, get the fuck out! I go, get the fuck out of here! And the guy I see the hand quiver. The hand is now 6 feet from my head.
Oof.
And he goes, security, sorry. And I hear him fucking run. And they caught him on video camera climbing over the wall.
Really?
Yeah.
I just
Wait, what did he
understand.
have in his hand? A knife or a gun?
Nothing.
He's just coming to steal your cash,
Cock.
wasn't he? He just wanted to thought you'd
I think he was coming to rape some chick.
Yeah, you were the wrong guy.
But he heard the fucking
He thought
voice.
He
was
thought a
probably-
Chucky Jew, and he called it off.
yeah.
It probably sounded like you were awake and he didn't know.
Bobby, I should have played your new CD and scare him off.
Ross,
no, come on, a joke.
Ross, I had the exact same story. I've told it a million times in Buffalo, but it's the guys on the street taking a nap during the day, and I wake up because I feel a presence in the room, and there's a black guy in a hoodie pulled down tight, inches from my face, and I just open my eyes, and I just go, what are you doing here? And I was like, and as I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do, I'm like, holy shit, you got to be kidding me. He got up real fast and ran. And there was a rapist loose in Buffalo at the time. And he was checking out to see if I was a girl, I think. And as soon as he heard the man voice.
And what decision did he make? Oh, you're a man.
No, he ran.
One time when I lived down at
Scared the
300
fuck out of me, though.
It is terrifying. I can't live on I live on like a top floor now apartment in London. I wouldn't live on the ground.
I'm super careful now. 300 Mercer, when I first moved to New York, I went down to get my laundry, and I was downstairs for 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure I locked the door, but it doesn't matter because he probably picked it. And I open the door, and I walk in, and there's just this crackhead in my bedroom. And he's like quivering like a deer. And I look at him, and he looks at me, and it's just like, we both know what's happening. And he's like, where's Dave? I'm supposed to play soccer with Dave.
He's out that window, you motherfucker.
And I back off, and I let him run out, and he takes the steps, and I take the elevator, and I beat him, and me and the doorman trapped him in the revolving door for 20 minutes. he just sat in the revolving door banging on it.
A rat trap.
Like catching a fly under a plastic cup.
So finally the cops, we drag him back in, and they take him in, and he's like, obviously, he had AIDS and stuff. He was a drug addict. And I go back up the stairs, and I find like a broken watch and my tape recorder with like my act on it from the night before. Like he just stole whatever was right there. And then like 6 months later, I was in Union Square, and I saw him just peeling through the intersection. Like, they eventually let him out. I never pressed charges, I don't think. And then he just ran. I saw him robbing somebody else.
Fucking monsters.
Squashed
There's monsters out there.
Monsters. You hear this, Jim Jeffries?
There's monsters out there.
Ants well armed.
Maybe they got it
just
right
have
in
to
England. No,
walk
they'll worry
around.
about us a fucking scoutmaster jerking off on his face.
No, that's Australia.
Guy comes in the house
Freeze or I'll whack off for 10 minutes.
I tell you what, the crime in Australia is very low for things like house burglary and stuff like that. But
Yeah?
it's much worse in Britain. Hey, you're listening to Opie and Anthony, and if you're not listening to him, you might be deaf or retarded and just have the radio on and just be looking at it, staring, and nothing's really computing in. But you wouldn't be offended by this. You can't hear me either.
Opie and Anthony. Now presenting comedian
Jamie Kennedy.
Yeah, let's get right back into this. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. In studio, Jamie Kennedy. You got a new movie out called The Heckler.
Yeah.
See, now we got to make believe we didn't talk to you for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, our boy Roland gave us copies of The Heckler, and Jimmy and I really, really enjoyed it.
First of all, I want to thank you for watching it, because you know how many times you give stuff to people and they don't watch it.
Don't
You guys
watch it.
actually watched it, and you liked it. That's awesome. Thank you.
You can always tell when the first question is, so tell us about it.
Yeah. Well, there's other stuff that they give us in advance, and then we're stuck because we already booked the guest, and we're like, so tell us about, like Jimmy just said, why am I doing the same exact joke? What an idiot. What an idiot.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, off subject real quick, Boogie Nights. You said you were in. You were in Boogie Nights. They deleted your scenes.
No, here's what's happened. I actually got a part in Boogie Nights, and I got a part in As Good as It Gets. I don't know if you saw As Good as It Gets. My part, I had actually a big part, but it got cut down to one word, where I say, yo. And then I beat up Greg Kinnear. I hit him with the lamp.
Really?
Yeah, and he was, remember, the gay guy.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, wow.
of course.
And in Boogie Nights, I had the actual part of the guy that has sex with Heather Graham in the back of the limo. And
Oh,
then
really?
Burt Reynolds
Yeah.
kicks me with a roller skate. They conflicted. So I had to pick a choice. It was like 2 months of a movie in New York or 2 days on Boogie Nights, and I ended up. So I chose As Good as It Gets. I ended up saying yo, but in the other one, it would have been cool to get kicked with a roller skate by Burt Reynolds.
That was the douchey guy that she went to school with or
Yes.
something, and he
That would have
kept
been you.
saying, like,
That would've
yeah.
been- you know what's weird? Okay, so check it out. So I get the part. I couldn't do it. My roommate at the time I'm living with, I say you should go in. He goes in. He gets it. Isn't that weird?
Oh, that was him?
And that's him.
And
And he was, yeah.
That keeps you up at night, I'm thinking.
That
was a huge movie.
I know.
I'm sorry, but that's got to keep you up at night.
A Nicholson scene. Nicholson movie.
A Nicholson scene was good too.
But you know what? Good choice by you, of course, going with the As Good as It Gets.
Yeah, because Burt Reynolds hated that movie. He didn't know how great Boogie Nights was. I think until it was finished and actually
Fired his agent.
Did he really?
Yeah, I was with his agent too, and he fired him, and he said, "I can't. You put me in porn," and then he got nominated.
Yeah.
And
Did he
then
bring his agent back?
You put me in porn.
No, I think he went back and did Evening Shade, best of.
So, you want to describe the heckler before we get into this?
Sure, yeah.
Just to give the overview.
Heckler, the movie's all about, like, basically it deals with the world of heckling. And it starts with stand-up, and then it goes into sports, touches on politics, and then it kind of goes into the world of criticism. Then it kind of goes into the world of blogging, and then the internet, and then just kind of how the world is. We live in such a critical place now. Everyone has an opinion, and it's kind of like boom. And that's
now you have to see him.
Yeah.
You know, and you have to be exposed to the criticism of people that really shouldn't be critics. You shouldn't mind.
Yeah.
It's just someone's opinion, but now it becomes this thing that's out there.
It's a documentary, but really it's a comedy. But it's all about, anybody has the power to say stuff now from anywhere, and it's just like heckling the comedy club used to be like considered like the worst, but it's not. It's like the best of it now. It's like the worst is like the anonymous blogger sitting in his basement in Dubuque and saying the worst stuff. So that's kind of what it is, and it's about me interviewing these people, seeing what makes them tick, talking to other comedians, performers, actors.
Yeah, you confront some of your hecklers, and I think going into it, you're thinking, I can handle this. I'm going to sit these guys down and then see what they're all about. And then by the end of it, you're wishing like stomach cancer on them and stuff.
And there was one scene too where he's with a heckler, and I wanted to wring this guy's neck.
Yeah.
Because you're talking to him about a joke about Christ or whatever, and he's like, "You want to get into it or something like that?" Guy, you almost had a physical confrontation with it.
Yes.
Did you? What happened? He just.
I was doing a show in West Virginia at a college, and he said, what's that joke you did about Jesus? I did this joke called, because priests are talking about the body of Christ, and they can get you to eat anything. I'm like, they could just be like the nipple of Christ, and we would just suck on it because, it's God, right? And he's like, you can't say that. That's against religion. And I go, it's called the nipple of Christ, bro. It's a joke. He goes, you want to do something about this?
Yeah.
And then we ended up ending like a little tiff, and my assistant was there.
Amazing.
It was really good, man, because it covers the anger performers have at hecklers, because it's almost like it's weird. Like when you're on stage, you kind of have to make a quick judgment as to what the guy's intent is, because most of them are douches, but there are people that have just had too much to drink and are really just trying to be fun with you. But it's in the eyes when somebody heckles you, and you know that they're jealous and they're going to rip you, and they're being, what they're doing, and sometimes you attack them too harshly.
Yes.
The whole crowd who doesn't do this every night, doesn't see their face, doesn't understand that I had to crucify that guy.
Yes.
He's garbage. You don't get it, and they turn on you. And there's so many weird things with hecklers.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating thing because it's like most of them want to help. And, Jim will tell you, as you can tell, a lot of them are chicks. We talk about that, how they get drunk. And they want to help, and it's just like if you're saying, like, you ever get belly button lint? And someone's like, yeah, belly button lint. And you're like, can I finish my thing? Yeah, finish it, dude. And they just want to help, so you don't really want to go after them. But there are There was one, and I didn't get on camera. It was in Canada, and I really can't talk about it because it's a lot of graphic. But it was a big Jamaican dude, and he had this white girlfriend, and I was talking crap about Canada, and I like to just give him a little stick and a puck, and they're happy for the rest of their lives. And he's like, "Screw you, man! You don't know about Canada." And I'm like, "Dude, you're from Jamaica. Shut up." And like, he came after me physically, and then they had to stop him, and it was amazing. Like, this is the only time that guy actually physically wanted to get me. But really, we're talking about in the movie about how heckling is not as bad as like blogging and criticism, and how it's really about criticize the piece, not the person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like how you have a lot of examples of comedians getting heckled, and some guys could handle it because they got some stuff they got in their head and they're well prepared for the heckler, and then other guys just lose their mind, like Guitar Dude. Guitar Dude takes his guitar.
He's a legend, that guy.
And unfortunately, it's not on camera because it was just like it was a still shot of the stage. But he walked off camera to take his guitar and smash it over a heckler's head.
And then he puts the pick back in the thing.
Yeah,
he puts the pick back in the.
And then he thought the whole crowd was going to appreciate what he just did, and they're like, "Whoa, dude, what's up?" Because everyone was hating this heckler, but his reaction was such that the whole crowd, like Jimmy was kind of saying, turned on the dude, and he's like, "What? Too much?" And they're like, "Yeah, kinda." And then all of a sudden, the guy said something like, "All right, show over," and just walked off stage.
Yeah,
that guy struck a blow for all. There's not a comedian alive that wouldn't pay that guy's rent for him.
Yeah,
he struck a blow for all of us, because you really learn. It's like sometimes they heckle you because like there was a woman in the documentary who was just. It's like the literal heckler, where you say something and they feel the need to correct you because these dummies understand that humor is an exaggeration unless it's relating to them. So the really funny one with this British woman, he's talking about British woman, and she's like, "We don't all talk like that in England. Only the Queen does." And he's like, "What, did you bang everybody in England?" He really smashed her.
Yeah.
And she had to laugh because she knew she had got, as they say. But sometimes they just try to correct you on the facts. You just want to shut your mouth.
I thought what was brilliant, and we're going to try not to do the whole movie for you here, Jamie, but there was a heckler in the front row in one of your shows. Obviously you thought about this heckle thing for a while because you have a lot of footage of hecklers going after you. One guy in the front row is heckling you, and you're like, "All right, hey, let's see what you can do." And you force the guy to go on stage, and then Jamie is now in the front row with his legs up on the table. Going boo and just like heckling the crap out of the guy, and the guy literally wants to crap his pants. He's like freaking out up there because he really thought he could go up there and maybe get a reaction from the crowd.
Yeah.
I thought that was brilliant too.
And even the critics that defended themselves and stuck by it and go, "Yeah, your movie was terrible." If a critic doesn't like a film, that's fine. But just being face to face with these guys, they're all nerds. All of them are nerds. The one guy with that little bump on the side of his stupid nose, who you just, let's just say, talking about the sloppy, oral treats. He was so uncomfortable with you talking about sex like that.
Oh yeah,
that guy from the Tribune or wherever.
Oh yeah.
Tool.
It's funny, it's true. It's like I hate to categorize people, but he's right. It's like they are all nerds. I needed to do this movie for my soul. Like, I started doing my stand-up right, and I was going to do a little special for Comedy Central, and they're like, "Go out on the road for 6 months and get your tight 45 or whatever you can do," right? So I started doing it. I started filming this stuff, and the heckling became the most coolest part of the show. So that's how the movie just started. And I started collecting, and I started talking to guys like Joe and different people and getting their heckles. And then it moved into this blogging because I started reading about my stuff. I had a movie come out, and I just got destroyed. And that's how the movie kind of made itself.
Right.
And I now feel so good. But what Jim says is true. It's like you have to learn who's saying this stuff because you're reading about yourself. And it's like, Jamie Kennedy not only sucks, he shouldn't have a career. His mother's uterus should be shut down for giving birth to him. You're like, whoa, what the hell? What? It's like.
Bastards,
Then you find out who's writing it, and then you feel better. But you have to go through the process. But there are some people that are haters. Like that one guy at the end is a hater to the end.
The guy with the beard?
Yes.
The beard, who was the guy who was like,
and he says he's a comedian too, which is weirder because it's like you're
the guy who was kind of smiling at you.
Yeah, very snarky.
He looked like a Nazi. I'm sure he wasn't, but you know what I mean? The guy.
Yeah.
You wanted to bite his face.
Absolutely.
Because
absolutely.
It was this defiance that was this phony. It was an over-the-top defiance, like, "Oh, you're gonna call me out? Well, I'll show you."
Yes.
And you know that the guy isn't a funny guy. He looks greasy.
Yes.
You just know he's like a lonely nothing, and he's probably not even that funny of a writer, which to me most of them are not good writers, which is the greatest crime they commit is not being good writers.
Yeah.
You know, you can criticize what you want, but be funny with it, and they're not.
Yeah.
And I just really wanted to knock his teeth out because it wasn't. I don't mind a guy standing his ground and going, you know what, I didn't like your movie, because you are calling them out, and some of them are going, look, there was one guy who you call out, and you're like, why didn't you like it? And he goes, it wasn't a good movie.
That was
you're
Mr.
like,
Groper.
But you were very funny because you're like, all right.
Yeah.
You're like, all right.
Because they have points. There's truth to it. It's just that sometimes they rip you personally to the point.
Yeah,
like,
but
what did I?
And what do you think that's about? Because it's one thing for a critic to say, yeah, you know, I didn't like your performance in this movie, and they keep it professional. But why do some of these people, like you said a little while ago, have to get so personal where they wish cancer on you and death to your family? We had a situation when we did our dumb Sex for Sam bit, which was horrific, but they couldn't keep within what we did. They had to bring our parents into it and wish that our parents were tarred and feathered and thrown in the river. I'm like, what do they have to do with us messing up on our radio show?
Yeah.
But where does that come from, where they cross that line, you think?
It comes, well, if they're writers,
right,
it comes from they're entertainers too. Basically, they want to grab headlines. So, you know, if they say Jim Norton's show is like watching herpes manifest on your nutsack, whatever, right? It's like, oh, someone's gonna read that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or Jamie Kennedy's career is worse than, you know, whatever. So that's number one. Number two is, I mean, that's really what I've noticed. Some of them are, if someone really rips me in a funny, creative way, I give them props. I mean, there are times on the tape I don't do good with hecklers. Other times I do. I mean, sometimes they win. You gotta love it.
Right.
But I think sometimes it's really about, Patton Oswalt says it really good. He says, it used to be a time where you'd look at people and you'd be like, oh, Gale Sayers can run good or blah.
Yeah.
Now it's like, just makes people angry.
Yeah.
It's like this generation of, why is Jim Norton and Opie have a radio show? Why not me?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a different time.
It seems like it's that mentality of everybody's giving everybody such positive feedback, they think they deserve it. Patton was right about that too. It's like there's people who just think they should be doing it, and there's a jealousy, and you kind of know, you as a performer, your instinct, you understand when someone's heckling you immediately why they're doing it.
Right.
Like one time I was on stage at the Comedy Cellar, and there's a guy to my right, and I was doing a clean set. I was working on a Leno set. It was a little aggressive, and he's like, that's. And he was something I said that wasn't gentlemanly, and he was trying to be this knight in shining armor for his stupid family. And I laid into him. It wasn't funny. You would have thought I never did comedy in my life. I was a dock worker. I was like Lee J. Cobb, just yelling at this slob. Yeah. And I'm like, don't use me to impress your effing wife and your effing because I knew exactly what he was doing. He was trying to show off for his family and try to shut this punk down. And sometimes that's what you have to do. You got to throw the set to walk out with your dignity, because you're not going to allow that guy to ruin you. You can't do it.
Now, wait, were you able to recover, or was that it? Did you have to end up?
Nah, I don't think so. I think the rest of the set went poorly. But who cared? I made $25 at the Cellar. You know, it had to happen.
Yeah,
it had to happen.
In Heckler, Jamie Kennedy also gets to interview George Lucas, and we called him out on it as soon as he sat down. Like, dude, you did not set up an interview with George Lucas. You railroaded the guy. You knew he was going to be somewhere. You went with a film crew and said, hey, George, and there's people around, so now George doesn't want to be the a-hole, so he's like, all right, I'll give you 30 seconds on heckling.
Wait, you know, it's so funny because everyone's like, dude, how'd you get George Lucas? Of course, you busted me 1 second. Wait, so you want to hear the real story?
Yeah,
I tell people that I was like Jar Jar Banks. I say, well, I was Jar Jar, but I couldn't do it. He owed me a favor. So I was doing a video. I did a comedy video with Bob Saget called Rolling with Saget.
Sure.
Right? It was like a rap, fun rap.
Yeah, and it did very well.
It did well. So we're doing this video, right? And I'm filming on Hollywood Boulevard. And this Hollywood Boulevard that day was crazy. There was a commercial. There was me filming something. And there was CSI New York, right? So we're doing this video. Got all these girls and stuff. And I'm sitting there. And somebody goes, why is Michael McDonald on set? And I'm like, Michael McDonald, what? And I look over, and I go, that's not Michael McDonald. That's George Lucas.
Oh, Michael McDonald.
He looks like Michael McDonald, right? So I go over, and I go, George? He goes, hey, how are you doing? I go, what are you doing? He goes, I'm just here. I'm looking at your cameras. So George Lucas every day goes, every like Wednesday, his daughter goes to USC. He goes and has, I shouldn't tell stalkers this. He goes and has lunch at Musso and Frank's. You know Musso and Frank's on Hollywood Boulevard? It's old-time Italian food. He just goes in, has a little bolognese and leaves, right? So he walks down Hollywood Boulevard, and he's a big camera into cameras. And so we were using this high-tech new camera called a Red camera. And he was like, what kind of BPM do you have? What's your shutter speed? And he'll just walk, right? So he starts talking to the camera guy. And I know George is like, he's like, you know, he's like any other guy. We had a lot of girls. I go, hey, George, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm just checking out the cameras. And I go, will you be in this video? And he goes, what? So I had, like, we were shooting the video. So I actually put him in the video and put 2 girls next to him, and he lip-synced. And then as we was there, we were filming for Heckler, and I go, George, let me ask you a couple things about criticism. And I got him. And he was amazing. But the thing is that he thought he was on the set of CSI New York. He goes, is this CSI New York?
Oh, no.
And then we're like, no, it's our video. He goes, what? And he goes, you're my video, bitch. And Saget comes over. He's like, was Darth Vader gay? He starts just starts asking him the worst questions about Star Wars. He's like, Yoda, was he a Jew? Come on. What's the... It was hilarious. I mean, George was awesome, very comedy. What we did kind of ambush him, and he was great. So check it out. So we signed off. We had 3 quotes of him, and he said... 2 days ago, you can use that one. And we used the one, and it was really cool. And he let us put a link to StarWars.com.
You also go, I like the fact that you went into the internet blogging, because it's funny, too, and I've noticed this about myself. We as performers are also, we are one-sided, and all of us are guilty of this. I've never heard a performer who got a good review go, what the hell does that guy know? Why is he a critic?
Right.
Like, it's only when we get trashed. And, you know, I've been trashed. I've never once, like, when somebody writes good things about me on a message board, I'm like, oh, that's nice. But when they write bad things about me, I'm like, oh, those cowards. You know, I always look at the negative.
Over and over again, you understand that most performers, you know, the whole audience could love you except for one person, and that's one person is going to bother you for the rest of the night.
Isn't that brutal?
Why
is that?
And
Isn't that brutal?
And a fan site could do the same thing, 90% positive stuff, but one lousy dude could ruin your day.
You know,
and the cure to that is just stop reading all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it and you're like, you have to learn. I think this was a real cathartic process for me, and you have to learn about who's writing it and why. But when you're reading it and they're writing like, you know, not only do you suck, but it's like you shouldn't have a career, you're ugly, you're this, you're like, whoa. And if you do read it and you start going, oh my God, like people don't think it affects them, but Robert De Niro, there's a lot of cool people that weren't in this movie that I tried to get. And Phil Jackson told me an amazing story, and he's like, I'll never be in your movie, but I love that you're doing it. I go, why? He goes, because you're giving them power. And he's like, and he told me an amazing story of how this one guy would bring the hottest girls, he's a famous basketball heckler, to the opposing bench, and the girls would say real personal stuff about the guy, because they would know stuff, and they would freak the guy out. And so, like, there's that, and there's, like, Robert De Niro, I know, I've seen an interview, says, I don't read my reviews. He doesn't want to know what people are saying. And that's Robert De Niro. You know what I mean? So it's a fascinating world.
I went to Phil Jackson. I don't think you are empowering them, though. I really don't, because everyone knows they exist.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in the USA Today. They're in every major newspaper. So I don't think all of a sudden you're taking these obscure figures. They are empowered to a certain degree, and I like the fact that it's like cockroaches. You're shining the light on them.
Yeah.
I like. And look, what's his name? How do you say, Yui or Uwe?
Uwe
Boll. He's coming on.
Yeah, we can't wait to talk to this guy.
He's the man.
He's a German director.
Have you ever had him before?
No.
Uwe.
He seems like he's nuts.
No, Uwe is an intense dude. He's German. We can't wait to works out, and he fights people all the time. He has a petition right now. He says, if you want me to direct anymore, I'd sign 1,000 signatures.
Well, so for your movie, he fights critics.
Yeah, he has.
That was like the most amazing part of the movie, by the way. That these critics would actually, because they all want their attention, so of course they're going to agree to it.
Well,
I could be in a movie about hecklers.
Did they know they were going to be in the movie or no?
Well, there's a couple of things. It's like, number one is to your point is that now how everyone, like what you're saying is, my whole thing is, if someone has a paper and it's, the East Texas Christian Daily and it's 70,000 circulation, and he writes, Jamie Kennedy's movie sucks, whatever. My whole thing is, if you know something about my movie before you trash it, know what you're talking about, because if not, just 70,000 people I've lost, number one, on the business. Mm-hmm. Number two is, all those guys, they agreed to fight him, and I mean, he's a tough dude. They definitely, it's like a reality show contestant. Like when I did my old show, Jimmy King Experiment, we put people through crazy stuff, and they'd still sign because they want to be on TV. We all want to be famous.
Yeah.
So they did sign, and he ended up fighting 5 guys and beating them all.
It's an
right?
Yeah,
It's
5 in a row.
It's an amazing scene because you see the critic and what he said about this guy's film or his work, whatever, and then the next scene is this guy in the ring getting his ass handed to him,
and it was so well
one after another. That was an amazing part of the movie.
They would show the guy talk. The guy would say, like, they showed them
all tough too, like the nerd behind his keyboard, like whatever it would be.
That one goth guy,
right? And then they show the guy, he got beat up so bad he's on all fours puking.
That was the great.
Oh my God!
That's how Zapruder must have felt when he shot the assassin. To see that guy vomiting, that critic who was punched in the stomach vomiting.
Yeah, all cocky behind his keyboard, and next scene he's in the ring with this animal, just getting his ass handed to him.
Yeah, they had no idea. I mean, it was cool that they showed up, but they got beat. And as a side note, I met Billy Burr, and I tried to use that footage.
All right, because that's coming in like crazy. You know about that, I'm sure.
But the footage doesn't. It doesn't. It's so hard to. It doesn't look.
His puddle of AIDS and
it's real. Well,
his arrest. Of course, Bill Burr taking on 10,000.
I saw Bill at the Comedy Store, and he's like, "You should use it." And I'm like, "Okay." And I tried to use this footage, and it doesn't look. It's very hard to see. It's barely usable.
Yeah, it's too bad.
But it's an amazing story.
Too bad you couldn't have a copy from someone that actually shot it.
Yeah, it was like shot on a cell phone.
Yeah, that thing.
But being from Philly, everything he said is true. And it was brilliant, and it's true. It's like the more you crap on them, the more they respect.
That thing is getting more and more popular as the
was amazing.
As the
Yeah.
months go on.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Him he got heckled by a couple guys. He said that's it, and he just took on the entire crowd. They are trading that video all over the place. I think every comedian in the world has seen that now.
Yeah, he just said, "Screw it.
Yeah,
I'm going after these animals," and he ripped them apart, and they loved him for it.
Yeah, not even a real person.
Yeah, you got a statue of Rocky.
And then he mentioned all the black people they don't have statues of that were legitimate boxers.
Yeah.
It was great.
Amazing.
Oh, he ran through everything. I was amazed he knew so much about Philly.
I know.
He pounded him.
And he counted down the same time like 11 times. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
8 minutes left. Billy, he was just great. It was great to see a comedian do that.
Well, I hope we did your movie justice because
you guys are amazing.
Jimmy
Thank
and I
you.
really, really liked it. It's very, very interesting. Extremely interesting. Thank you, Jamie.
Good luck.
Hey, thanks you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, we got to take a break. It's Opie and Anthony.
Hey, this is Jamie Kennedy, and you're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
Ricky Gervais.
Let's say hi to Ricky Gervais. Ricky!
Hello.
Did you see the Oscars last night?
I didn't know. I've heard bits and pieces of the results, but I didn't watch it because it was very late here, of course.
Is that a big thing over there, or do you just could give a crap?
Well, it's it's the biggest award ceremony in the world, but that's probably not saying much. I don't think people lose sleep if they didn't watch the Oscars.
I just know we're kind of very self-centered over here, and the Oscars is like this big thing. And as I was driving the other day, and I'm listening to the news, and they're talking about the Oscars, and you know how it goes on for months before it even happens. And I'm thinking, what do some other countries think that we hold this huge party for movies we watch?
Well, it seems a bit celebrating your time off.
Yeah, celebrating movies.
Essentially to fill the leisure time because people are living too long now, and yet we celebrate that. It's strange. It's like having a party for the day before you go on a roller coaster, then sort of talking about it afterwards, and not only that, filming the 8 hours build up to going on that roller.
Yeah, on a bit of entertainment. You're then celebrating this entertainment.
But you've got to count it as an art form, and art helps the human psyche and develops our brain and our sociability. So maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's as important as life itself.
I kind of think of it though as one of the American overindulgences that we have over here that we do, because we as Americans sometimes expect the rest of the world. Like I hear you, and then for a second I'm thinking, oh yeah, they kind of watch the Oscars over there, but does it even mean like, is it that big over there? Like I'd expect to go over to.
I mean, it's not the difference between being American and English. It's what you're exposed to. Because I very much doubt that academics in Harvard are sitting down watching the red carpet shows for 9 hours.
Well, here too, but I'd be a little I'd be surprised. I'm one of these Americans that I'd be surprised to go over to England on July 4th and go, where are the fireworks? because we're so used to it here.
But everyone's a little bit like that. You know, everyone thinks that the world revolves around them, and no more than the Americans and the British.
Right. And doesn't it really? Doesn't it really, though?
Well, obviously, I think so.
We don't even know who's in third
people
place.
That go abroad,
Yeah,
and I
who's in
never
third?
try to speak their language. I point, you know, and if or I talk a little bit louder. And if they can't understand me, I'm annoyed. I'm thinking, why can't they speak English?
Speak English.
Because just to remind you, it is called English. It's not called American.
It certainly is.
Although Hollywood helped English be probably still the widest spoken language in the world. I mean, I think that it's pretty much that and Ford made America the nation it is.
I understand how the English feel about that, and it is English and we speak English, but isn't it kind of like the little kid that you raised and then it grew up to be able to kick your ass and take the car out anytime we want?
I do think that. I think that you've done very, very well, and I'm surprised because I didn't think you'd amount to anything. But now I'm very, very proud of you.
Thank you.
So,
it was all your work raising us.
Done. You know, it's and this is probably why I'm bilingual. I speak American and English.
Yes, very well.
Hey, Ricky, are you a stand-up too, or are you just an actor?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't even call myself an actor. I certainly wouldn't call myself a stand-up. I don't know what I am really. I'm a comedian. There you go.
Dude, The Office. Your character in The Office. I mean, like I always thought De Niro in The King of Comedy was the best portrayal of an ass, but that character you play, it is amazing. It's an absolute ass in The Office. It is fucking brilliant, man.
Well, I love the reference to De Niro because when you're a fat bloke and you grow a goatee, you think secretly that you are going to look like De Niro and Angel Heart. It doesn't quite work that way, but. Well, thank you very much.
This is like a really weird question. One of my favorite moments ever captured on film. It's in the second episode, I think, of season 1, when the girl comes to work at the office, and the phone rings, and you answer it and try to be funny on the phone, and you hang it up, and the phone falls on the floor. Do you know the scene I'm talking?
The answering machine just showing off.
Yeah. Like he's trying to riff with the answering machine, and he's like a fucking ass. He knocks it on the floor, and it's the most real, awkward comedy moment. Was that intentional that you knocked that off, or that just kind of happened?
Oh, of course. Well, we tried it about 5 times because I wanted it to land in the bin, and I can't even remember if it did in the end, but it got pretty close to it, I think.
Oh God.
There's not a lot by mistake in The Office. It's 99.9% scripted. Everything is it's rather like a cartoon. I always think of that in a cartoon. That a leaf doesn't fall by mistake in a cartoon. They've got to draw that leaf.
You're right.
And we drew everything.
Well, I'm even more impressed that it was scripted because I rewound that and watched it and rewound that, and it was so fucking organic and it was just absolutely perfect. And I cringed.
Well, that was the idea. But that was the challenge really, that we had to find performers that could make it look like it was ad-libbed, which is very strange because we were going for the hyper-real. I mean, the really important thing about that show was that everyone knew it was meant to be a documentary, because without that, these characters were quite boring, sad people. But when you suddenly realise that they're trying to be famous and they're showing off and they're acting up, it brings the really, really important ingredient to their characterization. So, we cheated less than real documentaries. So it had to be hyper-real because you had to suspend your disbelief long enough to think, oh, I get it, this is a real company somewhere, this really exists.
So was the process of that, was the process of creating that, because I heard that like what you would do is like a lot of you got together and kind of talked and the scripts got kind of got born of all your interaction, or was the script created first?
No. We handed the actors the finished script on the, and then we'd go through it and we'd say, oh, can you say this word like that? And then we take a cutaway of the face we wanted, and we pieced it together. It's absolutely, probably the most contrived piece of comedy you'll ever see.
You've had to have consulted with people that actually were in situations with these type of people, because as you watch, it is a pretty accurate portrayal.
For 7 years. I worked in a real office like that for 7 years, and of course, I came to it with a big bag of observations. And
Yeah.
you know, it started out as a straightforward observational comedy, plus trying to get some stuff off your chest. You know, the other themes are quite obvious. You know, men as boys, wasting your life. But one of my favourite themes of The Office, which I don't think people pick up on, from a selfish point of view, it was a comedy about comedy. It was a comedy about bad comedy and good comedy and popularity through comedy, and that was just something that that was so close to my heart. I'm fascinated by comedy. It's the only thing I'm a nerd about.
Yeah.
I just wanted to nail a few things.
What do you think about the American version?
I really like it. I
Yeah.
really like it. I think that it was always going to be difficult for them because they weren't the original. For better or worse, I think the first one you see is the one that you like, and they had to get over that sort of that prejudice, really.
Yeah.
But it's totally theirs now. I watch it not thinking, oh, that's me.
Right.
I think that they're great. I think Steve Carell is an amazing performer.
He really pulls it off.
Oh, he plays the perfect ass too. He really does.
He's great, but he's working so hard. It looks so natural as well, but you can see he's working on every little detail. He's got such finesse, and it's the minutiae that he cares about.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got to say, well done to NBC as well, because they could have panicked as a network on sort of prime time, and they could have watered it down. And I'm really proud of everyone. You know. What I'm most proud of is I'm getting money for old rope.
I haven't seen it, the American version, but watching Ricky play the office manager and just the trying to be funny and everybody's pal to paint an ass who isn't funny but trying to be funny so awkward and perfectly, and the silence, the awkward fucking silence.
The silence is that's it, aren't they? The silence is. That's what
the looks
excruciating in real life. When you've made a faux pas or joke, it's that 3 seconds afterwards.
You get nothing.
You wish that you could cut in real life, and we didn't even cut in fiction.
Dude, there's like a little thing you would do at times where, like, I can't even describe it. It's almost like when you crinkle your nose up, like, like a little nose crinkle, like after the joke. It was just
trying to squeeze anything out of it. Yeah.
And those interviews where you did, like, where you were just the guy talking to the camera and just trying to be humble, but you just knew you were so self-satisfied. Oh, what a boob. It was just...
What he's trying to do, he's trying to show the world, life didn't turn out like he thought, but now he thinks, well, this is my chance. Now the world can see what a great bloke I am. A, philanthropist. B, C, leader. These are how you think.
Fantastic. It's just
what
a
did
great show.
What did you grow up watching that you're comedy geek, as you put it?
American stuff. Laurel and Hardy is comedy began and ended there. They pretty much nailed it 100 years ago. I don't really think it's been improved upon, really. Styles have changed a little bit and sensibilities, but they pretty much nailed it. The thing about Laurel and Hardy is it's what, when I came to the office, I wanted to sort of do comedy plus. I didn't just want it to be funny. I wanted it to sort of resonate and wanted to get under people's skin. And Laurel and Hardy taught me that because you cared for them. You didn't just laugh at them. They were precarious. You knew they could get hurt at any minute, and that's what made you love them. It carried on
going
from
back
there,
a ways.
Marx Brothers, through the 50s and 60s stuff, the Cheers, MASH, through to modern day stuff like Arrested Development, The Simpsons, obviously pretty much the greatest TV comedy ever.
Nothing much, no real English influences though, comedy-wise. I mean, obviously people would think Monty Python or something. But...
No, I loved Monty Python, but it wasn't really influenced because that was quite postmodern and surreal, and but that's not. I love Monty Python and I love Fawlty Towers, but it wouldn't be an influence. I mean, I suppose the English influences would be things like, oh God. This is hard.
Shows like All in the Family, which here were so popular, I think is taken from Man About the House, which is a British show, and then also
that was very, very broad. Again, there was nothing to really influence me there. There's a show called Rise and Fall of Reginald Perrin, which was very
that was on here, yeah.
Yeah, that I suppose that would there would be an influence there. But certainly, I went
Blackadder
through that lineage that went through John Cleese and Monty Python. I acknowledged Fawlty Towers as, I think, the best British sitcom of all time. And, it influenced on, I suppose it influenced me on the fact that, I knew how long they crafted it, and then they got out while they were on top. So that's certainly an influence on me. But comic sensibilities are all American, really.
It would influence
real life and American programming.
It would influence me to use video inside and film outside. Because for some reason,
Yeah, exactly.
they always did that. I loved when he ran out of the place, and it was obviously done on video inside the set, and then he'd run out to his car, and it's just done on film, like grainy old film. It was hysterical. Watching that on Channel 13 here.
Have you found, like, I don't know enough British stand-up, but it seems like a more British stuff is more absurdist and kind of, just like Steve Martinish in that it's really ridiculous. And I'm not shitting on it. It's just a different vibe. And it just seems like a lot of it isn't very socially angry.
There has been a spate where, there's an awful lot of, surrealism, flights of fancy, weird stuff like, I was born on the inside of a wasp. Don't worry, madam, I'm not going to pour cheese in your eyes. and I'm thinking, well, yeah, good. I mean, I don't know what that is. I think that comedy has to really, connect on an empathetic level. I think you have to empathise with that person to care about them. And comedy's contextual, and you can go out and make funny noises and fall over, and it's all right. I mean, I don't even like, 101 brilliant one-liners in a sense. You laugh, but someone could throw in a fake punchline and you'd laugh because of the rhythm. I want to feel that I've been touched in some way, not in a bad way.
Right.
Not like you do in a public toilet. I don't mean that sort of touching.
That's kissing, by the way.
But I feel like I want to have connected with the comedy in some way.
Hey, Ricky, we got to talk about your podcast. It's one of the most downloaded things on the internet.
In the world.
In the world. Sorry, in the world. No, Ricky Gervais does a.
That's not saying much, though, is it? Really?
It's the Ricky Gervais Show.
One podcast. For all I know, it's the only podcast in the world. It's rather like Alexander Graham Bell boasting about his phone bill. I don't think there's an awful lot of competition.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of crappy podcasts out there. I'll tell you that.
I hear it's getting.
I've never listened to a podcast except mine.
How many downloads is that getting?
It's got so far 12. I think it's got over 5 million so far.
Damn.
In about 13 weeks.
I think you get the show off Audible.com, right?
And iTunes.
And iTunes.
How often you do it?
Once a week. Just
Once a
half
week?
hour once a week.
Audio or video also?
It's audio at the moment. We are going to do a video one.
That's what everyone's doing now. It's getting a video podcast.
Yeah, I just want to show the world Carl Pilkington's head, really, because I talk about it, but I really want to take a camera around him so you can see the 360 degrees, the spherical nature of his cranium is quite beautiful.
What's the podcast all about? Like, what kind of show are you guys doing?
Well, it's three blokes in a room, myself, Stephen Merchant, who created the Office with me, and Carl Pilkington, a man who is so stupid I can't believe he's still alive. He's a man who believes everything he hears and reads, as long as it's about apes that can ride horses and do operations. He doesn't really care about the real things in life. He gets most of his sort of knowledge from the Flintstones, and he's just a fascinating man to throw stuff at. I feel like Anthony Hopkins in the Elephant Man. I feel like I want to take him round and just show the world this eighth wonder. So it's all about that, really.
But you don't want to hurt him, kind of. You want to protect him and show him off at the same time, like Hopkins did.
Him. I want to, I sort of want to squeeze him, but like you want to squeeze a kitten, but you mustn't squeeze too hard. That's how I feel about Carl Pilkington.
The Elephant Man was a good movie, by the way.
It's Carl Pilkington's favourite movie, and I said, why? He said, well, one, you know what you're going to get. It says what it is on the label. He said, two, it's sad. And when I said, pressured him, he said, well, there was that bit where he goes to the Royal College of Surgeons and he strips him off, and he's going, you see the disformation of the head, the skull, the back, the arms, the legs, the bone structures. Ironically, the only thing that's totally normal are the genitals. And Carl went, think of that, the one thing you would want to have like an elephant, and he gets the head. So that's why it's his favourite.
Hey, let's go to John in Jersey. He's a huge fan of the podcast. John.
Yeah, Ricky, I want to say the podcast is brilliant. Carl Pilkington, guys, he has to get on to XM. Ricky should have his own show. Carl Pilkington, if it's an act, it's brilliant. If it's not, he's the dumbest man in the world.
He's like that in the pub. So unless he's acting every minute of the day, including his dreams, because he often wakes up and he says things like to his girlfriend, "Is the earth falling?" So unless it's 24 hours a day, I don't think he's acting.
Ricky, if we have to pay for it coming up, I'm there. I'm paying you. I'm giving you money. I know you love the money.
It's only I think $2 because we were stitched up because we gave it away free for the first 12 weeks and we never dreamt we'd get like 500,000 downloads a week.
You get a bandwidth bill.
We had to start charging for it, not because we thought how much money we could make, but because of course it's costing us money, and we didn't want to take in advertising and have a sponsor because we want the freedom, and this just gives us more freedom. People don't have to buy it. But it's there, and it's going to be even more free of burdens. We can say anything we want. We don't need to take advertising. We don't need sponsorship, and we can say exactly what we want. And I just think we'd rather lose 90% of our listeners, but people love it because we don't do it for the money. We don't do it for anything other than the sheer joy of the creative process. So. Please listen if you like, and Carl can get some money.
All right, let's go to Mike in Pennsylvania. Mike.
Hey, Ricky, I'm a big fan of the podcast. Now, are you sure you're not feeding him, lines? Because he comes up with these things like, I could eat a knob at night, and it's just hilarious.
If you go back and listen, it's totally. Organic. The only point he was trying to make was that in this particular program, they have to do this Bush Tucker trial as soon as they wake up, and he was thinking that, as opposed to thinking I'd never eat a kangaroo testicle or a kangaroo penis, he thought, oh, it's even worse at breakfast time. And now I bet he's the only person who thought that. No one else is going, oh, look, it's breakfast. They'd go, look at that, it's disgusting. I'm not going to eat a testicle. And then to go, I could eat a knob at night was remarkable. So we said, right, if there's any house DJs out there, and I think there's about 70 remixes out there now. So very catchy. It's a very catchy lyric. I could eat a knob at night. Never mind your yesterdays or
that trash.
It's just, I could eat a knob at night. I bet Paul McCartney's kicking himself.
Well, Heather Mills isn't kicking him.
God damn, Jimmy. Ricky Gervais says Cajun. That's royalty, Jimmy.
Yeah. Let's go to O-Town. Last question for Ricky Gervais. Jeff.
Hey, Ricky, your show Extras on HBO is brilliant. It's I think at least as good as The Office, and I haven't heard whether or not they're going to renew it. Is that going to come back again?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're filming it in June and July, and it's scheduled to go out in the fall in England, and I assume there or thereabouts on HBO. So I'd guess October.
I tell you what you do best. You make people you make comedy uncomfortable, and that's what's great about Extras. You're willing to put yourself out there and make yourself or as a character look like a complete ass. And
that
feel very sad, very uncomfortable for you. It's fantastic.
I'm uncomfortable with them. I've suffered from my art, and now I want everyone else to.
All right, Jeff. Thank
By
you.
the way, Ricky, it's scheduled. Scheduled.
I was speaking English again.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and it's aluminum.
What did he say?
I learned when I first come to your country. I only speak English.
Really?
But now I learn from your TV, American.
Aluminium.
Talk to the hand.
Very good. You'll learn, you kids.
Yo, dog pound.
Very good.
All right, Ricky.
Ricky, thanks a lot, man.
Thank you. My pleasure.
You're great, dude. You really are brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricky. Take care, man.
Cheers, bye.
You want entertainment. Wholesome, interesting entertainment.
Shut your face.
I'm a pervert.
You love cock!
Just take your hands and brush them gently on your nipples and just zone out.
Hope she's screaming like that later in an alley.
My junk smells like Wayne Newton.
So you're saying you make love to the dead?
Dresses make me want to get fucked up the butt.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
George Carlin.
Hey, we got George Carlin's brother on the phone.
Oh, good.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah, what's happening?
We've never met you before, but your brother used to talk highly of you.
I know that, and me of him.
Yeah, and George used to do our show from time to time, and he was one of our favorite guests. We all just loved the guy, and obviously sorry for his passing there.
Absolutely, I know that, and we got past it, and, you know, he was funny right till the end, man. He left instructions, and you can Google him up on georgecarlin.com, but I got a copy of him right here.
Okay.
And it was his final instructions. Upon his death, he wished to be cremated, and he went through all of this, you know, and how he wanted the disposition of his ashes, and he's got in parenthesis, dispersal. And then the last paragraph he had was, the exact nature of the gathering shall be determined by my surviving family. It should be extremely informal. They should play rhythm and blues music, and they should laugh a lot. And vague references to spirituality, parenthesis, secular, will be permitted. I mean, man, right till the end, he made it easy for everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the last thing he shot, you're promoting, there's a CD of his last special, I think. It's Bad For You.
That's right.
And it was shot, I think it was March 2008, and it was really good. I mean, it wasn't like, well, let's just watch Carlin. It was like, God damn it, he was really funny.
He was still rocking. Yeah, he came in. He
yeah.
came in to promote that taping.
I got to tell you, the cut on that I like the best, and I saw him on St. Patrick's Eve up here in Kingston, and it was just dynamite, man, because the people love him, you know. And he gets in and does that last one, I'm a Modern Man, and your guys are music guys. It's got rhythm, and it starts cooking. And that's my favorite cut of that last CD.
Hey, Patrick, I got to ask you, no one knew he was sick. I mean, he did our show right around not that long ago. He came in, he looked healthy as an ox or whatever.
Yes.
And no one had a clue that he was
no one
on his way out. What, his heart was starting to fail him?
I think his daughter Kelly knew
how
serious it was. Now he could keep me out in the ether. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he had his first heart attack in '78. And he got a stent, and then something happened again, 81 or something. He got another stent. And he would always say to me, like, yeah, I'm going in for a tune-up, man. I'm on my way to the cardio guy. And he'd be talking in the car on his way in to get these things done, and he made light of it with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm an easy sale. You know, I'm looking for the pony when you give me the little bag of droppings there. And he kept me out in the woods on this thing. The last time we spoke of it, now, over the years, that's 30 years the guy fought this heart thing. And over the years, he picked up a defibrillator and a pacemaker and another stent. And, you know, every time, and he never showed any pain or discomfort. I mean, he was so courageous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I saw him many times, and he rocked the stage. You didn't have a clue that the guy had heart problems
Not a bit.
as he worked the crowd in that stage like he did.
Absolutely, and he would take all these medications and keep the blood thin and eat, you know, chicken breasts and stuff. I mean, I remember when his breakfast was a can of beer and a joint. Back at old 519, 121st, I got in there one morning. I said, "Nice breakfast, man." He says, "Yeah." And I mean, he was cool, and he kept it all controlled, and he kept me BS'd. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are you older or younger, brother?
I'm 5 years older.
He his special he just did. He seemed healthier, and it's Bad For You. What was the special he did before, which was he was standing like in a cemetery?
Oh, that is my favorite. That is my favorite picture. And me and my wife were just looking at it, and that's from the one Life is Worth Losing. Okay. And he's sitting, I'm looking at one of the promo things for an HBO on that one. I tore it out of some magazine. I got it up on the wall here. And he's got a look on his face, you guys, like the left eyebrow is cocked and a small smile. It's just dynamite.
That's him in the cemetery, the next to the last special, right?
That would be probably the next to last. Life is Worth Losing.
Hey, Patrick, I got kind of an observation here. Now, very tragic. You lost your brother, but you seem extremely positive about it.
I'm going to tell you why, man. because the first couple of weeks were grim. Okay.
Okay.
When my boy I had just been on the email thing with him. He finally dragged me into the computer world, and my son Dennis bought me a little laptop, and we've been emailing for maybe about a year or so. Besides regular talking and all, he would phone from anywhere. And when Dennis gave me the word, I mean, man, I just, you go to pieces. You fall on the ground. You're wrecked. It's rotten. I was just going through a little thing here, of my own. But I am so upbeat because of the way he presented it. You know what I'm saying? He made the Ashes thing fun. We took the Ashes up to 120th and Riverside Drive and put some where he smoked his first joint when he was 13.
That's
All
awesome.
right. We took some down to Birdland where he got Charlie Parker's autograph when he was a young dude wearing electric blue peg pants with gray pistol pockets, And we took some up to a camp where he won 5 drama awards 5 years in a row. And then we came back here where I'm living in Saugerties, New York, up in the woods, all right?
Sure.
He told me when it was retiring time, he says, go back east and find something you like and we'll buy it, man.
Wow.
So here I am in the woods, and we went to the creek, and Kelly put the Ashes down in the creek, which was dry, okay? It started raining 30 minutes after they headed to New York to go back and go to JFK for the coast. And it kept raining until the thing got churning, and now that water is taking his ashes down the Esopus Creek to the Hudson River, down the Hudson, out the harbor, into the Japanese Current, up through the North Atlantic, south of Iceland, down the coast, and his ashes are going to Ireland. They're going to wash up there, just like the coconuts do from Trinidad and Tobago and stuff, And he's going to be on Ireland where he just became a citizen.
So George actually, the first ones you dropped it in, were these little weird places that meant something to him.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool, especially the autograph one. That's one you wouldn't think. You would think only.
My son thought of that. My son Dennis thought of that.
This was Dennis's and your idea.
And Kelly's. It was a family idea. George said on the dispersal thing, he said, I wish to be cremated. The disposition of my ashes at sea, on land, or in the air shall be determined by my surviving family in accordance with their knowledge of my prejudices and philosophies regarding geography and spirituality. Under no circumstances are my ashes to be retained by anyone or buried in a particular location. The eventual dispersal can be delayed for any reasonable length of time required to reach a decision, but not to exceed 1 month following my death.
Hey, was there anything? What was it? I mean, he was so, especially as comedians. I mean, Carlin was so he was so above us all. He was a god to comedians. I mean, none of us felt like we were in the same business as him. What is something about him, or what was something private about him, or just that most people wouldn't know? I mean, because he was like an entity. You couldn't even look at Carlin as a guy almost when you were as a comic.
I wish you'd met him because have you?
Yeah, I met him a couple
because
times.
He's not that way. He ain't special. He's right on the corner of 123rd and Amsterdam, man. He's as real as mud.
Patrick, just so you know, you got Jim Norton in the studio, who actually did a skit with George Carlin on
wonderful.
on Tough Crowd, and you got 2 other comedians in studio today, Robert Kelly and Greg Giraldo. So.
And Greg and I actually did it with George. It was Tough Crowd. Colin was the host, and the 4 comedians that day were Greg, myself, George, and a guy named Nick DiPaolo. And during the Act 3 sketch, it was Carlin was playing a priest. Him and Colin were priests, and I get to walk in and break the fourth wall with an album, dressed as an altar boy, and ask George to sign it. And then he said something to me, and he called us cocksucking motherfuckers, and he walked off camera, and they bleeped it. It was great. I have a photo with him. I'm dressed like an altar boy. He's dressed like a priest. It's my fucking greatest celebrity photo.
That's beautiful,
Yeah.
man. He enjoyed doing that Cardinal Glick too, in Dogma.
Of course. Kevin Smith wrote a nice thing about him. I want to say it was in Newsweek.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a nice little eulogy to George in Newsweek, I think.
I got a little bronze statue about 3 feet high in my dining room of Cardinal Glick that Kevin had made for George as a gift.
That's great.
And we trucked it up here from after he was doing Jersey Girl, But, no, he was always the same guy. The only thing that people might not know, but you'd certainly have to suspect it, was that he worked on his material and honed it down.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, he was never the kind of guy to sit and stare at a newspaper or stare at the blank sheet and wait for a thought. I'd go down to see him in Atlantic City, and we'd maybe hang out for the weekend because that was a good place to goof. And he'd have little yellow things all over his desk, right near his computer. He was computing for years, you know. He used to call me a Luddite. And he'd have these things there with Swedish pretzels and Irish pearls and stuff, and it all meant something to him, and it would pop up later as a big paragraph.
Hey, Patrick, you sound a lot like your brother. Just maybe a little more New Yorkish than George did. It's creepy at times.
George and I, the voice thing, we had to be careful. I mean, one time, you know, I was dating, and I'm married to her now. But my wife, Marlene, called, and she started, he said, wait, this is George, you know. That was back in the 50s. And I'd get his girlfriends and tell them, no, wait. And my mom could never tell.
Really?
No, she could never tell on the phone, man.
You guys should have, you should have done some of the George Carlin interviews, radio interviews. Let him rest.
No. He had his thing to do, and I knew it early on, man. But he always included me, you know, in everything.
Hey, Patrick, what do you do for a living?
Well, I'm up here in the woods, and I got a thing I did. I got a book I wrote.
A manifesto?
Oh God, no! No, it's too lighthearted for that. It's a little book about how it was to be in 1952 in Michigan. And George, if you look at the Google thing, I really hate to talk about my book when I want to talk about George, but he did love the damn thing, you know. And it's called Highway 23, and it's around, you know, but it's a self-published thing. But I really would prefer to talk about George.
Yeah, right on. Okay. Hey, what do you miss about George the most?
Just him. I'm going to tell you, he would phone at any hour of the day. You know what I'm saying? And it would be, you'd hear this. You'd hear, "Hey there." And my whole mood, I don't care if the bridge had broken. My whole mood just elevated, man. And I said, "Hey, what's up?" "Well, I'm on San Vicente right now," and that was it, man. He just was in my soul. And the other day, you guys saw him. He always had that jacket, NFL on CBS, right?
Yeah.
And that would be his trademark. I'd go to see him in Red Bank, New Jersey, or up here in Turning Stone or some Indian reservation or something. God bless him. I hope they win the country back. But I would go see him, and he'd always have that jacket on, right? Mm-hmm. And I was driving to Kingston the other morning, and I didn't have the radio on or nothing. I was just thinking. And I, pictured him sitting next to me in that jacket. And you guys are way too young to remember movies called Topper. But it was about a guy who got killed in a car wreck, a young couple, and they would come back and talk to this one guy, Topper. And it was like he was, it's really great, man, because he's here with me.
Yeah, well.
I hope I didn't scare you.
No, not at all, man.
Put him on the phone.
It's just very interesting to listen to.
Yeah, if he's there with you, put him on the phone.
Yeah.
That's what Ant was saying.
To talk to him.
Hey, man, say a couple of words to these guys, George.
Hey, you know one of the
All right, blow it out your ass, you dickheads.
You know, one of the great things about your brother too was it was just comedically how he never went the predictable angle. Like he just really wouldn't even the beheadings, and that was in Life is Worth Losing.
Yeah.
Where he was saying how tragic they are. They're having their heads cut off, and he went, "Fuck them, stay out of another man's country, Jack."
Yeah.
And I was like, God damn it, I wish I had said those words. What a fucking great comic thing to say.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
But he never took the predictable way. That's the truth.
Never.
That is the truth, man.
And he had this gift of being able to. I mean, he was never preachy. Like even when he was getting to a point, he would always make you laugh. But there were times where you didn't even mind just hearing his take on things because he was so brilliant that his take on things would actually affect the way you looked at them in real life. He really had a gift.
Oh, yeah, and I got he was born a Catholic and raised a Catholic and kicked off the choir boys, kicked off the whole trip, man. But our friends who went to sprinkle some of his ashes around and stuff, they're people that still go to Catholic church and go to Mass and everything, and they still love that one where he talks about there's a big man up in the sky. Yeah. And they love that.
Yeah, his take on religion and God was just
it was outstanding.
Amazing. Speaking of that, was George scared of dying?
God, no, not a bit. I hope I'm that courageous, man. I really do. He did not give a damn right from the beginning till the end.
Because a lot of people, when they don't believe in God, it makes it a little more scary. Because the people that believe in God, they're like, well, at least there might be something after this. So
but our
yeah,
family
hold on to that hope.
No, our family took the bummer out of that. If there are obscure things here and there where he's doing an interview and he'll refer to the big electron.
Right.
And that's a thing that we talked about, the big electron being this electron that blew up and started the Big Bang, okay? And the big electron is the whole universe. And a man asked me yesterday, where do I think George is right now? I think he's up in the cosmos, okay? And his molecules and stuff are around, and ashes are blowing just like Julius Caesar's and all the old dead people. And that's all just part of the universe, man. And the universe is like billions of years you're talking about. He could condense and he could cause an asteroid that could come back and wreck the whole damn thing.
I'm sure he'd love that, too.
He would.
No kidding.
Would.
Do you know one of the... oh, fuck, I just lost my thought.
No, you didn't.
God damn the thought of me.
It'll come back. It's up in the cosmos, man.
I know. It's in the toilet. I had a good one, too, and it just fucking completely left my brain.
I'm still creeped out by the fact that George Carlin's ashes are in the Hudson River somewhere, and I don't want any George Carlin in my eyes or anything.
Let me tell you
All of a sudden the wind kicks up and I got some George in my eyes.
Got a little Carlin on you.
We were throwing his ashes over the wall at Riverside Drive.
Yeah.
Some of it blew back onto some of the ladies, and they were so happy, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was just, it's a thing like the Hudson. He used to swim in the Hudson, same as I did and all. And, the Hudson is full of condoms and turds, right?
Well, he had a great joke about that, and you were all diseased. He's like, that's why, he's like, we would jump in the river, to cool off. He said we were tempered and raw shit.
Yeah.
And that's why they had such strong immune systems.
Let me tell you about that, man. Nobody in our corner or our neighborhood or anything ever got polio. Ever, never, man, because we believed that swimming in the river gave you natural immunities. I got a buddy in California, Eddie Hornby, and we still laugh about that swimming in the river thing, and George and I loved it. When you would go to swim in the river, say there were 6 of you, okay, and you go down to 123rd, and you're on the other side of the West Side Highway, and it's not as manicured as it was, then it was very nice. Now it's proper looking with a path for bike riders and stuff. But you'd get down there and you'd go swimming and you would choose fingers to see who would go first. And the first guy would throw like a big rock through this thing that was about 12 feet out. We called it the shit line. You had like turds, you had condoms, you had pieces of wood, orange peels, diesel fuel, and all of this floating along. The second kid would then do a cannonball, and the third one a cannonball. If you were like the 4th, 5th, or 6th kid, you could get a clean shot through to swim out past the shit time. And then you're okay because the people would go by on the day line and you could moon them, right? But now you come back, it's time to swim in, and you got to get past the shit line, and you're on your own coming in. So you put your hands up in front of your face, and then you swept them outward, and that was called the Hudson Crawl.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, sweeping them aside, man. Sweeping up, getting them buoyant turds moving, getting them condoms dry, and you're back on shore. Then you went home and took a shower.
You know how much money Jimmy could have saved with that?
Hey, I had a buddy who used to get boils, okay? And he would bust a boil open and soak it in the Hudson River down there, and it would dry it up.
Oh, you guys must have got the best pot in New York City. You guys are insane. Look at this guy.
There's a great thing, too, at the end of the same special. I love the balls he had, too, where he's talking about how there's no God.
Yeah.
But he ends it, like, seriously. He, like, says there's no God, never was. And this was, like, a live HBO special.
Yeah.
And what a great way to end a special. Like all kidding aside, go fuck yourselves.
Absolutely. Tell him the truth, man. Just tell him how he sees it,
Yeah.
Because the way we see the big electron, and me and George used to goof about this and laugh on it a lot, he don't care which team wins. The big electron doesn't care about your mama. He doesn't care about which political guy. He does not care. All the Earth is to him is a show with a bunch of 6 billion lunatics running around going ape shit. He does not care.
He at times, like, when you'd watch his take on things, and you'd hear he had a great gift of singularity where he could narrow something down to its core immediately and just like really deconstruct something. And you'd watch him do that, and sometimes it's like watching the only guy who's awake while everybody else is sleeping. That's what the impression you got, because he was so to the point. You're like, first of all, as a comic, he always made you feel like shit. Because you're like, how did none of us think of this?
Yeah.
Like, how did every fucking time he was fine what the rest of us missed?
Yeah.
And even stupid things like voting, how they say, hey, you didn't vote, you can't complain. And he said, that's exactly why I can complain, because I didn't contribute to it. You
Either
did.
way, yes. Oh, yes, you're on the money, man. You
Yeah, I love
really
that
are
line.
into his head.
What a great angle to take that I never heard anybody else take.
And I think he took it automatically.
Yeah.
It's just his way of discernment. When he was a tiny kid, he was, he would look things through. Yeah. It's a beautiful gift, and he used it, and he worked it, man. And I'm so glad he got that Mark Twain Award before he died.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a posthumous thing. It was awarded to him as a living dude.
Patrick, it's been a pleasure.
Listen, you guys are great.
His death came out of nowhere. When it hit my BlackBerry, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was sick, any of that. And we had a good relationship. He was starting to do our show a little bit more, and we were looking forward to more appearances by George on our show. And
God,
just an obvious loss to the comedic world there.
I thank you so much for that.
And let's promote this. You can go to georgecarlin.com. Or the CD. It really was a great special. It was the last special he shot in March of this year. It's Bad For You. And once again, he just takes a common thought and he goes with it where no other comic has gone. He was just so great, man. What else can you say about George Carlin? He was a
it makes
fucking
me
genius.
feel good to know how all you guys appreciate it.
Oh my
we loved
God! We all looked up to him in different ways, obviously, but we all looked up to George. I said it. He was the greatest. He's the greatest comedian I ever saw.
And he
Simple
was
as that.
the greatest brother anybody could ever be.
How many brothers did you have, though?
I only had him, man,
All
and
right.
that was
Well.
plenty. That was all I needed.
Hey, Patrick, we want to play something from It's Bad For You. What do you
Please
suggest?
play A Modern Man.
A Modern Man? Do we have that in the big system? Hopefully.
All right.
We'll
try to
have
find
that. I'm waiting for the thumbs up there, Patrick.
Okay, because you'll hear music during it.
Is that
It's got such a thing to it.
okay? And we'd like to have you on the show again. You seem like an interesting fella yourself, there, Patrick.
That interesting is a beautiful word, like Chinese use it. Yes, I'd love to talk with you guys again. It's been really wonderful.
Patrick, do you smoke the herb or what?
Listen, bro, George got me into the herb, and I'm going to smoke till I croak.
How old are you?
I'm 76, and I don't give a good goddamn about nothing.
Well, thanks a lot for calling in, man.
We don't have that?
It's Bad For You is the new CD.
Patrick, we're just getting the new CD in the system. We don't have that one yet. Is there another one?
Any of the others are good. That's just like my big fave.
All right, I'm sorry. We wanted to play your favorite track, but
That's
we don't have
okay.
it.
I loved them all because I saw that performance, man, and he knocked them dead in Kingston.
All right, Patrick Carlin, everyone. George Carlin for you.
And I'm so good.
Go light up, all right? We got to go. Look at this guy.
Take care, man.
You're like a mind reader.
Patrick Carlin, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye. This guy rolls. He rolls.
Jesus.
He never had to work a day in his life.
No.
Having a brother like George Carlin.
Apparently
sounds
not.
Like.
Boy, George lives on in cyberspace too, huh?
Yeah.
And on the web. Everyone lives on the web.
He sounds a lot like George Carlin.
Yeah, he does. Same attitude,
pretty
too.
creepy.
All right, we're going to play a track from It's Bad For You. I don't know what E-Rock's got queued up, but hopefully...
Wait, what are some of the track titles?
Yeah, what do we got?
This one's called Address Book. It's about people dying.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do we want to do that one?
Why not? The more morbid, the better.
All right, let's do this one, and we'll continue.
See what I've been doing? Going through my address book and crossing out the dead people. You do a lot of fun, isn't it? Gives you a good feeling. Kind of gives you a feeling of power. A superiority to have outlasted another old friend. But you can't do it too soon, you know? You can't do it too soon. You can't come running home from the funeral and get the book out, you know, and be looking through the book. You can't do that. A little time has to pass. You have to let a little time go by. I have a rule of thumb, 6 weeks. If you're a friend of mine and you're in my book and you die, I leave you alone for an extra 6 weeks. 6 extra weeks in the book on the house, it's on me. But after that, hey, facts are facts. Fuck you, you're dead. Out you fucking go. You gotta have standards, you know? Now, these days, a lot of people don't keep analog address books anymore. They don't want to be writing that stuff out longhand. They're in the computer age, and they have an application in the computer called Outlook or Contacts or Address Book, something like that. So they keep all the information in the computer, and they sync it up with their phone every day or every other day. So now, instead of scratching out a name, you get to delete the fuck. And deleting someone is an even more powerful feeling than simply scratching out a name. You know how to delete someone. You select the name, highlight the person, and then straight into the trash. Now, if it's a really close friend of yours, you might not want to empty the trash for about 6 weeks. Or, if it's a little too harsh for you, a little too harsh to delete an old friend, you can always create a new folder. A special folder for dead people. You keep it on your desktop. It's kind of a digital purgatory. And the nice thing is, every now and then you can open it up and you can look inside. And you can see the people in purgatory. And you can move them all around, you know, move them around. Put them in little groups. Two people who can get along in life, put them in a corner. Let them work it out. Let them work it out in purgatory. Or start a fight. Have a big fight in purgatory. That's a lot of... Nobody's going to get hurt. They're all fucking dead anyway. Then you put them in a big formation and have a parade. The Purgatory Parade of Dead People. Ah, there's a lot of fun you can have with a computer. So enjoy your digital selves. Now, speaking of dead people, there are things we say when someone dies. Most of us say, a lot of us do, things we say that no one ever questions. They just kind of go unexamined. Give you a couple examples. After someone dies, the following conversation is bound to take place, probably more than once. Two guys meet on the street. Hey, did you hear? Phil Davis died. Phil Davis? I just saw him yesterday. Yeah. Didn't help. He died anyway. Apparently, the simple act of your seeing him did not slow his cancer down. In fact, it may have made it more aggressive. You know, you could be responsible for Phil's death. How do you live with yourself? Here's another thing we say. This is something that is usually said to the surviving spouse. Usually a woman because of the way it works. Listen, if there's anything I can do, anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. What are you going to do, a resurrection? This ain't the fucking New Testament, you know. You know what you tell a guy like that who wants to help? Oh, fine, why don't you come over next weekend, you can paint the garage. Bring your plunger, the upstairs toilet overflowed and there's shit all over the floor up there. You drive a tractor? Good, that'll come in handy. The North 40 needs a lot of attention. Bring your chainsaw and your pickaxe, we're going to put your ass to work. He wants to help? Fuck him, call his bluff. Call his bluff. The nerve of these pricks. Here's another thing we say to the surviving spouse. I'm keeping him in my thoughts. Where? Where exactly in your thoughts does he fit? In between my ass hurts in this chair and let's fuck the waitress? What are your priorities? We use a lot of euphemisms when we talk about death, you know? People say things like, you know, I lost my father. Ah, he'll turn up. You gotta stay optimistic with people like that. Give them reason to hope. Have you checked the dumpster out back? He used to like to take a nap in there. Keep it upbeat.
Opie and Anthony.
angry Nintendo nerd. Now he's angry video game nerd because he's kind of gotten into other things. But he started out doing just Nintendo games, but he got into Sega and stuff. And he's apparently a fan. WYSP, Opie and Anthony WoW sticker is on the side of his television that he hooks the gaming systems up to.
By the way, a little help for everybody trying to make their viral video. Everyone's trying to make the video that's going to get that big hit. Millions of views.
Yeah.
If you show that you're an Opie and Anthony fan, we'll kind of help you out a little bit.
Believe me,
if
when
the
we
video's
mention
good, if the video's good and it's obvious that you're a fan of our show, you can't lose.
Don't beg though.
Yeah, don't beg.
No begging.
Like this guy had a casual Opie and Anthony WYSP WoW sticker on the side of his old TV, right?
Yeah, and he found a great internet niche. He reviews ancient games from 1986, 87, 88. From the original Nintendo systems, and he's funny. He's definitely funny. Some of these games, when he reviews, like the Back to the Future game, is really funny. The Top Gun game, because he doesn't like any of them, and he just rattles off curses about how much these things suck.
Well, that's the first one we got. The nerd reviews Top Gun for the NES. I don't remember this game. Can we explain it really fast?
It was very two-dimensional. You were supposed to be like pretty much the first type of flight simulator game, but you flew over the clouds. It was just like nothing, just white. The bottom of the screen was white. The top of the screen was blue, and the enemies came flying at you, and you just went or shot a missile at them.
Yeah.
And then you had to land on a carrier, which he says is impossible, and he keeps crashing and cursing. Yeah.
Someone who works for Rick Springfield wants to invite us to the Rick Springfield Eddie Money show at Westbury tonight.
Dr. Noah Drake from General Hospital.
I can't make it. I'll be on a plane. But I'd love to if I was going to be in town and had absolutely nothing else.
Hey, it's David from Plainview. He goes, "Hey guys, I work for Rick Springfield and love the bit you guys did about him. I travel and listen to you all the time. Rick and Eddie Money are playing in Westbury tonight. If you'd be at all interested, you're all welcome to be my guest."
Well, do they like us? That's the key, or the show?
I don't even think Rick Springfield knows we're alive.
He does, actually.
He does? Jimmy, does he really?
I met him. Bruce, remember Bruce from XM? Who, the crying Bruce?
Right.
Yeah.
Introduced me, actually.
Absolutely crying over here.
Can we play that today?
That's great.
I love that.
I don't know. That makes fun of someone.
It's not nice.
And it's kind of sad now because he no longer works for XM.
Who cares?
All right, here we go. The nerd reviews Top Gun.
Top Gun sort of marks the beginning of a genre. It was one of the first flight simulation games for the Nintendo Entertainment System, or at least one of the most commonly referred to. We obviously know that it ain't got shit compared with games today, and for that reason you might think it's not worth complaining about. But no, it sucks ass now, and it sucked ass back then. Check it out. Mission 1 is training for the next mission. Okay, sounds simple enough. So you get a choice of missiles. So would you rather have more or less? What kind of fucking choice is that? Pick more. I mean, the idea is that the fewer missiles is more powerful, but guess what? Whenever you shoot an enemy plane, all it takes is one shot to blow them up. Even your regular machine gun bullets take them down in one shot, so what's the point?
Yeah. They'd have like different types of missiles.
Right.
Real powerful ones, but you can only carry 20 of them.
Yeah.
And then they'd have like missiles that weren't that powerful, you could carry 40. But any missile, you hit a plane once and they blow up.
All right, so there's no,
So who cares?
There's no difference in the big missiles
So bad.
and the little missiles.
Such a horrible game.
Gameplay is boring. Landing on the carrier is impossible.
Yeah.
All right.
The first thing that really sucks about the gameplay is just the fact that it's boring. 90% of the time, you're just flying into a blank sky as little pieces of cotton come flying at you. And yes, I know they're supposed to be clouds. Also, notice the absence of music. I know the developers were trying to make something new, to make it realistic, but what we get is a game that makes you feel like you're in this blank, mindless void. Like, if purgatory exists, this is what it is. Top Gun for the NES. I'd rather fly a cargo plane full of rubber dog shit out of Hong Kong. Uh-oh, I'm really fucked now. I gotta land on an aircraft carrier. A feat that's impossible. Your radar monitor gives you instructions on how to land, but no matter what you do, you still crash. You know, it's like every time I get to this part, I think I might have a chance. This is gonna be it. finally going to land the plane. Speed down, left, left, speed up, right, right, speed up, speed down, left, left, speed up, speed down, up, 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 up. I'm hitting up.
Ass! Fuck!
It's all pissed off.
And then trying to refuel the plane is also impossible?
Yeah.
Halfway through this level, your fuel starts to run out. So this refueling plane comes, and then you have to control its nozzle. So just like landing the plane, this is impossible, and I've never once done it. You just have to be lucky. I mean, your accuracy has to be 100% perfect. And really, I don't have a fucking clue how it works. Down, down, speed up, down, down, left, 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 down, down, up, up. What the fuck? What was I supposed to do? Now look at the plane. It just goes away like, fuck him. I mean, they just leave you out here to die. At this point, it should just say game over. But instead, it allows you to play for a little longer, which is pointless. You're done for. The refueling plane doesn't come back, and within minutes, your fuel runs out and you finally lose. And that's as far as I ever got. What a shitload of fuck. This game chews turds. This game sucks your balls off and spits them up your ass.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
The worst.
Of Opie and Anthony.
All right, the nerd reviews Back to the Future. What was this game about, Anthony?
Back to the Future?
Well, he says the nerd, the angry nerd or whatever, the game has almost nothing to do with the movie.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It's just ridiculous. I think he explains it.
OJ's on TV because they put him in a new football game, and he has to give that money to the Goldmans.
Nice.
Freddie's right there, man.
But that guy, he fucked up. He killed the wrong snotty-looking kid.
God bless Fred Goldman. All right, here we go. Here's the Back to the Future review.
This game is horrible. This game is so bad, I really don't want to play it. But Darth Vader came from the planet Vulcan and said that he'll melt my brains if I don't, so I don't have a choice. The first thing I really admire is how well it followed the movie. And you gotta love that music. Sounds just like the movie, right?
No!
And that's it. It just loops over and over again. And you're not gonna believe it, but that's all you hear the entire game.
I don't believe it!
Yep, from the title screen all the way to the end, the same fucking music.
No!
I'd rather have a fucking buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear than subject them to this horrendous garbage.
Diarrhea dump.
In my ear.
Guy gives an honest review.
Yeah, that's good. Very good review.
So you're walking through Hill Valley, and every single thing you can imagine is out to kill you.
Holy shit!
Bullies, hula hoop girls, killer bees, and guys holding glass windows, just like in the movie. What happened here? Is this Hill Valley or is it hell?
No, it's Hill Valley, although I can't imagine hell being much worse.
I never knew a hula hoop girl could be so deadly. Why does she want to kill Marty anyway?
He's an asshole.
Not to mention, it doesn't even look like Marty. Look at that black helmet head. Also, when did he ever wear that sleeveless black shirt? Oh look, I got a bowling ball. Remember that in the movie? Remember when Marty goes around throwing bowling balls at people? Whose idea was this? What were they thinking?
Hello? Hello? Anybody home?
I remember when he throws bowling balls at people.
I'm going to have to watch a lot of these when I get home.
Yeah, it really brings you back, too, because I remember playing these games.
Yeah.
And you didn't think they sucked as much then when you were playing them.
They were all from a sky view.
Top-down view and just awful.
And you had no real concept of technology when you were a lot younger, so you just thought they would never get better than this, that this was it, and it was pretty damn cool.
It's great.
You know what's the worst thing about this game? Is that it bears the name Back to the Future, a movie well worth putting more time and effort into making a decent game. And the movie came out in '85, the game '89. There's no excuse. No fucking excuse. Just suddenly orders are passed. Quick, make a shitty game, name it after a big movie, and then just spit it into all the stores for all the kids to buy for $50. Yeah, 50 fucking bucks. There's no internet to look up reviews back then. It was just, you buy a game and you hope for the best. And with Back to the Future, how could you go wrong? Oh yeah, you can fucking go wrong, alright. Like if I just shat into a bag and wrote Back to the Future on it, that would be the same as this awful piece of shit. It brings my piss to a boil. What a piece of shit.
He's definitely, definitely got a little niche there,
If I shat into a bag.
A bag and wrote Back to the Future on it.
We got to get another one of these for tomorrow. Maybe get another game he's reviewing.
Yes, it's true. Back to the Future 2 and 3. 2 shitty games for the price of one. Let's check it out. Holy shit, look, the DeLorean. Now I remember that from the movie. Not so much the piranhas, the snails, the weird face, the running frog, the bouncy thing, the thing in the sewer that comes out and kills Marty, the little dinosaurs, the cloud that drops pellets, and whatever the fucking goddamn hell that is. And look at those. What are they? Goombas and the spiky thing ripped right off of Super Mario Brothers? Fucking slackers. And every time you die, the DeLorean drops you off, and it seems like it always takes you in the opposite direction of what you're trying to go. Shit, soup.
It's a Mario Brothers ripoff. The whole
Yeah. Yeah, there were just a couple of games back then. They put different names on them.
Right.
Changed a few of the pixels to look like something else.
But it's pretty much Mario
Same
Brothers.
thing, yeah. You just jump.
Do they still make this game?
Oh, hell no.
Isn't television even sold anymore?
Oh, God, no.
You could probably find like some weird store somewhere.
And
That's
television. You'd have to go to a thrift store. I think thrift stores have you can find the gaming system sometimes and some of the games.
Yeah, there's
like 50 cents.
somewhere in Manhattan. There's like a gaming store that sells just all old games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but there is one. But that's all they sell. They don't sell any of the new stuff. They'll sell the television and the Atari and all that shit. Mike,
it's ridiculous.
E-Rock has television.
Do you really? Yeah. All right, hold on, Mike. Go ahead, real fast. An update on the OJ thing. Go ahead, Mike.
All right.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. In the game, OJ's actually on a team called the Assassins.
Oh, in that football game, really?
Yeah.
And
Danny's
running
saying
in.
no.
Oh boy!
All right.
OJ's in the game. You can make your own team and like name it and stuff. So they thought the developers thought it would be funny to put him on a team called the Assassins. He's not. It's like if you buy the game, he's not on a team called the Assassins. They made that, and that's how it was presented.
Yeah, they don't have like any of the NFL.
Wait, Danny, what's the name of the team he's on in the game?
He's not on a team. You could put him on a team.
Oh.
So they made a team called the Assassins.
Okay,
and put him on it.
Oh, so you can put him on it. But then he can be on a team called, like, the Nice Guys.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or the I didn't cut my wife's throat.
It's the worst. The worst.
Of Opie and Anthony.
Hey, a little earlier we were talking about like porn games that were available for the Atari system back in the day, back in the early to mid '80s.
Yeah.
And Angry Video Game Nerd, who we're a big fan of, and he's a fan of ours, by the way. He's got a WoW sticker in a lot of his YouTube videos. It should be mentioned. He reviewed a few more of these like porno games for the Atari system. Angry Video Game Nerd, more Atari porno games. This first one is called Beat 'em and Eat 'em. Let's see what this is about, according to the Angry Video Game Nerd.
All right, what kind of surprise do we have in here? Beat 'em and eat 'em. A girl licking an ice cream cone. But what the title about? It doesn't sound pornographic. It sounds violent, like you beat somebody up and eat 'em. Oh, I get it. Beat 'em and eat 'em. Oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? All you do is move these two sluts back and forth to catch this stuff that this guy shoots down. Yummy. Let's take a look at the manual. And here it says, the object of the game is to eat him every time he beats him. You score 1 point for each and without a miss. But should you miss, shame on you. You lose 1 turn. After all, it could have been a famous doctor or lawyer.
Wow, I'm watching the video as it's being played. It's beat 'em and eat 'em.
Jeez,
this is twisted. Girls are down below trying to catch something.
And the two girls
That's
moving
all
at the
we can
same
say.
time?
Yeah, they move exactly the same way. You all right, Jimmy? Did it go well? Hey, we're fighting for every possible word for this damn radio show.
At first, Tom was like, well, this is why. But then he's like, well, I'll listen to it. Because I said, like, Patricia's doing it was a really funny racial parody, but it wasn't like some anger thing, like he's reading the paper going, do you believe the... It wasn't like that. It was a very funny thing. It's like, there has to be some kind of context for stuff that's dumped. And it's like you said before, context.
Right.
It's just enraging.
Right.
That...
and this is the stuff Tracy should be doing for the show, by the way, instead of getting,
let her do it. Who cares?
You know, instead of
I'd rather
her,
talk to Tom anyway than just go to somebody else.
Instead of her getting insulted because we were having a little fun on the show.
And it doesn't matter. Who cares?
You know, you should be in Tom's office every day arguing and fighting for all this stuff for us.
Maybe she is, or maybe she just punishes us by saying, well, I'll show them. Then show us.
Don't take don't take what you hear on our show personally. It's not your job as a PD to get personally insulted and hurt.
That amazed me, by the way.
But
I was amazed.
All right, anyway, let's move on. But it went well, Jimmy. I mean, Tom, he's working with us. He's trying the best he can.
Tom is reasonable, and I'm not saying that to suck up to him because he's a creepy corporate man, but he is a reasonable guy, and he said he'll listen to it.
He's a reasonable man, this humongous.
We're all reasonable men.
All right, here we go. Another game called Kaboom, another porno game that was available for the Atari system.
So the gameplay is basically the same sort of thing as Kaboom, except Kaboom was a great game, but this is just a...
Oh, okay, this is more on Beat 'em and Eat 'em? Yes. And they're comparing it to Kaboom, if you remember that game. I don't, obviously.
Remember the name.
So the gameplay is basically the same sort of thing as Kaboom, except Kaboom was a great game, but this is just a miserable load of... You gotta be completely accurate to land in their mouths, and it uses the sound effects from Pac-Man. You get an extra life if you get 69 points. That's clever, right? There's really something wrong with this whole scene. You gotta be a total whore to stand naked at the bottom of a building with your mouth wide open to catch from some guy on top of a roof. What kind of sick bitches are these? And what's the deal with this guy? Either he has a huge or he's a dwarf. What the kind of game is this?
Tony, this guy has found
great,
his niche,
man.
obviously. Angry video game nerd. We got to get him on the show. I've been saying that for a while.
Yeah, there are guys that are trying to rip him off too and do their own angry video game reviews. He's the innovator. He found a niche. He was able to do it and pull it off, and he's very popular.
He's authentic too. Like you can tell that's his thing. And
he knows the games.
He's not overacting or anything.
Right.
This is just how he is in his regular life. We got to get him on the show, please.
Have we?
We're
What's
trying.
the answer, Dan?
He's so famous that we can't get him on the show.
He's a fan of the show. He's got a WoW sticker in some of these videos.
Yeah, I saw that.
That are on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on because we're running out of show here. Another game that was a porno game for the Atari system. This is Bachelorette Party and Bachelor Party.
All right, now here's one for the girls. It's called Bachelorette Party. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of naked dudes. Whoa, watch out, guys. It's some crazy bitch bouncing off the walls, and it hardly even looks like a girl. I mean, look at this. It could be Swamp Thing for all I care. The gameplay's basically like Breakout, but flipped on its side. You control that thing on the left to catch the girl and just bang all the guys. What a whore. Now here's one for the guys. It's Bachelor Party. It's the same exact game, except it's a dude going around having sex with a bunch of girls. What a stud. This one's called Gigolo. The idea is that you're this nude woman on the streets going around breaking into random houses where you find men to have your way with.
What?
Exactly.
The sounds are amazing.
Yeah. Some of these are better to watch in video form, obviously, but
great audio.
Moving on, this is a game called Philly Flasher.
Always sounded like static.
Huh?
It always sounded like static, the sound effects. Right. Throw a fourth sound in there, maybe.
The boo-doo-doo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? No sound
Awful.
is like that in real life. It sounds like nothing.
Here's the Philly Flasher.
Now we got Philly Flasher. Somebody please explain this one to me. Philly Flasher? Like Philadelphia? What's Philadelphia make you think of?
Ugly
Ben Franklin, the Liberty Bell, Rocky, cheesesteaks, a witch shooting milk at her? Well, there's no doubt that the game could take place in any city and that the title's only phonetic. It might as well be Chicago, Dallas, kicker. The game's basically the same as Beat 'em and Eat 'em. The only difference is that it's two guys drinking milk from a witch's This game really disturbs me, but I don't get it. Is this supposed to be erotic? I don't know about you, but I'm not at all turned on by some old wrinkly witch. That's nasty, man. What sick came up with this? What were they thinking?
A Philly flasher, so it's a witch?
A witch, and you got a drink. Yeah, that's... what were they thinking? Like that? Somebody actually said, I got an idea for a game.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, okay, get the programmers on that.
Oof. I guess it would be obviously funny before erotic, because that just sounds ridiculous.
For like, you know what it was? For like 2 seconds, on a whim, you'd probably buy the game and go, oh, let me check this out. And then you're like, oh, this sucks.
Oh, well. Back
Put it
to
away.
Man.
Yeah.
Finally, we got Night on the Town.
Spelled with a K?
Yes, and then comma Jungle Fever.
Now we got Night on the Town. I suppose you're a knight, and you're on a quest for the holy ass. That's right, your goal is that princess on the top of the castle. What he wants to do with her? Well, take a guess. So as usual, the object's pretty simple. You just grab the blocks and build the bridge. But watch out for that crazy monster, and if the alligators get you, they bite your off. There's no point of walking because he's so damn slow, so you just gotta keep jumping and keep in rhythm so you don't hit the monster or the alligators. I don't have any idea what these things on their heads are. They look like Dr. Seuss characters, but one thing I never expected to see Dr. Seuss characters do is this. Alright, just one more game because I've had enough. This one is Jungle Fever. I like to call it Jungle. Well, honestly, I don't know what to say about this one. How did they come up with this stuff? Alright guys, let's have a naked, big-breasted woman hanging from a helicopter shooting at flames with a naked guy in between and some cannibal bitches, I guess, trying to kill you. What the The goal is to put out the flames and rescue him. And to celebrate, why not?
There you go. You can check out those videos on YouTube, obviously. It's Angry Video Game Nerd. He's entertaining. All right.
I don't like the fresh talk.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Here's the Angry Video Game Nerd. So it's Dragon's Lair. He's reviewing this. These videos, of course, if you don't know by now, are all over YouTube. We love this guy.
Mm-hmm. Dragon's Lair. The adventures of Dirk the Daring, who has to rescue a princess from a dragon. Alright, my first impression is that the graphics are quite good for the NES, and the character animation is well detailed. But the controls are delayed beyond belief. Did I just die by walking into the door? Yeah, everything kills you. Literally, everything. Even if you stop to jump, you end up falling through the bridge. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill this bat, and there I go, dead. What the? Why can't I duck? I just want to duck down and throw my daggers at the dragon, but no, it doesn't let you duck. Have you ever played a game where the basic controls differ depending on which side of the screen you're standing on?
Is that true?
Yeah. This game, it's completely different from the arcade version. Like, the arcade was like Laserdisc based, and it was this, it was a cartoon basically, and it was kind of like, depending on what depending on what decisions you make, you know, it turns out a different way. Well, obviously you couldn't put that on Nintendo, couldn't handle that, so they made it this shitty side scroller that was just an abomination.
That game sucked in the arcade. Yeah. People were all psyched about it because it looked like great for the time because it was a cartoon.
Right.
It was a cartoon.
And it was a time where you walked into the arcade and, you know, it was that game. And then next to things like Galaga, you know, and Miss Pac-Man.
Space Invaders. So you'd look at it and go, wow, that looks great. But all you were really doing is he would do something. They'd show a cartoon clip, and it was a video, and then he'd kind of stop, and you'd have to click on a right door or straight ahead or a left door, and there he would go.
Yeah.
And it would be a whole nother scene. They were like cutscenes.
Sure.
You were directing cutscenes.
You had to memorize exactly what to do and keep throwing quarters in because there was no rhyme or reason to whether down saved your life or left saved your life.
No.
So, yeah, you would just have to make a decision, and then you had a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right.
Yeah. The game sucked ass.
All right, let's play some more of this.
And this is bleeped because I thought we were going to get to it on the other side. So.
Oh, that's why someone's saying much funnier if it's not bleeped.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
We thought we were going to play it over there. Sorry.
Our fault.
Another problem is that the dragon doesn't come up high enough to be able to hit with your dagger, unless you're squatting, but when you're squatting, the dragon stays below the bridge. It literally reacts to your every move. So, what do? Do you stand? Do you duck? Either way, you're The decisions to make in this game are similar to if, say you're standing in a pool full of all the way up to your neck, then somebody comes in with a bucket full of to dump on your head. Do you duck down under the or do you just stay up and take on the This game is like a cruel joke that you play on your friends. It's like, hey, you want to play a game? Here you go. You
That was a swimming pool full of piss.
And then the bucket of shit. You go under in the piss. Everyone's screaming about the beefs. We really thought we were playing on the first half of the show.
We know.
Give us one break, will ya?
You know what else is bull? Everything kills you with only one hit. The dragon, the fireball, the moat, the door. But the bat just takes away a tiny bit of life from your life bar. Yeah, that's right, you have a life bar. I didn't even notice, but what's the point? Because everything that hits you, it kills you instantly. I can guarantee that the only way you're going to die from this bat is if you stand absolutely still and just wait. I've clocked it. It takes 1 minute and 13 seconds for this bat to drain your energy. That's 11 hits.
By the way, unfortunately I don't have my voice to do this right, but Joe T, hopefully my voice will be back soon. Joe T from Detroit. He lingers longer. He writes, dude, what the fuck? They're censoring XM. Copy, paste, blind CC, blind CC, blind CC. Fucking Joe T, you rock. And finally, one more clip. We're going to get him on the phone, right? We're going to get him on the phone right now? Cool.
God damn it, man. This game, man. Jesus Christ, I'd rather a grizzly bear while shoving King Kong up my I'd rather stand in the middle of a ring of monkeys as they pelt me to death with their own man, this game to hell, living the damnation of mankind.
So I was really playing on the fact that, it would be played on the other side. So.
Yeah. You were adding a few of your own bleeps, were
Well,
you?
no, I was just picking choice cuts.
Going inside the radio a little bit. Going inside
For anybody
the show.
who wanted to know, he would rather 69 a grizzly bear and shove King Kong up his ass.
Oh, what is that?
That's the game.
The game? Oh, look how awful it is.
What a faggot dragon. It's breathing fucking smoke in the wrong direction.
And look at this stupid controller. You forget how dumb that Nintendo controller
My God, did games suck? What the hell were we doing?
Yeah, this episode is quite long. It goes on for like 13 minutes, but he goes on to explain that this opening scene is so ridiculously hard, and it's only the first screen.
What's so hard about it?
Just getting across the drawbridge.
Yeah, because the controls are so awkward, and everything takes so much time to respond, and it's just a terrible game. It was just another excuse for these game companies to rip off the kids who actually, kind of like the original game from the arcade.
The door killed them.
Yeah. So, they get their parents to, plop down $50, $60 on a game that they think is going to be like the arcade, and then they come home, plop it in their Nintendo, and this is what they get.
Yeah, and the dragon, like you said, if you duck, the dragon ducks out of view, and then when you stand up, he kills you. So.
Oh, my God.
That sucks.
Opie and Anthony.
It's gonna take you back to the past to play some cheaty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo, take a diary and jump in his ear. He'd rather be a rotten asshole of a roach skunk and down it with beer. Is it angry gamer you ever heard? Is it angry Nintendo nerd? Is it angry Atari Saga
we got Angry Video Game Nerd on the phone. Angry Game Video Nerd, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
It's Opie and Anthony, Jim Norton, and a bunch of other guys. How are you? I said that already.
I'm pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, watched some of your work. I loved it. I mean, it's nostalgic, brings back memories of playing some of these shitty games. And you got quite the take on it. It's not just like you're reviewing these things, but you're kind of passionate about it.
Yeah, you got a great way about you as you do this.
Yeah.
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 I know.
Yeah. So what? You played these shitty games when you were younger?
Yeah.
And decided you were gonna just put them up there and talk about how crappy they were.
Yeah, like the first one I did, it was just some little joke, and just some stupid thing I did, and I thought it was just funny. Like the whole joke was like, who would care about all these old games? And little did I know it gained this huge following, and everybody was like, this is hilarious, you got to do more. And so I started doing more and more and more, and then I started finding all these games I never even heard of, and then learning about them as I'm reviewing them, and it's been fun.
What was the first game you reviewed?
The first one was Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. It was actually a classic game. It's in the Castlevania franchise, but there's just lots of flaws in it, lots of things that were just really weird. So it was a good one to start with.
My favorite was probably Top Gun. Was really a good one. You ripped the shit out of that one.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about the Top Gun one, I was watching some of these last night, and I was taking a look at the Power Glove one that you reviewed.
Yeah.
And the best part about the Power Glove one is that he's playing time. The thing was impossible to use, but he's playing Top Gun.
What was the Power Glove?
It was this awful. To be perfectly honest, it really reminds me of what the Wii is now. It was basically this just, infrared sensor that you'd wear on your hand and try to control the game with this shitty glove. And he actually landed the plane in Top Gun with the Power Glove.
After he couldn't land it with the controller ever. It was just impossible to land that fucking plane on the carrier. And also Back to the Future was another great one. The dumbest friggin' additions in that game that had nothing to do with the movie.
Yeah, like most of the games I do are NES games or movie-based games.
Yeah,
and a lot of times it's fun to compare the movies with the games, and it's like, where did they come up with these ideas? Like
the bowling balls.
Yeah, the bowling balls.
It's like, what the hell does that have to do?
Yeah.
Now, what are you playing now? Do you actually play games now, like new games?
I try to, but I'm too occupied with just playing crappy games. It'd be nice to play some good games here and there. Well, yeah, I play some Wii games. Like I played like the new Zelda, Twilight Princess.
Jeez.
But and now I've sort of become a collector. So I have the old, I have the Intellivision, ColecoVision, the Atari 2600, and all that.
Yeah, you've had to like get all these platforms and the games themselves. Where do you find this shit?
Yeah, a lot of sometimes it's eBay, and I have a PayPal donation on my site, so people donate, and some people actually donate directly. Like I give out a PO box address on request, so some people have actually sent me games, and so I get like lots of stuff in the mail. I get like stuff I never heard of. I once mentioned in a video that I didn't have a Sega Saturn. And next thing, I got 4 of them in the mail.
Of course you did. They've been sitting in a box for the last 10 years in an attic. It's no surprise.
That thing sucked. I got the Sega Genesis and then the add-on.
The 32X?
Yeah.
CD?
The Sega CD. And, was that awful. They made it look like it was going to be so cool. There was that one game where you went into the sewers, and you're kind of racing around, and it just turned into a turn right, turn left.
Yeah. It's like pushed, when the arrows appear.
Yeah, the arrows appeared, and you had to push the button near the arrow, and then it would turn into another what amounted to a cutscene.
Yeah.
Like another Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, another Dragon's Lair.
Exactly.
Bullshit.
Hey, you've played a lot of these old video games by now. Which is the worst one so far?
Oh, man. Well, my second review was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I think I still stand by that really is one of the worst games I've ever played. Because back then you don't really, take into account how bad they are. You just, you play them, and that's really all there was. But Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, I remember, even back then was bad. And if it was bad back then, it's bad.
What was bad about it?
It doesn't really
make any sense. Basically, you're just walking, and then all of a sudden, lightning strikes, and you're dead. And that's it. That's pretty much the game. It's like you put it in for like 10 seconds, and you're done.
But what are you supposed to do?
I've never really. I think there are like explanations. Like some people have actually found out like what you're supposed to do, and you can read all about it.
Yeah,
you know, on the internet. But
back then, no one cared about like what the games were about. They just wanted to pump out games, and they were awful. None of them really made much sense.
Well, it was the cool factor that you could actually do this at home, so it didn't really matter. They didn't really have to put a lot of thought into the actual game. Because remember, there's a lot of us out there that remember playing Pong and thinking that was the coolest thing ever. So.
Yeah. Well, it was for a little while.
You go from Pong to some of these other games that had no point. They look cool as hell, and that's all that mattered.
I like the franchises that are still out there, and you compare the two, like Microsoft Flight Simulator. It looks hysterical in its first generation. The frame rate was ridiculous. You'd go to turn the plane, and it wouldn't turn, so you'd keep the joystick over, and then you realize it's going to turn like 5 seconds later, and you're upside down, and then you try to turn it back. And now you look now at the new Flight Simulator from Microsoft, and it's just the graphics are amazing. It looks photorealistic. Wow. But, yeah, that franchise just kept going. And actually, I remember playing that first one, though, and thinking, oh, this is so cool. It's really like flying a plane.
And now you look back on what was I thinking,
Yeah,
right?
it's a joke.
Yeah. And the other thing I want to mention, you also review the porn games. There was a time where the porn games became pretty hot. There were a lot of them out there. What do you have to say about that?
Well, Atari 2600 was an interesting case. I mean, it was like the console that put, games in like the pop culture, but they would just, well, for one thing, there was just endless supply of games on Atari because Atari didn't need to approve any of the games that were made for it, that like anybody could just make an Atari game and sell it as long as if you have the technical. Yeah, like today people are still making like homemade Atari games here and there, but back then like there would just be all this ridiculous stuff, like all these porn games, and like there was like the horror games, like there was like Halloween and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you see like a head get decapitated and there's like little pixelated blood comes out, and back then that was shocking. That was like, unheard of. So like they wouldn't be able to sell it, and they'd have to like take it off the shelves and like only give it out like on a request basis. Like people come in and ask for it, like they have it hidden behind the counter.
Yeah, I saw that Halloween review that you did, and the game was so homemade that they didn't even have art like for a sticker to put on the console, to put on the cartridge itself. So it was just like a peel-off sticker, and someone wrote with like marker Halloween.
Like they ran out of labels, so they actually wrote on it with a marker.
The funny one was what was it? The Indian raping? No, the cowboy
Custer's.
Oh yeah, you had to rape the Indian squaw.
Right. And there was sperm flying from the
against
sky
the
or
cactus.
Something? Against the cactus, right? That one was hilarious.
Yeah, the jizz eater one. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh yeah, where you like
beat him and eat him.
Beat him and eat him,
right?
Yeah, it looks like jizz was shooting out.
Yeah.
And then there was the other version.
Yeah,
there was the other one where the whore was squirting titty milk off of the building.
Oh, that's right. You had to avoid the titty milk.
It was the same game with the gender reverse.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were the most deceiving boxes ever. Because on the outside of the box, it looked so cool that you wanted to play it. And then you'd play the game and realize it was some side-scrolling, like, just piece of shit.
And they would always make these ridiculous claims on the box that you had like, where were they getting it from? Like, in one of James's reviews for Rocky for the Sega Master System, it says on the cover, it just says double the mega power.
Yeah.
And you're like, of what?
Double the mega power.
What? Of Rocky?
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I never found out the answer to that one.
Oh, man.
James, are you ever going to review one of my favorite consoles of all time, the TurboGrafx 16?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
What is that?
I don't know which game though, but
Oh, they were all pretty terrible. So I think anyone you pick. Well, yeah, it was one of the first 16-bit consoles. So I remember when it came out, I wanted to be cooler than all my friends, and I screamed. I was like, Dad, I gotta have a TurboGrafx 16. The ads were all, in every magazine. They all look so cool, and I finally got it for I think my birthday that year, and it was the shittiest console ever.
So disappointing when you would get a
what's
shitty
cool
game.
about it though was that they had like the games were like on these little like memory card sort of things. So they were like, they weren't like cartridges and they weren't CDs. They were just these little cards, and you could just, you can store a lot of them because they're so small.
Yeah, it's kind of like a giant memory stick sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had the Atari, the 800 computer, and I played Star Raiders. That one was a cool game back in like the early 80s. Oof.
Yeah.
Play Star Raiders. It was it looked really cool, and they didn't have to do much, just make a star field. So that didn't take much as far as graphics go. And it was kind of a first-person thing, which was pretty cool. Aside from looking at side-scrolling, like, fucking pixels.
Oh, side-scrolling sucked. I was at Atari.
Yeah, I never had any of the Atari computers. They have the Atari Jaguar, which was like one of their last efforts.
Yeah, the Jaguar.
I was old school Atari, and you had to become an electrician to play the games because the stupid joystick would break so many times. You'd replace it, and then that got expensive, so you started taking the thing apart and try to, fix it yourself.
Or just stick a pen in there. If the thing broke up, you stick a pen in there, and
now this is more breaking the connection. So like all of a sudden you can't go right anymore. So then you're a kid. You're like, maybe I could like beat the game by not going right. I don't know. I'll try to figure this out.
I remember my uncle had ColecoVision, and that was like one of the first video game consoles I was exposed to. I remember the joystick. It looked like a cell phone. Like it had all these buttons. There was a pound sign on it, and I'd never played a game where I had to use the fucking pound sign. And I to this day I still have no idea what you use those buttons for.
Hey, sometimes it was hard just to get the game to start on like the ColecoVision because you're supposed to hit some number combination or something. I don't know.
All right.
What's that?
Hey, Chad from Jersey writes, ask him about the Bible games he reviewed. Are there Bible games out there?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of the same deal with, you know how like, third-party software, companies would start making games for a system, but like, for Atari, like they did all the porn games, but Nintendo had more of a would put their foot down on that sort of thing. But there was still a company called Color Dreams. I think they changed it to Wisdom Tree, and they were making all these like Christian games, but they were like illegal because they were being made for the Nintendo when they weren't supposed to be. So they made all these Bible games, and there was like there's Bible Adventures, which has like 3 games in it, and there's one is it's like Noah, and you're just like carrying the animals to the ark, and then there's one where you're like trying to carry baby Moses, and then the most ridiculous thing though of all was you remember Wolfenstein, like with the first-person shooter game?
Yeah.
Well, they took the same engine for that game, and they made a Noah game out of it on the Super Nintendo. It's called Super Noah's Ark 3D, and you're basically Noah going around in an ark just shooting a bunch of goats. And it's weird because, like, wasn't Noah supposed to bring, like, 2 of these animals? Like, why? Like a whole bunch of murderous goats.
That's ridiculous.
That's so ridiculous.
And I like the production value of your reviews have really stepped up in some of the more recent months. Have you gotten sponsored by game trailers?
Yeah. I mean, the first ones, like, I was, it was just sort of one thing I do. Like, I'm a movie buff and, indie filmmaker, but that was just like one little thing I did as a joke. But since then, as this thing has just kept getting more and more popular, I've been putting more into them. But I also do them really quickly. Like, I pretty much, on average, put one out every 2 weeks.
Wow.
So I do them really quickly, but as much as I can with the time, I definitely try to step it up as much as I can.
You got a regular job?
Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of like all freelance stuff, so I just do a bunch of different things. I'm an editor for dvideography.com. And I have a DVD out, so you can buy the Angry Nerd DVD at screwattack.com.
At what.com?
Screwattack.com.
Screw Attack.
And yeah.
Okay.
And your
you watch the
website
videos
is
on.
is cinemassacre.com, correct?
Yeah, my personal site is cinemassacre.com. That's Cinema and Massacre put together. You can watch all the videos on GameTrailers.com. And you can see the nerd site at angryvgnerd.com, and that's where you can see an updated list of all the nerd videos up to date.
Are you still the 9th most subscribed video channel on YouTube?
It's at 8 now.
Nice.
Oh, hey, look at that!
Nice.
You found
Working
a nice
your
niche
way
for
up.
yourself.
You certainly did.
All right. Well, we've been meaning to talk to you for a while because your videos have definitely been entertaining all of us.
Oh, that's awesome, yeah.
So
you play Call of Duty?
Call of Duty? No, I actually played a little bit, but no, I haven't really gotten to that much yet.
It rocks.
You should try to review some of the newer games, just for a goof.
Oh yeah.
And try to find something ridiculous about them.
Oh, there are some bad ones out there.
Or we might have to wait 20 years and then and then they'll look ridiculous.
Yeah, like in the Christmas Carol video I just did, it's like I do like the Three Ghosts, Christmas Past, and all that. And I go to the future, and I'm an old man playing the Wii. So maybe when that actually happens, I'll really start doing it. If I'm still doing this thing, then.
The Wii.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thanks for calling our show today, sir.
All right, thanks for having me.
And continued success. Plug one of the many websites one more time. Which one you want to plug the most?
Which one I want to plug? Gee. Well, I guess watch the videos on Game Trailers.
Game Trailers,
That's where
okay.
they're at.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, James, thank you so much. Continued success for you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, there he goes, James. The
Video
angry
game
video game nerd.
He's into his video games, you know.
What's wrong?
Just saying. Into his video games. Not the most talkative guy when he's not on the.
I had a feeling that was going to happen too, because every time I had to talk to him on the phone, I would try to have a dialogue, and he would just be like, "Okay."
Yeah, Danny really piggybacked that one, I gotta say.
Like when he talks on his reviews, he's really, he's going at it.
Very animated.
Yeah, and that's what was so surprising to me, because, he's so outgoing and, creative with these videos. You figured he would just be able to spew out anything without a problem. And then you get
like, the video game, and you reviewed that, you reviewed that one, and it was pretty slow-moving and stuff. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, at least he wasn't, confrontational.
Yeah, that would have been a little awkward.
When you're a radio host and you ask a pretty involved question and the answer is yeah, it puts you in a weird position.
Because, you need a little more time to think up the next question.
Right.
So when you just get a you kind of go, I should have had another question.
We still like James.
I'm gonna
might have been a little nervous.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to check out some of his, because I know he's done other interviews, with websites and stuff like that. But I think he might have just been intimidated because of the show.
Oh no!
I mean, he's a fan.
All right. Yeah. Very good.
This is the Angry Video Game Nerd, and you just heard them listening to my shitty game reviews on the worst of Opie and Anthony, the show that kicks your balls up your ass till you cry for more. Yeah, you can check out all my stuff at cinemassacre.com. That's cinema and massacre put together. Cinemassacre, you fucking cock mongrel. Now back to Opie and fucking Anthony. Yeah.
This concludes the worst of Opie and Anthony. Listen live from 6 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday, with replays throughout the day.
Want more? Go to opieandanthony.com or foundrymusic.com. Yay me!